Tonight, I have something truly special for you. The entire journey through the Neverending Story. From the moment Bastian steals a mysterious book and loses himself in the world of Fantastica, to his final steps toward the water of life, this story is one of wonder, transformation, and the power of storytelling itself. This book has always felt like a dream wrapped in words, and I hope that as you drift off tonight, it carries you somewhere beautiful. Settle in, close your eyes, and let's begin. Outside, it was a gray, cold, rainy November morning. The rain ran down the glass and over the ornate letters. Through the glass, there was nothing to be seen but the rain-splotched wall across the street. Suddenly, the door was opened so violently that a little cluster of brass bells tinkled wildly, taking quite some time to calm down. The cause of this hubbub was a fat little boy of 10 or 12. His wet, dark brown hair hung down over his face. His coat was soaked and dripping, and he was carrying a school satchel slung over his shoulder. He was rather pale and out of breath, but despite the hurry he had been in a moment before, he was standing in the open doorway as though rooted to the spot. Before him lay a long, narrow room, the back of which was lost in the half-light. The walls were lined with shelves filled with books of all shapes and sizes. Large folios were piled high on the floor, and on several tables lay heaps of smaller, leather-bound books whose spines glittered with gold. The far end of the room was blocked off by a shoulder-high wall of books, behind which the light of a lamp could be seen. From time to time, a ring of smoke rose up in the lamplight, expanded, and vanished in darkness. One was reminded of the smoke signals that Indians used for sending news from hilltop to hilltop. Apparently, someone was sitting there, and sure enough, the little boy heard a cross voice from behind the wall of books. Do your wandering inside or outside, but shut the door. There's a draft. The boy obeyed and quietly shut the door. Then he approached the wall of books and looked cautiously around the corner. There, in a high, worn leather wing chair, sat a short, stout man in a rumpled black suit that looked frayed and somehow dusty. His paunch was held in by a vest with a flower design. He was bald except for outcroppings of white hair over his ears. His red face suggested a vicious bulldog. A gold-rimmed pince-nez was perched on his bulbous nose. He was smoking a curved pipe, which dangled from one corner of his mouth and pulled his whole cheek out of shape. On his lap he held a book, which he had evidently been reading, for in closing it, he had left the thick forefinger of his left hand between the leaves as a kind of bookmark. With his right hand, he now removed his spectacles and examined the fat little boy, who stood there dripping. After a while, the man narrowed his eyes, which made him look more vicious than ever, and muttered, "Goodness gracious." Then he opened his book and went on reading. The little boy didn't know quite what to do, so he just stood there, gaping. Finally, the man closed his book, as before, with his finger between the pages, and growled, "Listen, my boy, I can't abide children. I know it's the style nowadays to make a terrible fuss over you, but I don't go for it. I simply have no use for children. As far as I'm concerned, they're no good for anything but screaming, torturing people, breaking things, smearing books with jam, and tearing the pages. It never dawns on them that grown-ups may also have their troubles and cares. I'm only telling you this so you'll know where you're at. Anyway, I have no children's books, and I wouldn't sell you the other kind. So now we understand each other, I hope. After saying all this without taking his pipe out of his mouth, he opened his book again and went on reading. The boy nodded silently and turned to go, but somehow he felt that he couldn't take this last remark lying down. He turned around and said softly, "All children aren't like that." Slowly, the man looked up and again removed his spectacles. "You still here? What must one do to be rid of you? And what was this terribly important thing you had to tell me?" "It wasn't terribly important," said the boy, still more softly. "I only wanted to say that all children aren't the way you said." "Really?" The man raised his eyebrows in affected surprise. "Then you must be the big exception, I presume?" The fat boy didn't know what to say. He only shrugged his shoulders a little and turned to go. And anyway, he heard the gruff voice behind him. "Where are your manners? If you had any, you'd have introduced yourself." "My name is Bastian," said the boy. "Bastian Balthazar Bux." "That's a rather odd name," the man grumbled. "All those B's. Oh well, you can't help it. You didn't choose it. My name is Carl Conrad Coriander. That makes 3 CS. The man grumbled. "Quite right. Quite right." He puffed a few clouds. "Oh well, our names don't really matter, as we'll never see each other again. But before you leave, there's just one thing I'd like to know. What made you come bursting into my shop like that? It looked to me as if you were running away from something. Am I right?" Bastian nodded. Suddenly, his round face was a little paler than before, and his eyes a little larger. "I suppose you made off with somebody's cash box," Mr. Coriander conjectured. "Or knocked an old woman down, or whatever little scamps like you do nowadays. Are the police after you, boy?" Bastian shook his head. "Speak up," said Mr. Coriander. "Whom were you running away from?" "The others." "What others?" "The children in my class." "Why?" "They won't leave me alone." "What do they do to you?" "They wait for me outside the schoolhouse." "And then what?" "Then they shout all sorts of things, and push me around and laugh at me." "And you just put up with it?" Mr. Coriander looked at the boy for a while disapprovingly. Then he asked, "Why don't you just give them a punch on the nose?" Bastian gaped. "No, I wouldn't want to do that. And besides, I can't box." "How about wrestling?" Mr. Coriander asked. "Or running, swimming, football, gymnastics? Are you no good at any of them?" The boy shook his head. "In other words," said Mr. Coriander, "you're a weakling." Bastian shrugged his shoulders. "But you can still talk," said Mr. Coriander. "Why don't you talk back at them when they make fun of you?" "I tried. Well, they threw me into a garbage can and tied the lid on. I yelled for 2 hours before somebody heard me." Mr. Coriander grumbled. "And now you don't dare?" Bastian nodded. "In that case," Mr. Coriander concluded, "you're a scaredy cat too." Bastian hung his head. "And probably A hopeless grind? Best in the class? Teacher's pet? Is that it? No, said Bastian, still looking down. I was put back last year. Good Lord, cried Mr. Coriander. A failure all along the line. Bastian said nothing. He just stood there in his dripping coat. His arms hung limp at his sides. What kind of things do they yell when they make fun of you? Mr. Coriander wanted to know. Oh, all kinds. For instance, Namby-Pamby sits on the pot. The pot cracks up, says Namby-Pamby. I guess it's 'cause I weigh a lot. Not very clever, said Mr. Coriander. What else? Bastian hesitated before listing. Screwball, nitwit, braggart, liar. Screwball. Why do they call you that? I talk to myself sometimes. What kind of things do you say? I think up stories. I invent names and words that don't exist. That kind of thing. And you say these things to yourself. Why? Well, nobody else would be interested. Mr. Coriander fell into a thoughtful silence. What do your parents say about this? Bastian didn't answer right away. After a while, he mumbled, Father doesn't say anything. He never says anything. It's all the same to him. And your mother? She's gone. Your parents are divorced? No, said Bastian. She's dead. At that moment, the telephone rang. With some difficulty, Mr. Coriander pulled himself out of his armchair and shuffled into a small room behind the shop. He picked up the receiver, and indistinctly, Bastian heard him saying his name. After that, there was nothing to be heard but a low mumbling. Bastian stood there. He didn't quite know why he had said all he had, and admitted so much. He hated being questioned like that. He broke into a sweat as it occurred to him that he was already late for school. He'd have to hurry. Oh yes, he'd have to run, but he just stood there, unable to move. Something held him fast. He didn't know what. He could still hear the muffled voice from the back room. It was a long telephone conversation. It came to Bastian that he had been staring the whole time at the book that Mr. Coriander had been holding, and that was now lying on the armchair. He couldn't take his eyes off it. It seemed to have a kind of magnetic power that attracted him irresistibly. He went over to the chair, slowly held out his hand, and touched the book. In that moment, something inside him went click. As though a trap had shut, Bastian had a vague feeling that touching the book had started something irrevocable, which would now take its course. He picked up the book and examined it from all sides. It was bound in copper-colored silk that shimmered when he moved it about. Leafing through the pages, he saw the book was printed in 2 colors. There seemed to be no pictures, but there were large, beautiful capital letters at the beginning of the chapters. Examining the binding more closely, he discovered 2 snakes on it, one light and one dark. They were biting each other's tail, so forming an oval. And inside the oval, in strangely intricate letters, he saw the title, The Neverending Story. Human passions have mysterious ways, in children as well as grown-ups. Those affected by them can't explain them, and those who haven't known them have no understanding of them at all. Some people risk their lives to conquer a mountain peak. No one, not even they themselves, can really explain why. Others ruin themselves trying to win the heart of a certain person who wants nothing to do with them. Still others are destroyed by their devotion to the pleasures of the table. Some are so bent on winning a game of chance that they lose everything they own, and some sacrifice everything for a dream that can never come true. Some think their only hope of happiness lies in being somewhere else, and spend their whole lives traveling from place to place. And some find no rest until they have become powerful. In short, there are as many different passions as there are people. Bastian Balthazar Bux's passion was books. If you have never spent whole afternoons with burning ears and rumpled hair, forgetting the world around you over a book, forgetting cold and hunger, if you have never read secretly under the bedclothes with a flashlight, because your father or mother or some other well-meaning person has switched off the lamp on the plausible ground that it was time to sleep because you had to get up so early, if you have never wept bitter tears because a wonderful story has come to an end and you must take your leave of the characters with whom you have shared so many adventures, whom you have loved and admired, for whom you have hoped and feared, and without whose company life seems empty and meaningless. If such things have not been part of your own experience, you probably won't understand what Bastian did next. Staring at the title of the book, he turned hot and cold, cold and hot. Here was just what he had dreamed of, what he had longed for ever since the passion for books had taken hold of him, a story that never ended. The book of books. He had to have this book at any price. At any price? That was easily said, even if he had had more to offer than the bit of pocket money he had on him. This cranky Mr. Coriander had given him clearly to understand that he would never sell him a single book, and he certainly wouldn't give it away. The situation was hopeless. Yet Bastian knew he couldn't leave without the book. It was clear to him that he had only come to the shop because of this book. It had called him in some mysterious way, because it wanted to be his, because it had somehow always belonged to him. Bastian listened to the mumbling from the little back room. In a twinkling, before he knew it, he had the book under his coat and was hugging it with both arms. Without a sound, he backed up to the street door, keeping an anxious eye on the other door, the one leading to the back room. Cautiously, he turned the door handle. To keep the brass bells from ringing, he opened the glass door, just wide enough for him to slip through. He quietly closed the door behind him. Only then did he start running. The books, copybooks, pens, and pencils in his satchel jiggled and rattled to the rhythm of his steps. He had a stitch in his side, but he kept on running. The rain ran down his face and into his collar. The wet cold passed through his coat, but Bastian didn't feel it. He felt hot all over, but not from running. His conscience, which hadn't let out a peep in the bookshop, had suddenly woken up. All the arguments that had seemed so convincing melted away, like snowmen under the fiery breath of a dragon. He had stolen. He was a thief. What he had done was worse than common theft. That book was certainly the only one of its kind, and impossible to replace. It was surely Mr. Coriander's greatest treasure. Stealing a violinist's precious violin, or a king's crown, wasn't at all the same as filching money from a cash drawer. As he ran, he hugged the book tight under his coat. Regardless of what this book might cost him, he couldn't bear to lose it. It was all he had left in the world, because naturally, he couldn't go home anymore. He tried to imagine his father at work in the big room he had furnished as a laboratory. Around him lay dozens of plaster casts of human teeth, for his father was a dental technician. Bastian had never stopped to ask himself whether his father enjoyed his work. It occurred to him now for the first time, but now he would never be able to ask him. If he went home now, his father would come out of his lab in a white smock, possibly holding a plaster cast, and he would ask, "Home so soon?" "Yes," Bastian would answer. "No school today?" He saw his father's quiet, sad face, and he knew he couldn't possibly lie to him. Much less could he tell him the truth. No, the only thing left for him was to go away somewhere, far, far away. His father must never find out that his son was a thief. And maybe he wouldn't even notice that Bastian wasn't there anymore. Bastian found this thought almost comforting. He had stopped running. Walking slowly, he saw the schoolhouse at the end of the street. Without thinking, he was taking his usual route to school. He passed a few people here and there, yet the street seemed deserted. But to a schoolboy, arriving very, very late, the world around the schoolhouse always seems to have gone dead. At every step, he felt the fear rising within him. Under the best of circumstances, he was afraid of school, the place of his daily defeats, afraid of his teachers, who gently appealed to his conscience or made him the butt of their rages, afraid of the other children who made fun of him and never missed a chance to show him how clumsy and defenseless he was. He had always thought of his school years as a prison term with no end in sight, a misery that would continue until he grew up, something he would just have to live through. But when he now passed through the echoing corridors with their smell of floor wax and wet overcoats, when the lurking stillness suddenly stopped his ears like cotton, and when at last he reached the door of his classroom, which was painted the same old spinach color as the walls around it, he realized that this too was no place for him. He would have to go away, so he might as well go at once. But where to? Bastian had read stories about boys who ran away to sea and sailed out into the world to make their fortune. Some became pirates or heroes, others grew rich, and when they returned home years later, no one could guess who they were. But Bastian didn't feel up to that kind of thing. He couldn't conceive of anyone taking him on as a cabin boy. Besides, he had no idea how to reach a seaport with suitable ships for such an undertaking. So where could he go? Suddenly, he thought of the right place, the only place where, at least for the time being, no one would find him or even look for him. The attic of the school was large and dark. It smelled of dust and mothballs. not a sound to be heard, except for the muffled drumming of the rain on the enormous tin roof. Great beams, blackened with age, rose at regular intervals from the plank floor, joined with other beams at head height, and lost themselves in the darkness. Here and there, spider webs as big as hammocks swayed gently in the air currents. A milky light fell from a skylight in the roof. The one living thing in this place where time seemed to stand still was a little mouse that came hobbling across the floor, leaving tiny footprints in the dust, and between them a fine line, a tail print. Suddenly it stopped and pricked up its ears, and then it vanished, whoosh, into a hole in the floor. The mouse had heard the sound of a key in a big lock. The attic door opened slowly, with a loud squeak. For a moment, a long strip of light crossed the room. Bastian slipped in, then, again with a squeak, the door closed. Bastian put the big key in the lock from inside and turned it. Then he pushed the bolt and heaved a sigh of relief. Now no one could possibly find him. No one would look for him here. The place was seldom used. He was pretty sure of that. And even if by chance someone had something to do in the attic, today or tomorrow, he would simply find the door locked, and the key would be gone. And even if they somehow got the door open, Bastian would have time to hide behind the junk that was stored here. Little by little, his eyes got used to the dim light. He knew the place. Some months before, he had helped the janitor to carry a laundry basket full of old copybooks up here. And then he had seen where the key to the attic door was kept, in a wall cupboard next to the topmost flight of stairs. He hadn't thought of it since, but today he had remembered. Bastian began to shiver. His coat was soaked through, and it was cold in the attic. The first thing to do was find a place where he could make himself more or less comfortable, because he took it for granted that he'd have to stay here a long time. How long? The question didn't enter his head, nor did it occur to him that he would soon be hungry and thirsty. He looked around for a while. The place was crammed with junk of all kinds. There were shelves full of old files and records. Benches and ink-stained desks were heaped up every which way. A dozen old maps were hanging on an iron frame. There were blackboards that had lost a good deal of their black, and cast iron stoves, broken down pieces of gymnasium equipment, including a horse with the stuffing coming out through the cracks in its hide, and a number of soiled mats. There were also quite a few stuffed animals, at least what the moths had left of them, a big owl, a golden eagle, a fox, and so on, cracked retorts and other chemical equipment, a galvanometer, a human skeleton hanging on a clothes rack, and a large number of cartons full of old books and papers. Bastian finally decided to make his home on the pile of old gym mats. When he stretched out on them, it was almost like lying on a sofa. He dragged them to the place under the skylight, where the light was best. Not far away, he found a pile of gray army blankets. They were dusty and ragged, but that didn't matter now. He carried them over to his nest. He took off his wet coat and hung it on the clothes rack beside the skeleton. The skeleton jiggled and swayed, but Bastian had no fear of it, maybe because he was used to such things at home. He also removed his wet shoes. In his stocking feet, he squatted down on the mats and wrapped himself in the gray blankets like an Indian. Beside him lay his school satchel, and the copper-colored book. It passed through his mind that the rest of them down in the classroom would be having history just then. Maybe they'd be writing a composition on some deadly, dull subject. Bastian looked at the book. "I wonder," he said to himself, "what's in a book while it's closed? Oh, I know it's full of letters printed on paper, but all the same, something must be happening, because as soon as I open it, there's a whole story with people I don't know yet, and all kinds of adventures and deeds and battles, and sometimes there are storms at sea, or it takes you to strange cities and countries. All those things are somehow shut up in a book. Of course, you have to read it to find out, but it's already there. That's the funny thing. I just wish I knew how it could be." Suddenly, an almost festive mood came over him. He settled himself, picked up the book, opened it to the first page, and began to read. The Neverending Story, Chapter 1. All the beasts in Howling Forest were safe in their caves, nests, and burrows. It was midnight. The storm wind was whistling through the tops of the great ancient trees. The towering trunks creaked and groaned. Suddenly a faint light came zigzagging through the woods, stopped here and there, trembling fitfully, flew up into the air, rested on a branch, and a moment later hurried on. It was a glittering sphere about the size of a child's ball. It moved in long leaps, touched the ground now and then bounded up again. But it wasn't a ball. It was a will-o'-the-wisp. It had lost its way, and that's something quite unusual even in Fantastica, because ordinarily will-o'-the-wisps make others lose their way. Inside this ball of light, there was a small, exceedingly active figure, which ran and jumped with all its might. It was neither male nor female, for such distinctions don't exist among will-o'-the-wisps. In its right hand, it carried a tiny white flag, which glittered behind it. That meant it was either a messenger or a flag of truce bearer. You'd think it would have bumped into a tree, leaping like that in the darkness. But there was no danger of that, for will-o'-the-wisps are incredibly nimble and can change directions in the middle of a leap. That explains the zigzagging, but in a general sort of way, it moved in a definite direction. Up to the moment when it came to a jutting crag and started back in a fright. Whimpering like a puppy, it sat down on the fork of a tree and pondered a while before venturing out and cautiously looking around the crag. Up ahead, it saw a clearing in the woods, and there in the light of a campfire sat 3 figures of different sizes and shapes. A giant, who looked as if the whole of him were made of gray stone, lay stretched out on his belly. He was almost 10 feet long. Propped up on one elbow, he was looking into the fire. In his weather-beaten stone face, which seemed strangely small in comparison with his powerful shoulders, his teeth stood out like a row of steel chisels. The will-o'-the-wisp recognized him as belonging to the family of rock chewers. These were creatures who lived in a mountain range inconceivably far from Howling Forest. But they not only lived in the mountain range, they also lived on it, for little by little, they were eating it up. Rocks were their only food. Luckily, a little went a long way. They could live for weeks and months on a single bite of this. For them, extremely nutritious fare. There weren't very many rock chewers, and besides it was a large mountain range. But since these giants had been there a long time, they lived to a greater age than most of the inhabitants of Fantastica. Those mountains had come, over the years, to look very strange, like an enormous Swiss cheese, full of holes and grottos, and that is why they were known as the Cheesy Wheezies. But the rock chewers not only fed on stone, they made everything they needed out of it: furniture, hats, shoes, tools, even cuckoo clocks. So it was not surprising that the vehicle of this particular giant, which was now leaning against a tree behind him, was a sort of bicycle made entirely of this material, with two wheels that looked like enormous millstones. On the whole, it suggested a steamroller with pedals. The second figure, who was sitting to the right of the first, was a little nighthawk. No more than twice the size of the will-o'-the-wisp, he looked like a pitch-black, furry caterpillar sitting up. He had little pink hands, with which he gestured violently as he spoke, and below his tousled black hair, two big, round eyes glowed like moons in what was presumably his face. Since there were nighthawks of all shapes and sizes in every part of Fantastica, it was hard to tell by the sight of him whether this one had come from far or near, but one could guess that he was traveling, because the usual mount of the night hobs, a large bat, wrapped in its wings like a closed umbrella, was hanging head down from a nearby branch. It took the will-o'-the-wisp some time to discover the third person on the left side of the fire, for he was so small as to be scarcely discernible from that distance. He was one of the tinies, a delicately built little fellow in a bright-colored suit and a top hat. The will-o'-the-wisp knew next to nothing about tinies, but it had once heard that these people built whole cities in the branches of trees, and that the houses were connected by stairways, rope ladders, and ramps. But the tinies lived in an entirely different part of the boundless Fantastican empire, even farther away than the rock chewers, which made it all the more amazing that the mount which had evidently carried the tiny all this way was, of all things, a snail. Its pink shell was surmounted by a gleaming silver saddle, and its bridle, as well as the reins fastened to its feelers, glittered like silver threads. The will-o'-the-wisp couldn't get over it that three such different creatures should be sitting there so peacefully, for harmony between different species was by no means the rule in Fantastica. Battles and wars were frequent, and certain of the species had been known to feud for hundreds of years. Moreover, not all the inhabitants of Fantastica were good and honorable. There were also thieving, wicked, and cruel ones. The will-o'-the-wisp itself belonged to a family that was hardly reputed for truthfulness or reliability. After observing the scene in the firelight for some time, the will-o'-the-wisp noticed that each of the three had something white, either a flag or a white scarf worn across his chest, which meant that they were messengers or flag of truce bearers, and that of course accounted for the peaceful atmosphere. Could they be traveling on the same business as the will-o'-the-wisp? What they were saying couldn't be heard from a distance because of the howling wind in the treetops, but since they respected one another as messengers, mightn't they recognize the will-o'-the-wisp in the same capacity and refrain from harming him? It had to ask someone the way, and there seemed little likelihood of finding a better opportunity at this hour in the middle of the woods. So, plucking up courage, it ventured out of its hiding place and hovered trembling in midair, waving its white flag. The rock chewer, whose face was turned in that direction, was first to notice the will-o'-the-wisp. "Lots of traffic around here tonight," he crackled. "Here comes another one." "Who?" "It's a will-o'-the-wisp," whispered the nighthawk, and his moon eyes glowed. "Pleased to meet you." The tiny stood up, took a few steps toward the newcomer, and chirped, "If my eyes don't deceive me, You are here as a messenger." "Yes, indeed," said the Will-o'-the-Wisp. The Tiny removed his red top hat, made a slight bow, and twittered, "Oh, do join us. We too are messengers. Won't you be seated?" And with his hat, he motioned toward an empty place by the fire. "Many thanks," said the Will-o'-the-Wisp, coming timidly closer. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Blub." "Delighted," said the Tiny. "Mine is Gluckuk." The Night-Hob bowed without getting up. "My name is Vushfazul." "And mine," the Rock-Chewer crackled, "is Pjornkraksark." All three looked at the Will-o'-the-Wisp, who was wriggling with embarrassment. Will-o'-the-Wisps find it most unpleasant to be looked full in the face. "Won't you sit down, dear Blub?" said the Tiny. "To tell the truth," said the Will-o'-the-Wisp, "I'm in a terrible hurry. I only wanted to ask if by any chance you knew the way to the ivory tower." "Who?" said the Night-Hob. "Could you be going to see the childlike Empress?" "Exactly," said the Will-o'-the-Wisp. "I have an important message for her." "What does it say?" The Rock-Chewer crackled. "But you see," said the Will-o'-the-Wisp, shifting its weight from foot to foot, "it's a secret message." "All three of us, who have the same mission as you," replied Vushfazul, the Night-Hob. "That makes us partners." "Maybe we even have the same message," said Gluckuk, the Tiny. "Sit down and tell us," Pjornkraksark crackled. The Will-o'-the-Wisp sat down in the empty place. "My home," it began after a moment's hesitation, "is a long way from here. I don't know if any of those present has heard of it. It's called Mouldy Moor." "Who?" cried the Night-Hob delightedly. "A lovely country." The Will-o'-the-Wisp smiled faintly. "Yes, isn't it?" "Is that all you have to say, Blub?" Pjornkraksark crackled. "What is the purpose of your trip?" "Something has happened in Mouldy Moor," said the Will-o'-the-Wisp haltingly. "Something impossible to understand. Actually, it's still happening. It's hard to describe. The way it began was, well, in the east of our country there's a lake. That is, there was a lake. Lake Foaming Broth, we called it. Well, the way it began was like this. One day, Lake Foaming Broth wasn't there anymore. It was gone. See?" "You mean it dried up?" Gluckuk inquired. "No," said the Will-o'-the-Wisp. "Then there'd be a dried-up lake. But there isn't. Where the lake used to be, there's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now do you see?" "A hole?" the Rock-Chewer grunted. "No, not a hole," said the Will-o'-the-Wisp despairingly. "A hole, after all, is something. This is nothing at all." The three other messengers exchanged glances. "What? Who does this nothing look like?" asked the Night-Hob. "That's just what's so hard to describe," said the Will-o'-the-Wisp unhappily. "It doesn't look like anything. It's like, oh, there's no word for it." "Maybe," the Tiny suggested, "when you look at the place, it's as if you were blind." The Will-o'-the-Wisp stared open-mouthed. "Exactly," it cried. "But where? I mean how? I mean, have you had the same?" "Wait a minute," the Rock-Chewer crackled. "Was it only this one place?" "At first, yes," the Will-o'-the-Wisp explained. "That is, the place got bigger little by little. And then, all of a sudden, Foggle, the father of the frogs, who lived in Lake Foaming Broth with his family, was gone too. Some of the inhabitants started running away, but little by little the same thing happened to other parts of Mouldy Moor. It usually started with just a little chunk, no bigger than a partridge egg. But then these chunks got bigger and bigger. If somebody put his foot into one of them by mistake, the foot, or hand, or whatever else he put in, would be gone too. It didn't hurt. It was just that a part of whoever it was would be missing. Some would even fall in on purpose if they got too close to the nothing. It has an irresistible attraction. The bigger the place, the stronger the pull. None of us could imagine what this terrible thing might be, what caused it, and what we could do about it. And seeing that it didn't go away by itself, but kept spreading, we finally decided to send a messenger to the childlike empress to ask her for advice and help. Well, I'm the messenger. The three others gazed silently into space. After a while, the night hob sighed. Whew! It's the same where I come from, and I'm traveling on the exact same errand. Hoo-hoo! The tiny turned to the will-o'-the-wisp. Each one of us, he chirped, comes from a different province of Fantastica. We've met here entirely by chance, but each one of us is going to the childlike empress with the same message. And the message, grated the rock chewer, is that all Fantastica is in danger. The will-o'-the-wisp cast a terrified look at each one in turn. If that's the case, it cried, jumping up, we haven't a moment to lose. We were just going to start, said the tiny. We only stopped to rest because it's so awfully dark here in Howling Forest. But now that you've joined us, Blub, you can light the way. Impossible, said the will-o'-the-wisp. Would you expect me to wait for someone who rides a snail? Sorry. But it's a racing snail, said the tiny, somewhat miffed. Otherwise, hoo-hoo. The night hob sighed. We won't tell you which way to go. Who are you people talking to? The rock chewer crackled. And sure enough, the will-o'-the-wisp hadn't even heard the other messenger's last words, for it was already flitting through the forest in long leaps. Oh well, said the tiny, pushing his top hat onto the back of his head. Maybe it wouldn't have been such a good idea to follow a will-o'-the-wisp. To tell the truth, said the night hob, I prefer to travel on my own, because I, for one, fly. With a quick hoo-hoo, he ordered his bat to make ready, and whish, away he flew. The rock chewer put out the campfire with the palm of his hand. I too prefer to go by myself, he crackled in the darkness. Then I don't need to worry about squashing some wee creature. Rattling and grinding, he rode his stone bicycle straight into the woods, now and then thudding into a tree giant. Slowly, the clatter receded in the distance. Glukkuk, the tiny, was last to set out. He seized the silvery reins and said, All right, we'll see who gets there first. Gee-yap, old-timer, gee-yap. And he clicked his tongue. And then there was nothing to be heard but the storm wind howling in the treetops. The clock in the belfry struck 9. Reluctantly, Bastian's thought turned back to reality. He was glad the Neverending Story had nothing to do with that. He didn't like books in which dull, cranky writers describe humdrum events in the very humdrum lives of humdrum people. Reality gave him enough of that kind of thing. Why should he read about it? Besides, he couldn't stand it when a writer tried to convince him of something. And these humdrum books, it seemed to him, were always trying to do just that. Bastian liked books that were exciting or funny, or that made him dream. Books where made-up characters had marvelous adventures. Books that made him imagine all sorts of things. Because one thing he was good at, possibly the only thing, was imagining things so clearly that he almost saw and heard them. When he told himself stories, he sometimes forgot everything around him and awoke, as though from a dream, only when the story was finished. And this book was just like his own stories. In reading it, he had heard not only the creaking of the big trees and the howling of the wind in the treetops, but also the different voices of the 4 comical messengers. And he almost seemed to catch the smell of moss and forest earth. Down in the classroom, they were starting in on nature study. That consisted almost entirely in counting pistils and stamens. Bastian was glad to be up here in his hiding place, where he could read. This, he thought, was just the right book for him. A week later, Vushvazul, the little night hob, arrived at his destination. He was the first, or rather, he thought he was first, because he was riding through the air. Just as the setting sun turned the clouds to liquid gold, he noticed that his bat was circling over the labyrinth. That was the name of an enormous garden, extending from horizon to horizon, and filled with the most bewitching scents and dreamlike colors. Broad avenues and narrow paths twined their way among copses, lawns, and beds of the rarest, strangest flowers, in a design so artful and intricate that the whole plain resembled an enormous maze. Of course, it had been designed only for pleasure and amusement, with no intention of endangering anyone, much less of warding off an enemy. It would have been useless for such purposes, and the childlike empress required no such protection, because in all the unbounded reaches of Fantastica, there was no one who would have thought of attacking her. For that, there was a reason, as we shall soon see. While gliding soundlessly over the flowery maze, the night hob sighted all sorts of animals. In a small clearing between lilacs and laburnum, a group of young unicorns was playing in the evening sun, and once, glancing under a giant bluebell, he even thought he saw the famous phoenix in its nest, but he wasn't quite certain, and such was his haste that he didn't want to turn back to make sure. For at the center of the labyrinth, there now appeared, shimmering in fairy whiteness, the ivory tower, the heart of Fantastica, and the residence of the childlike empress. The word tower might give someone who has never seen it the wrong idea. It had nothing of the church or castle about it. The ivory tower was as big as a whole city. From a distance, it looked like a pointed mountain peak twisted like a snail shell. Its highest point was deep in the clouds. Only on coming closer could you notice that this great sugar loaf consisted of innumerable towers, turrets, domes, roofs, oriels, terraces, arches, stairways, and balustrades, all marvelously fitted together. The whole was made of the whitest Fantastican ivory, so delicately carved in every detail that it might have been taken for the latticework of the finest lace. These buildings housed the childlike empress's court, her chamberlains and maidservants, wise women and astrologers, magicians and jesters, messengers, cooks and acrobats, her tightrope walkers and storytellers, heralds, gardeners, watchmen, tailors, shoemakers, and alchemists. And at the very summit of the great tower lived the childlike empress, in a pavilion shaped like a magnolia blossom. On certain nights, when the full moon shone most gloriously in the starry sky, the ivory petals opened wide, and the childlike empress would be sitting in the middle of the glorious flower. Riding on his bat, the little night hob landed on one of the lower terraces, where the stables were located. Someone must have announced his arrival, for 5 imperial grooms were there waiting for him. They helped him out of his saddle, bowed to him, and held out the ceremonial welcome cup. As etiquette demanded, Vushfazul took only a sip and then returned the cup. Each of the grooms took a sip, then they bowed again and led the bat to the stables. All this was done in silence. On reaching its appointed place, the bat touched neither food nor drink, but immediately rolled up, hung itself head down on a hook, and fell into a deep sleep. The little night hob had demanded a bit too much of his mount. The grooms left it alone and crept away from the stable on tiptoes. In this stable there were many other mounts, 2 elephants, 1 pink and 1 blue, a gigantic griffin with the forequarters of an eagle and the hindquarters of a lion, a winged horse, whose name was once known even outside of Fantastica, but is now forgotten, several flying dogs, a few other bats, and several dragonflies and butterflies for especially small riders. In other stables there were still other mounts, which didn't fly but ran, crawled, hopped, or swam, and each had a groom of its own to feed and take care of it. Ordinarily, one would have expected to hear quite a cacophony of different voices, roaring, screeching, piping, chirping, croaking, and chattering. But that day there was utter silence. The little night hob was still standing where the grooms had left him. Suddenly, without knowing why, he felt dejected and discouraged. He too was exhausted after the long trip, and not even the knowledge that he had arrived first could cheer him up. Suddenly, he heard a chirping voice. "Hello, hello, if it isn't my good friend Vushfazul. So glad you finally made it." The night hob looked around, and his moon eyes flared with amazement, for on a balustrade, leaning negligently against a flower pot, stood Glukuk, the tiny tipping his red top hat. "Hoo hoo," went the bewildered night hob, and again, "hoo hoo." He just couldn't think of anything better to say. "The other 2 haven't arrived yet. I've been here since yesterday morning." "How? Hoo hoo. How did you do it?" "Simple," said the tiny with a rather condescending smile. "Didn't I tell you I had a racing snail?" The night hob scratched his tangled black head fur with his little pink hand. "I must go to the childlike empress at once," he said mournfully. The tiny gave him a pensive look. He said. "I put in for an appointment yesterday." "Put in for an appointment?" asked the night hob. "Can't we just go in and see her?" "I'm afraid not," chirped the tiny. "We'll have a long wait. You can't imagine how many messengers have turned up." "Hoo hoo," the night hob sighed. "How come?" "You'd better take a look for yourself," the tiny twittered. "Come with me, my dear Vushfazul. Come with me." The 2 of them started out. The high street, which wound around the ivory tower in a narrowing spiral, was clogged with a dense crowd of the strangest creatures: enormous beturbaned djinns, tiny kobolds, 3-headed trolls, bearded dwarfs, glittering fairies, goat-legged fauns, nixies with wavy golden hair, sparkling snow sprites, and countless others were milling about, standing in groups, or sitting silently on the ground, discussing the situation, or gazing glumly into the distance. Vushfazul stopped still when he saw them. "Hoo hoo," he said. "What's going on? What are they all doing here?" "They're all messengers," Glukuk explained. "Messengers from all over Fantastica, all with the same message as ours. I've spoken with several of them. The same menace seems to have broken out everywhere." The night hob gave vent to a long wheezing sigh. Do they know, he asked, what it is and where it comes from? I'm afraid not. Nobody knows. What about the childlike empress? The childlike empress, said the tiny in an undertone, is ill, very ill. Maybe that's the cause of this mysterious calamity that's threatening all Fantastica. But so far, none of the many doctors who've been conferring in the Magnolia Pavilion has discovered the nature of her illness or found a cure for it. That, said the night hob breathlessly, is hoo-hoo terrible. So it is, said the tiny. In view of the circumstances, Vushvazul decided not to put in for an appointment. 2 days later, Blub, the will-o'-the-wisp, arrived. Of course, he had hopped in the wrong direction and made an enormous detour. And finally, 3 days after that, Bjorn Krachsark, the rock chewer, appeared. He came plodding along on foot, for in a sudden frenzy of hunger, he had eaten his stone bicycle. During the long waiting period, the 4 so unalike messengers became good friends. From then on, they stayed together. But that's another story, and shall be told another time. Chapter 2. Because of their special importance, deliberations concerning the welfare of all Fantastica were held in the great throne room of the palace, which was situated only a few floors below the Magnolia Pavilion. The large, circular room was filled with muffled voices. The 499 best doctors in Fantastica had assembled there and were whispering or mumbling with one another in groups of varying sizes. Each one had examined the childlike empress, some more recently than others, and each had tried to help her with his skill, but none had succeeded. None knew the nature or cause of her illness, and none could think of a cure for it. Just then, the 500th doctor, the most famous in all Fantastica, whose knowledge was said to embrace every existing medicinal herb, every magic philter and secret of nature, was examining the patient. He had been with her for several hours, and all his assembled colleagues were eagerly awaiting the result of his examination. Of course, this assembly was nothing like a human medical congress. To be sure, a good many of the inhabitants of Fantastica were more or less human in appearance, but at least as many resembled animals, or were even farther from the human. The doctors inside the hall were just as varied as the crowd of messengers milling about outside. There were dwarf doctors with white beards and humps. There were fairy doctoresses in shimmering silvery blue robes and with glittering stars in their hair. There were water sprites with big round bellies and webbed hands and feet. Sitz baths had been installed for them. There were white snakes who had coiled up on the long table at the center of the room. There were witches, vampires, and ghosts, none of whom are generally reputed to be especially benevolent or conducive to good health. If you are to understand why these last were present, there is one thing you have to know. The childlike empress, as her title indicates, was looked upon as the ruler over all the innumerable provinces of the Fantastican Empire, but in reality, she was far more than a ruler. She was something entirely different. She didn't rule. She had never used force or made use of her power. She never issued commands, and she never judged anyone. She never interfered with anyone, and never had to defend herself against any assailant. For no one would have thought of rebelling against her, or of harming her in any way. In her eyes, all her subjects were equal. She was simply there in a special way. She was the center of all life in Fantastica, and every creature, whether good or bad, beautiful or ugly, merry or solemn, foolish or wise, all owed their existence to her existence. Without her, nothing could have lived, any more than a human body can live if it has lost its heart. All knew this to be so, though no one fully understood her secret. Thus, she was respected by all the creatures of the empire, and her health was of equal concern to them all. For her death would have meant the end of them all, the end of the boundless Fantastican realm. Bastian's thoughts wandered. Suddenly he remembered the long corridor in the hospital where his mother had been operated on. He and his father had sat waiting for hours outside the operating room. Doctors and nurses hurried this way and that. When his father asked about his wife, the answer was always evasive. No one really seemed to know how she was doing. Finally, a bald-headed man in a white smock had come out to them. He looked tired and sad. Much as he regretted it, he said, his efforts had been in vain. He had pressed their hands and mumbled something about heartfelt sympathy. After that, everything had changed between Bastian and his father. Not outwardly. Bastian had everything he could have wished for. He had a 3-speed bicycle, an electric train, plenty of vitamin pills, 53 books, a golden hamster, an aquarium with tropical fish in it, a small camera, 6 pocket knives, and so forth and so on. But none of all this really meant anything to him. Bastian remembered that his father had often played with him in the past. He had even told him stories. No longer. He couldn't talk to his father anymore. There was an invisible wall around his father, and no one could get through to him. He never found fault, and he never praised. Even when Bastian was put back in school, his father hadn't said anything. He had only looked at him in his sad, absent way, and Bastian felt that as far as his father was concerned, he wasn't there at all. That was how his father usually made him feel. When they sat in front of the television screen in the evening, Bastian saw that his father wasn't even looking at it, that his thoughts were far away. Or when they both sat there with books, Bastian saw that his father wasn't reading at all. He'd been looking at the same page for hours and had forgotten to turn it. Bastian knew his father was sad. He himself had cried for many nights. Sometimes he had been so shaken by sobs that he had to vomit, but little by little it had passed, and after all, he was still there. Why didn't his father ever speak to him? Not about his mother, not about important things, but just for the feel of talking together. "If only we knew," said a tall, thin fire sprite with a beard of red flames. "If only we knew what her illness is. There's no fever, no swelling, no rash, no inflammation. She just seems to be fading away. No one knows why." As he spoke, little clouds of smoke came out of his mouth and formed figures. This time they were question marks. A bedraggled old raven who looked like a potato with feathers stuck onto it every which way answered in a croaking voice. He was a head cold and sore throat specialist. "She doesn't cough. She hasn't got a cold. Medically speaking, it's no disease at all." He adjusted the big spectacles on his beak and cast a challenging look around. "One thing seems obvious," buzzed a scarab, a beetle, sometimes known as a pill roller. "There is some mysterious connection between her illness and the terrible happenings these messengers from all Fantastica have been reporting." "Oh yes," scoffed an ink goblin. "You see mysterious connections everywhere." "My dear colleague," pleaded a hollow-cheeked ghost in a long white gown. Let's not get personal. Such remarks are quite irrelevant, and please lower your voices. Conversations of this kind were going on in every part of the throne room. It may seem strange that creatures of so many different kinds were able to communicate with one another, but nearly all the inhabitants of Fantastica, even the animals, knew at least 2 languages: their own, which they spoke only with members of their own species, and which no outsider understood, and the universal language known as High Fantastican. All Fantasticans used it, though some in a rather peculiar way. Suddenly all fell silent, for the great double door had opened. In stepped Chiron, the far-famed master of the healer's art. He was what in older times had been called a centaur. He had the body of a man from the waist up, and that of a horse from the waist down. And Chiron was furthermore a black centaur. He hailed from a remote region far to the south, and his human half was the color of ebony. Only his curly hair and beard were white, while the horse-like half of him was striped like a zebra. He was wearing a strange hat plaited of reeds. A large golden amulet hung from a chain around his neck, and on this amulet one could make out 2 snakes, one light and one dark, which were biting each other's tail, and so forming an oval. Everyone in Fantastica knew what the medallion meant. It was the badge of one acting on orders from the childlike empress, acting in her name, as though she herself were present. It was said to give the bearer mysterious powers, though no one knew exactly what these powers were. Everyone knew its name, Orin, but many, who feared to pronounce the name, called it the gem or the glory. In other words, the book that Bastian was currently reading bore the mark of the childlike empress. A whispering passed through the throne room, and some of the doctors were heard to cry out. The gem had not been entrusted to anyone for a long, long time. Chiron stamped his hooves 2 or 3 times. When the disorder subsided, he said in a deep voice, "Friends, don't be too upset. I shall only be wearing Orin for a short time. I am merely a go-between. Soon I shall pass the gem on to one worthier." A breathless silence filled the room. I won't try to misrepresent our defeat with high-sounding words. The childlike empress's illness has baffled us all. The one thing we know is that the destruction of Fantastica began at the same time as this illness. We can't even be sure that medical science can save her. But it is possible, and I hope none of you will be offended at what I'm going to say. It is possible that we who are gathered here, do not possess all knowledge, all wisdom. Indeed, it is my last and only hope that somewhere in this unbounded realm there is a being wiser than we are, who can give us help and advice. Of course, this is no more than a possibility, but one thing is certain. The search for this savior calls for a pathfinder, someone who is capable of finding paths in the pathless wilderness, and who will shrink from no danger or hardship. In other words, a hero. And the childlike empress has given me the name of this hero, to whom she entrusts her salvation and ours. His name is Atreyu, and he lives in the grassy ocean beyond the Silver Mountains. I shall transmit Orin to him and send him on the great quest. Now you know all there is to know. With that, the old centaur thumped out of the room. Those who remained behind exchanged looks of bewilderment. "What was this hero's name?" one of them asked. "Atreyu, or something of the kind," said another. "Never heard of him," said the third, and all 499 doctors shook their heads in dismay. The clock in the belfry struck 10. Bastian was amazed at how quickly the time had passed. In class, every hour seemed to drag on for an eternity. Down below, they would be having history with Mr. Drone, a gangling, ordinarily ill-tempered man who delighted in holding Bastian up to ridicule because he couldn't remember the dates when certain battles had been fought or when someone or other had reigned. The grassy ocean behind the Silver Mountains was many days' journey from the ivory tower. It was actually a prairie, as long and wide and flat as an ocean. Its whole expanse was covered with tall, juicy grass, and when the wind blew, great waves passed over it with a sound like troubled water. The people who lived there were known as grass people, or greenskins. They had blue-black hair, which the men as well as the women wore long, and often in pigtails, and their skin was olive green. They led a hard, frugal life, and their children, girls as well as boys, were brought up to be brave, proud, and generous. They learned to bear heat, cold, and great hardship, and were tested for courage at an early age. This was necessary because the greenskins were a nation of hunters. They obtained everything they needed either from the hard, fibrous prairie grass or from the purple buffaloes, great herds of which roamed the grassy ocean. These purple buffaloes were about twice the size of common bulls or cows. They had long, purplish-red hair, with a silky sheen and enormous horns, with tips as hard and sharp as daggers. They were peaceful as a rule, but when they scented danger or thought they were being attacked, they could be as terrible as a natural cataclysm. Only a greenskin would have dared to hunt these beasts, and moreover they used no other weapons than bows and arrows. The greenskins were believers in chivalrous combat, and often it was not the hunted, but the hunter who lost his life. The greenskins loved and honored the purple buffaloes, and held that only those willing to be killed by them had the right to kill them. News of the childlike empress's illness and the danger threatening all Fantastica had not yet reached the grassy ocean. It was a long, long time since any traveler had visited the tent colonies of the greenskins. The grass was juicier than ever, the days were bright, and the nights full of stars. All seemed to be well. But one day, a white-haired black centaur appeared. His hide was dripping with sweat, he seemed totally exhausted, and his bearded face was haggard. On his head, he wore a strange hat plaited of reeds, and around his neck a chain with a large golden amulet hanging from it. It was Chiron. He stood in the open space at the center of the successive rings of tents. It was there that the elders held their councils, and that the people danced and sang old songs on feast days. He waited for the greenskins to assemble, but it was only very old men and women and small children, wide-eyed with curiosity, who crowded around him. He stamped his hooves impatiently. "Where are the hunters and huntresses?" He panted, removing his hat and wiping his forehead. A white-haired woman with a baby in her arms replied, "They are still hunting. They won't be back for 3 or 4 days." "Is Atreyu with them?" the centaur asked. "Yes, stranger, but how can it be that you know him?" "I don't know him. Go and get him." "Stranger," said an old man on crutches, "he will come unwillingly, because this is his hunt. It starts at sunset. Do you know what that means?" Chiron shook his mane and stamped his hooves. "I don't know, and it doesn't matter. He has something more important to do now. You know this sign I am wearing. Go and get him." "We see the gem," said a little girl, "and we know you have come from the childlike empress. But who are you?" "My name is Chiron," the centaur growled. "Chiron the physician, if that means anything to you." A bent old woman pushed forward and cried out, "Yes, it's true. I recognize him. I saw him once when I was young. He is the greatest and most famous doctor in all Fantastica." The centaur nodded. "Thank you, my good woman," he said. "And now, perhaps one of you will at last be kind enough to bring this Atreyu here. It's urgent. The life of the childlike empress is at stake." "I'll go," cried a little girl of 5 or 6. She ran away, and a few seconds later she could be seen between the tents galloping away on a saddleless horse. "At last," Chiron grumbled. Then he fell into a dead faint. When he revived, he didn't know where he was, for all was dark around him. It came to him only little by little that he was in a large tent, lying on a bed of soft furs. It seemed to be night, for through a cleft in the door curtain he saw flickering firelight. "Holy horseshoes," he muttered, and tried to sit up. "How long have I been lying here?" A head looked in through the door opening and pulled back again. Someone said, "Yes, he seems to be awake." Then the curtain was drawn aside and a boy of about 10 stepped in. His long trousers and shoes were of soft buffalo leather. His body was bare from the waist up, but a long purple-red cloak, evidently woven from buffalo hair, hung from his shoulders. His long blue-black hair was gathered together and held back by leather thongs. A few simple white designs were painted on the olive-green skin of his cheeks and forehead. His dark eyes flashed angrily at the intruder. Otherwise, his features betrayed no emotion of any kind. "What do you want of me, stranger?" he asked. "Why have you come to my tent? And why have you robbed me of my hunt? If I had killed the big buffalo today, and my arrow was already fitted to my bowstring, I'd have been a hunter tomorrow. Now I'll have to wait a whole year. Why?" The old centaur stared at him in consternation. "Am I to take it," he asked, "that you are Atreyu?" "That's right, stranger. Isn't there someone else of the same name? A grown man, an experienced hunter?" "No, I and no one else am Atreyu." Sinking back on his bed of furs, old Chiron gasped. A child, a little boy. Really, the decisions of the childlike empress are hard to fathom. Atreyu waited in impassive silence. "Forgive me, Atreyu," said Chiron, controlling his agitation with the greatest difficulty. "I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, but the surprise has been just too great. Frankly, I'm horrified. I don't know what to think. I can't help wondering, did the childlike empress really know what she was doing when she chose a youngster like you? It's sheer madness, and if she did it intentionally, then... With a violent shake of his head, he blurted out, No. If I had known whom she was sending me to, I'd have refused to entrust you with the mission. I'd have refused." "What mission?" Atreyu asked. "It's monstrous," cried Chiron indignantly. "It's doubtful whether even the greatest, most experienced of heroes could carry out this mission. And you, she's sending you into the unfathomable to look for the unknown. No one can help you. No one can advise you. No one can foresee what will befall you. And yet, you must decide at once, immediately, whether or not you accept the mission. There's not a moment to be lost. For 10 days and nights I have galloped almost without rest to reach you. But now, I almost wish I hadn't got here. I'm very old. I'm at the end of my strength. Give me a drink of water, please. Atreyu brought a pitcher of fresh spring water. The centaur drank deeply. Then he wiped his beard and said somewhat more calmly, "Thank you. That was good. I feel better already. Listen to me, Atreyu. You don't have to accept this mission. The childlike empress leaves it entirely up to you. She never gives orders. I'll tell her how it is, and she'll find someone else. She can't have known you were a little boy. She must have got you mixed up with someone else. That's the only possible explanation." "What is this mission?" Atreyu asked. "To find a cure for the childlike empress," the centaur answered, "and save Fantastica." "Is she sick?" Atreyu asked in amazement. Chiron told him how it was with the childlike empress and what the messengers had reported from all parts of Fantastica. Atreyu asked many questions, and the centaur answered them to the best of his ability. They talked far into the night, and the more Atreyu learned of the menace facing Fantastica, the more his face, which at first had been so impassive, expressed unveiled horror. "To think," he murmured finally with pale lips, "that I knew nothing about it." Chiron cast a grave, anxious look at the boy from under his bushy white eyebrows. "Now you know the lie of the land," he said, "and now perhaps you understand why I was so upset when I first laid eyes on you. Still, it was you the childlike empress named. Go and find Atreyu," she said to me. "I put all my trust in him," she said. "Ask him if he's willing to attempt the great quest for me and for Fantastica. I don't know why she chose you. Maybe only a little boy like you can do whatever has to be done. I don't know, and I can't advise you." Atreyu sat there with bowed head and made no reply. He realized that this was a far greater task than his hunt. It was doubtful whether the greatest hunter and pathfinder could succeed. How then could he hope? "Well?" the centaur asked. "Will you?" Atreyu raised his head and looked at him. "I will," he said firmly. Chiron nodded gravely. Then he took the chain with the golden amulet from his neck and put it around Atreyu's. "Orin gives you great power," he said solemnly, "but you must not make use of it, for the childlike empress herself never makes use of her power. Orin will protect you and guide you, but whatever comes your way, you must never interfere, because from this moment on, your own opinion ceases to count. For that same reason, you must go unarmed. You must let what happens happen. Everything must be equal in your eyes, good and evil, beautiful and ugly, foolish and wise, just as it is in the eyes of the childlike empress. You may only search and inquire, never judge. Always remember that, Atreyu." "Orin," Atreyu repeated with awe. "I will be worthy of the glory. When should I start?" "Immediately," said Chiron. "No one knows how long your great quest will be. Every hour may count, even now. Say goodbye to your parents and your brothers and sisters." "I have none," said Atreyu. "My parents were both killed by a buffalo, soon after I was born." "Who brought you up?" "All the men and women together. That's why they called me Atreyu, which in our language means son of all." No one knew better than Bastian what that meant. Even though his father was still alive, and Atreyu had neither father nor mother. To make up for it, Atreyu had been brought up by all the men and women together and was the son of all, while Bastian had no one, and was really nobody's son. All the same, Bastian was glad to have this much in common with Atreyu, because otherwise he resembled him hardly at all, neither physically nor in courage and determination. Yet Bastian, too, was engaged in a great quest, and didn't know where it would lead him or how it would end. "In that case," said the old centaur, "you'd better go without saying goodbye. I'll stay here and explain." Atreyu's face became leaner and harder than ever. "Where should I begin?" he asked. "Everywhere and nowhere," said Chiron. "From now on, you will be on your own, with no one to advise you, and that's how it will be until the end of the great quest, however it may end." Atreyu nodded. "Farewell, Chiron." "Farewell, Atreyu, and much luck." The boy turned away and was leaving the tent when the centaur called him back. As they stood face to face, the old centaur put both hands on Atreyu's shoulders, looked him in the eye with a respectful smile, and said slowly, "I think I'm beginning to see why the childlike empress chose you, Atreyu." The boy lowered his head just a while. Then he went out quickly. His horse, Artax, was standing outside the tent. He was small and spotted like a wild horse. His legs were short and stocky, but he was the fastest, most tireless runner far and wide. He was still saddled, as Atreyu had ridden him back from the hunt. "Artax," Atreyu whispered, patting his neck. "We're going away, far, far away. No one knows if we shall ever come back." The horse nodded his head and gave a brief snort. "Yes, master," he said, "but what about your hunt?" "We're going on a much greater hunt," said Atreyu, swinging himself into the saddle. "Wait, master," said the horse. "You've forgotten your weapons. Are you going without your bow and arrow?" "Yes, Artax," said Atreyu. "I have to go unarmed because I am bearing the gem." Snorted the horse. "And where are we going?" "Wherever you like, Artax," said Atreyu. "From this moment on, we shall be on the great quest." With that, they galloped away and were swallowed up by the darkness. At the same time, in a different pot of Fantastica, something happened which went completely unnoticed. Neither Atreyu nor Artax had the slightest inkling of it. On a remote night-black heath, the darkness condensed into a great shadowy form. It became so dense that even in that moonless, starless night, it came to look like a big black body. Its outlines were still unclear, but it stood on 4 legs, and green fire glowed in the eyes of its huge, shaggy head. It lifted up its great snout and stood for a long while, sniffing the air. Then suddenly it seemed to find the scent it was looking for, and a deep, triumphant growl issued from its throat. And off it ran through the starless night in long, soundless leaps. The clock in the belfry struck 11. From the downstairs corridors arose the shouts of children running out to the playground. Bastian was still squatting cross-legged on the mats. His legs had fallen asleep. He wasn't an Indian after all. He stood up, took his sandwich and an apple out of his satchel, and paced the floor. He had pins and needles in his feet, which took some time to wake up. Then he climbed onto the horse and straddled it. He imagined he was Atreyu galloping through the night on Artax's back. He leaned forward and rested his head on his horse's neck. "Gee," he cried. "Run, Artax, gee, gee." Then he became frightened. It had been foolish of him to shout so loud. What if someone had heard him? He waited a while and listened, but all he heard was the intermingled shouts from the yard. Feeling rather foolish, he climbed down off the horse. Really, he was behaving like a small child. He unwrapped his sandwich and shined the apple on his trousers. But just as he was biting into it, he stopped himself. "No," he said to himself aloud. "I must carefully apportion my provisions. Who knows how long they will have to last me?" With a heavy heart, he rewrapped his sandwich and returned it to his satchel along with the apple. Then, with a sigh, he settled down on the mats and reached for the book. To another episode from Sleepbound. Like many of you, I grew up watching the Neverending Story. Apart from the heart-wrenching moment with the quicksand, I have very fond memories of it. So, I'm hoping that reading through the book will expand the story and bring all those memories back. Now, close your eyes, let your imagination take over, and let's begin the next chapter. Chapter 3. Chiron, the old black centaur, sank back on his bed of furs as Artax's hoofbeats were dying away. After so much exertion, he was at the end of his strength. The women who found him next day in Atreyu's tent feared for his life, and when the hunters came home a few days later, he was hardly any better. But he managed nevertheless to tell them why Atreyu had ridden away and would not be back soon. As they were all fond of the boy, their concern for him made them grave. Still, they were proud that the childlike empress had chosen him for the great quest, though none claimed to understand her choice. Old Chiron never went back to the ivory tower, but he didn't die, and he didn't stay with the greenskins in the grassy ocean. His destiny was to lead him over very different and unexpected pathways. But that is another story, and shall be told another time. That same night, Atreyu rode to the foot of the Silver Mountains. It was almost morning when he finally stopped to rest. Artax grazed a while and drank water from a small mountain stream. Atreyu wrapped himself in his red cloak and slept a few hours. But when the sun rose, they were already on their way. On the first day, they crossed the Silver Mountains, where every road and trail was known to them, and they made quick progress. When he felt hungry, the boy ate a chunk of dried buffalo meat and 2 little grass seed cakes that he had been carrying in his saddlebag. Originally, they had been intended for his hunt. "Exactly," said Bastian. "A man has to eat now and then." He took his sandwich out of his satchel, unwrapped it, broke it carefully in 2 pieces, wrapped one of them up again, and put it away. Then he ate the other. Recess was over. Bastian wondered what his class would be doing next. Oh yes, geography, with Mrs. Flint. You had to reel off rivers and their tributaries, cities, population figures, natural resources, and industries. Bastian shrugged his shoulders and went on reading. By sunset, the Silver Mountains lay behind them, and again they stopped to rest. That night, Atreyu dreamed of purple buffaloes. He saw them in the distance, roaming over the grassy ocean, and he tried to get near them on his horse. In vain. He galloped, he spurred his horse, but they were always the same distance away. The second day they passed through the singing tree country. Each tree had a different shape, different leaves, different bark, but all of them in growing, and this was what gave the country its name, made soft music that sounded from far and near and joined in a mighty harmony that hadn't its like for beauty in all Fantastica. Riding through this country wasn't entirely devoid of danger, for many a traveler had stopped still as though spellbound and forgotten everything else. Atreyu felt the power of these marvelous sounds, but didn't let himself be tempted to stop. The following night, he dreamed again of purple buffaloes. This time he was on foot, and a great herd of them was passing, but they were beyond the range of his bow, and when he tried to come closer, his feet clung to the ground, and he couldn't move them. His frantic efforts to tear them loose woke him up. He started out at once, though the sun had not yet risen. The third day he saw the glass tower of Erebo, where the inhabitants of the region caught and stored starlight. Out of the starlight they made wonderfully decorative objects, the purpose of which, however, was known to no one in all Fantastica but their makers. He met some of these folk. Little creatures they were, who seemed to have been blown from glass. They were extremely friendly and provided him with food and drink, but when he asked them who might know something about the childlike empress's illness, they sank into a gloomy, perplexed silence. The next night, Atreyu dreamed again that the herd of purple buffaloes was passing. One of the beasts, a particularly large, imposing bull, broke away from his fellows, and slowly, with no sign of either fear or anger, approached Atreyu. Like all true hunters, Atreyu knew every creature's vulnerable spot, where an arrow wound would be fatal. The purple buffalo put himself in such a position as to offer a perfect target. Atreyu fitted an arrow to his bow and pulled with all his might, but he couldn't shoot. His fingers seemed to have grown into the bowstring, and he couldn't release it. Each of the following nights, he dreamed something of the sort. He got closer and closer to the same purple buffalo. He recognized him by a white spot on his forehead, but for some reason, he was never able to shoot the deadly arrow. During the days, he rode farther and farther, without knowing where he was going or finding anyone to advise him. The golden amulet he wore was respected by all who met him, but none had an answer to his question. One day, he saw from afar the flaming streets of Salamander, the city whose inhabitants' bodies are of fire, but he preferred to keep away from it. He crossed the broad plateau of the Sassafranians, who are born old and die when they become babies. He came to the jungle temple of Muamath, where a great moonstone pillar hovers in midair, and he spoke to the monks who lived there. And again, no one could tell him anything. He had been traveling aimlessly for almost a week, when on the seventh day and the following night, two very different encounters changed his situation and state of mind. Chiron's story of the terrible happenings in all parts of Fantastica had made an impression on him, but thus far, the disaster was something he had only heard about. On the seventh day, he was to see it with his own eyes. Toward noon, he was riding through a dense, dark forest of enormous, gnarled trees. This was the same howling forest where the four messengers had met some time before. That region, as Atreyu knew, was the home of bark trolls. These, as he had been told, were giants and giantesses, who themselves looked like gnarled tree trunks. As long as they stood motionless, as they usually did, you could easily mistake them for trees and ride on unsuspecting. Only when they moved could you see that they had branch-like arms and crooked, root-like legs. Though exceedingly powerful, they were not dangerous. At most, they liked to play tricks on travelers who had lost their way. Atreyu had just discovered a woodland meadow with a brook twining through it, and had dismounted to let Artax drink and graze. Suddenly, he heard a loud crackling and thudding in the woods behind him. 3 bark trolls emerged from the woods and came toward him. A cold shiver ran down his spine at the sight of them. The first, having no legs or haunches, was obliged to walk on his hands. The second had a hole in his chest, so big you could see through it. The third hopped on his right foot, because the whole left half of him was missing, as if he had been cut through the middle. When they saw the amulet hanging from Atreyu's neck, they nodded to one another and came slowly closer. "Don't be afraid," said the one who was walking on his hands, and his voice sounded like the groaning of a tree. "We're not exactly pretty to look at, but in this part of Howling Forest there's no one else left who might warn you. That's why we've come." "Warn?" Atreyu asked. "Against what?" "We've heard about you," moaned the one with the hole in his chest, "and we've been told about your quest. Don't go any further in this direction, or you'll be lost." "The same thing will happen to you as happened to us," sighed the halved one. "Would you like that?" "What has happened to you?" Atreyu asked. "The nothing is spreading," groaned the first. "It's growing and growing. There's more of it every day, if it's possible to speak of more nothing. All the others fled from Howling Forest in time, but we didn't want to leave our home. The nothing caught us in our sleep, and this is what it did to us." "Is it very painful?" Atreyu asked. "No," said the second bark troll, the one with the hole in his chest. "You don't feel a thing. There's just something missing, and once it gets hold of you, something more is missing every day. Soon there won't be anything left of us." "In what part of the woods did it begin?" Atreyu asked. "Would you like to see it?" The third troll, who was only half a troll, turned to his fellow sufferers with a questioning look. When they nodded, he said, "We'll take you to a place where there's a good view of it, but you must promise not to go any closer. If you do, it will pull you in." "All right," said Atreyu. "I promise." The 3 turned about and made for the edge of the forest. Leading Artax by the bridle, Atreyu followed them. For a while they went this way and that way, between enormous trees. Then finally they stopped at the foot of a giant tree so big that 5 grown men holding hands could scarcely have girdled it. "Climb as high as you can," said the legless troll, "and look in the direction of the sunrise. Then you'll see, or rather not see it." Atreyu pulled himself up by the knots and bumps on the tree. He reached the lower branches, hoisted himself to the next, climbed and climbed until he lost sight of the ground below him. Higher and higher he went. The trunk grew thinner, and the more closely spaced side branches made it easier to climb. When at last he reached the crown, he turned toward the sunrise. And then he saw it. The tops of the trees nearest him were still green, but the leaves of those farther away seemed to have lost all color. They were gray. A little farther on, the foliage seemed to become strangely transparent, misty, or better still, unreal. And farther still there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Not a bare stretch, not darkness, not some lighter color. No, it was something the eyes could not bear, something that made you feel you had gone blind. For no eye can bear the sight of utter nothingness. Atreyu held his hand before his face and nearly fell off his branch. He clung tight for a moment, then climbed down as fast as he could. He had seen enough. At last he really understood the horror that was spreading through Fantastica. When he reached the foot of the great tree, the 3 bark trolls had vanished. Atreyu swung himself into the saddle and galloped as fast as Artax would carry him in the direction that would take him away from this slowly but irresistibly spreading nothing. By nightfall, he had left Howling Forest far behind him. Only then did he stop to rest. That night, a second encounter, which was to give his great quest a new direction, awaited him. He dreamed, much more distinctly than before, of the purple buffalo he had wanted to kill. This time Atreyu was without his bow and arrow. He felt very, very small, and the buffalo's face filled the whole sky. And the face spoke to him. He couldn't understand every word, but this is the gist of what it said. If you had killed me, you would be a hunter now. But because you let me live, I can help you, Atreyu. Listen to me. There is, in Fantastica, a being older than all other beings. In the north, far, far from here, lie the swamps of sadness. In the middle of those swamps, there is a mountain. Tortoise Shell Mountain, it's called. There lives Morla, the Aged One. Go and see Morla, the Aged One. Then Atreyu woke up. The clock in the belfry struck 12. Soon, Bastian's classmates would be going down to the gym for their last class. Today they'd probably be playing with the big, heavy medicine ball, which Bastian handled so awkwardly that neither of the two teams ever wanted him. And sometimes they played with a small, hard rubber ball that hurt terribly when it hit you. Bastian was an easy mark and was always getting hit full force. Or perhaps they'd be climbing rope, an exercise that Bastian especially detested. Most of the others would be all the way to the top, while he, with his face as red as a beet, would be dangling like a sack of flour at the very bottom of the rope, unable to climb as much as a foot. They'd all be laughing their heads off, and Mr. Menga, the gym teacher, had a special stock of jibes just for Bastian. Bastian would have given a good deal to be like Atreyu. He'd have shown them. He heaved a deep sigh. Atreyu rode northward, ever northward. He allowed himself and his little horse only the most necessary stops for sleep and food. He rode by day, and he rode by night, in the scorching sun and the pelting rain. He looked neither to the left nor the right and asked no more questions. The farther northward he went, the darker it grew. An unchanging leaden-gray twilight filled the days. At night, the northern lights played across the sky. One morning, when time seemed to be standing still in the murky light, he looked out from a hilltop and finally glimpsed the swamps of sadness. Clouds of mist drifted over them. Here and there, he distinguished little clumps of trees, their trunks divided at the bottom into 4, 5, or more crooked stilts, which made the trees look like great, many-legged crabs standing in the black water. From the brown foliage hung aerial roots resembling motionless tentacles. It was next to impossible to make out where there was solid ground between the pools of water and where there was only a covering of water plants. Artax whinnied with horror. "Are we going in there, master?" "Yes," said Atreyu. "We must find Tortoise Shell Mountain. It's at the center of those swamps." He urged Artax on, and Artax obeyed. Step by step, he tested the firmness of the ground, but that made progress very slow. At length, Atreyu dismounted and led Artax by the bridle. Several times the horse sank in, but managed to pull himself loose. But the farther they went into the swamps of sadness, the more sluggish became his movements. He let his head droop and barely dragged himself forward. "Artax," said Atreyu. "What's the matter?" "I don't know, master. I think we should turn back. There's no sense in all this. We're chasing after something you only dreamed about. We won't find anything. Maybe it's too late even now. Maybe the childlike empress is already dead, and everything we're doing is useless. Let us turn back, master." Atreyu was astonished. "Artax," he said, "you've never spoken like this. What's the matter? Are you sick?" "Maybe I am," said Artax. "With every step we take, the sadness grows in my heart. I've lost hope, master, and I feel so heavy, I can't go on." "But we must go on," cried Atreyu. "Come along, Artax." He tugged at the bridle, but Artax stood still. He had sunk in up to his belly, and he made no further effort to extricate himself. "Artax," cried Atreyu, "you mustn't let yourself go. Come, pull yourself out, or you'll sink." "Leave me, master," said the little horse. "I can't make it. Go on alone. Don't bother about me. I can't stand the sadness anymore. I want to die." Desperately, Atreyu pulled at the bridle, but the horse sank deeper and deeper. When only his head emerged from the black water, Atreyu took it in his arms. "I'll hold you, Artax," he whispered. "I won't let you go under." The little horse uttered one last soft neigh. "You can't help me, master. It's all over for me. Neither of us knew what we were getting into. Now we know why they are called the swamps of sadness. It's the sadness that has made me so heavy. That's why I'm sinking. There's no help." "But I'm here too," said Atreyu, "and I don't feel anything." "You're wearing the gem, master," said Artax. "It protects you." "Then I'll hang it around your neck," Atreyu cried. "Maybe it will protect you too." He started taking the chain off his neck. "No," the little horse whinnied. "You mustn't do that, master. The glory was entrusted to you. You weren't given permission to pass it on as you see fit. You must carry on the quest without me." Atreyu pressed his face into the horse's cheek. "Artax," he whispered. "Oh, my Artax." "Will you grant my last wish?" the little horse asked. Atreyu nodded in silence. "Then I beg you to go away. I don't want you to see my end. Will you do me that favor?" Slowly, Atreyu arose. Half the horse's head was already in the black water. "Farewell, Atreyu, my master," he said, "and thank you." Atreyu pressed his lips together. He couldn't speak. Once again, he nodded to Artax, then he turned away. Bastian was sobbing. He couldn't help it. His eyes filled with tears, and he couldn't go on reading. He had to take out his handkerchief and blow his nose before he could go on. Atreyu waited and waited. For how long he didn't know. The mist grew thicker, and he felt as if he were blind and deaf. It seemed to him that he had been wandering around in circles for hours. He stopped worrying about where to set his foot down, and yet he never sank in above his knees. By some mysterious means, the childlike empress's amulet led him the right way. Then suddenly, he saw a high, steep mountain ahead of him. Pulling himself up from crag to crag, he climbed to the rounded top. At first, he didn't notice what this mountain was made of, but from the top, he overlooked the whole mountain, and then he saw that it consisted of great slabs of tortoise shell, with moss growing in the crevices between them. He had found Tortoise Shell Mountain, but the discovery gave him no pleasure. Now that his faithful little horse was gone, It left him almost indifferent. Still, he would have to find out who this Morla the Aged One was, and where she actually lived. While he was mulling it over, he felt a slight tremor shaking the mountain. Then he heard a hideous wheezing and lip-smacking, and a voice that seemed to issue from the innermost bowels of the earth. "Sakes alive, old woman, somebody's crawling around on us." In hurrying to the end of the ridge, where the sounds had come from, Atreyu had slipped on a bed of moss. Since there was nothing for him to hold on to, he slid faster and faster, and finally fell off the mountain. Luckily, he landed on a tree, which caught him in its branches. Looking back at the mountain, he saw an enormous cave. Water was splashing and gushing inside, and something was moving. Slowly, the something came out. It looked like a boulder as big as a house. When it came into full sight, Atreyu saw that it was a head attached to a long, wrinkled neck, the head of a turtle. Its eyes were black and as big as ponds. The mouth was dripping with muck and water weeds. This whole tortoise-shell mountain, it suddenly dawned on Atreyu, was one enormous beast, a giant swamp turtle. Morla, the Aged One. The wheezing, gurgling voice spoke again. "What are you doing here, son?" Atreyu reached for the amulet on his chest and held it in such a way that the great eyes couldn't help seeing it. "Do you recognize this, Morla?" She took a while to answer. "Sakes alive. Orin. We haven't seen that in a long time, have we, old woman? The emblem of the childlike empress. Not in a long time." "The childlike empress is sick," said Atreyu. "Did you know that?" "It's all the same to us. Isn't it, old woman?" Morla replied. She seemed to be talking to herself, perhaps because she had had no one else to talk to for heaven knows how long. "If we don't save her, she'll die," Atreyu cried out. "The nothing is spreading everywhere. I've seen it myself." Morla stared at him out of her great empty eyes. "We don't mind, do we, old woman? But then we shall all die," Atreyu screamed. "Every last one of us." "Sakes alive," said Morla. "But what do we care? Nothing matters to us anymore. It's all the same to us." "But you'll be destroyed too, Morla," cried Atreyu angrily. "Or do you expect, because you're so old, to outlive Fantastica?" "Sakes alive," Morla gurgled. "We're old, son, much too old. Lived long enough, seen too much. When you know as much as we do, nothing matters. Things just repeat. Day and night, summer and winter. The world is empty and aimless. Everything circles around. Whatever starts up must pass away. Whatever is born must die. It all cancels out, good and bad, beautiful and ugly. Everything's empty. Nothing is real. Nothing matters." Atreyu didn't know what to answer. The Aged One's dark, empty, pond-sized eyes paralyzed his thoughts. After a while, he heard her speak again. "You're young, son. If you were as old as we are, you'd know there's nothing but sadness. Why shouldn't we die, you and I, the childlike empress, the whole lot of us? Anyway, it's all flim-flam, meaningless games. Nothing matters. Leave us in peace, son. Go away." Atreyu tensed his will to fight off the paralysis that flowed from her eyes. "If you know so much," he said, "you must know what the childlike empress's illness is, and whether there's a cure for it." We do, don't we, old woman?" Morla wheezed. "But it's all the same to us whether she's saved or not, so why should we tell you?" "If it's really all the same to you," Atreyu argued, "you might just as well tell me." We could, couldn't we, old woman?" Morla grunted. but we don't feel like it. Then it's not all the same to you. Then you yourself don't believe what you're saying. After a long silence, he heard a deep gurgling and belching. That must have been some kind of laughter, if Morla, the aged one, was still capable of laughing. In any case, she said, "You're a sly one, son. Really sly. We haven't had so much fun in a long time. Have we, old woman? Sakes alive, it's true. We might just as well tell you. Makes no difference. Should we tell him, old woman?" A long silence followed. Atreyu waited anxiously for Morla's answer, taking care not to interrupt the slow, cheerless flow of her thoughts. At last she spoke. "Your life is short, son. Ours is long, much too long. But we both live in time. You a short time, we a long time. The childlike empress has always been there, but she's not old. She has always been young. She still is. Her life isn't measured by time, but by names. She needs a new name. She keeps needing new names. Do you know her name, son?" "No," Atreyu admitted. "I never heard it." "You couldn't have," said Morla. "Not even we can remember it. Yet she has had many names, but they're all forgotten, over and done with. But without a name she can't live. All the childlike empress needs is a new name. Then she'll get well. But it makes no difference whether she gets well or not." She closed her pond-sized eyes and began slowly to pull in her head. "Wait," cried Atreyu. "Where can she get a name? Who can give her one? Where can I find the name?" "None of us," Morla gurgled. "No inhabitant of Fantastica can give her a new name. So it's hopeless. Sakes alive. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters." "Who then?" cried Atreyu in despair. "Who can give her the name that will save her and save us all?" "Don't make so much noise," said Morla. "Leave us in peace and go away. Even we don't know who can give her a name." "If you don't know," Atreyu screamed even louder, "who does?" She opened her eyes a last time. "If you weren't wearing the gem," she wheezed, "we'd eat you up just to have peace and quiet. Sakes alive." "Who?" Atreyu insisted. "Tell me who knows, and I'll leave you in peace forever." "It doesn't matter," she replied. "But maybe Uyulala in the Southern Oracle knows. She may know. It's all the same to us. How can I get there?" "You can't get there at all, son. Not in 10,000 days' journey. Your life is too short. You'd die first. It's too far. In the south. Much too far. So it's all hopeless. We told you so in the first place, didn't we, old woman? Sakes alive, son. Give it up. And most important, leave us in peace." With that, she closed her empty gazing eyes and pulled her head back into the cave for good. Atreyu knew he would learn no more from her. At that same time, the shadowy being which had condensed out of the darkness of the heath picked up Atreyu's trail and headed for the swamps of sadness. Nothing and no one in all Fantastica would deflect it from that trail. Bastian had propped his head on his hand and was looking thoughtfully into space. "Strange," he said aloud, "that no one in all Fantastica can give the childlike empress a new name. If it had been just a matter of giving her a name, Bastian could easily have helped her. He was tops at that. But unfortunately, he was not in Fantastica, where his talents were needed and would even have won him friends and admirers. On the other hand, he was glad not to be there. Not for anything in the world would he have ventured into such a place as the swamps of sadness. And then this spooky creature of darkness that was chasing Atreyu without his knowing it. Bastian would have liked to warn him, but that was impossible. All he could do was hope and go on reading. Chapter 4. Dire hunger and thirst pursued Atreyu. It was 2 days since he had left the swamps of sadness, and since then he had been wandering through an empty, rocky wilderness. What little provisions he had taken with him had sunk beneath the black waters with Artax. In vain, Atreyu dug his fingers into the clefts between stones in the hope of finding some little root, but nothing grew there, not even moss or lichen. At first he was glad to feel solid ground beneath his feet, but little by little it came to him that he was worse off than ever. He was lost. He didn't even know what direction he was going in, for the dusky grayness was the same all around him. A cold wind blew over the needle-like rocks that rose up on all sides, blue and blue. Uphill and downhill he plodded, but all he saw was distant mountains with still more distant ranges behind them, and so on to the horizon on all sides, and nothing living, not a beetle, not an ant, not even the vultures which ordinarily follow the weary traveler until he falls by the wayside. Doubt was no longer possible. This was the land of the dead mountains. Few had seen them, and fewer still escaped from them alive. But they figured in the legends of Atreyu's people. He remembered an old song, "Better the huntsman should perish in the swamps, for in the dead mountains there is a deep, deep chasm, where dwelleth Igramul the many, the horror of horrors." Even if Atreyu had wanted to turn back and had known what direction to take, it would not have been possible. He had gone too far and could only keep on going. If only he himself had been involved, he might have sat down in a cave and quietly waited for death, as the greenskin hunters did. But he was engaged in the great quest. The life of the childlike empress and of all Fantastica was at stake. He had no right to give up, and so he kept at it, uphill and down. From time to time he realized that he had long been walking as though in his sleep, that his mind had been in other realms, from which they had returned none too willingly. Bastian gave a start. The clock in the belfry struck 1. School was over for the day. He heard the shouts and screams of the children running into the corridors from the classrooms, and the clatter of many feet on the stairs. For a while, there were isolated shouts from the street, and then the schoolhouse was engulfed in silence. The silence descended on Bastian like a great heavy blanket and threatened to smother him. From then on, he would be all alone in the big schoolhouse. All that day, all that night, there was no knowing how long. This adventure of his was getting serious. The other children were going home for lunch. Bastian was hungry too, and he was cold in spite of the army blankets he was wrapped in. Suddenly he lost heart. His whole plan seemed crazy, senseless. He wanted to go home. That very minute, he could just be in time. His father wouldn't have noticed anything yet. Bastian wouldn't even have to tell him he had played hooky. Of course, it would come out sooner or later, but there was time to worry about that. But the stolen book? Yes, he'd have to own up to that too. In the end, his father would resign himself as he did to all the disappointments Bastian had given him. Anyway, there was nothing to be afraid of. Most likely his father wouldn't say anything, but just go and see Mr. Coriander and straighten things out. Bastian was about to put the copper-colored book into his satchel, but then he stopped. "No," he said aloud in the stillness of the attic. Atreyu wouldn't give up just because things were getting a little rough. What I've started, I must finish. I've gone too far to turn back. Regardless of what may happen, I have to go forward. He felt very lonely, yet there was a kind of pride in his loneliness. He was proud of standing firm in the face of temptation. He was a little like Atreyu, after all. A time came when Atreyu really could not go forward. Before him lay the deep chasm. The grandiose horror of the sight cannot be described in words. A yawning cleft, perhaps half a mile wide, twined its way through the land of the dead mountains. How deep it might be, there was no way of knowing. Atreyu lay on a spur at the edge of the chasm and stared down into darkness, which seemed to extend to the innermost heart of the earth. He picked up a stone the size of a tennis ball and hurled it as far as he could. The stone fell and fell until it was swallowed up in the darkness. Though Atreyu listened a long while, he heard no sound of impact. There was only one thing Atreyu could do, and he did it. He skirted the deep chasm. Every second he expected to meet the horrors of horrors, known to him from the old song. He had no idea what sort of creature this might be. All he knew was that its name was Igramul. The deep chasm twisted and turned through the mountain waste, and of course there was no path at its edge. Here, too, there were abrupt rises and falls, and sometimes the ground swayed alarmingly under Atreyu's feet. Sometimes his path was barred by gigantic rock formations, and he would have to feel his way, painfully, step by step, around them. Or there would be slopes covered with smooth stones that would start rolling toward the chasm as soon as he set foot on them. More than once he was within a hairbreadth of the edge. If he had known that a pursuer was close behind him and coming closer by the hour, he might have hurried and taken dangerous risks. It was that creature of darkness which had been after him since the start of his journey. Since then, its body had taken on recognizable outlines. It was a pitch-black wolf, the size of an ox. Nose to the ground, it trotted along, following Atreyu's trail through the stony desert of the dead mountains. Its tongue hung far out of its mouth, and its terrifying fangs were bared. The freshness of the scent told the wolf that its prey was only a few miles ahead. But suspecting nothing of his pursuer, Atreyu picked his way slowly and cautiously. As he was groping through the darkness of a tunnel under a mountain, he suddenly heard a noise that he couldn't identify because it bore no resemblance to any sound he had ever heard. It was a kind of jangling roar. At the same time, Atreyu felt that the whole mountain about him was trembling, and he heard blocks of stone crashing down its outer walls. For a time, he waited to see whether the earthquake, or whatever it might be, would abate. Then, since it did not, he crawled to the end of the tunnel and cautiously stuck his head out. And then he saw an enormous spider web was stretched from edge to edge of the deep chasm, and in the sticky threads of the web, which were as thick as ropes, a great white luck dragon was struggling, becoming more and more entangled as he thrashed about with his tail and claws. Luck dragons are among the strangest animals in Fantastica. They bear no resemblance to ordinary dragons, which look like loathsome snakes and live in deep caves, diffusing a noxious stench and guarding some real or imaginary treasure. Such spawn of chaos are usually wicked or ill-tempered. They have bat-like wings with which they can rise clumsily and noisily into the air, and they spew fire and smoke. Luck dragons are creatures of air, warmth, and pure joy. Despite their great size, They are as light as a summer cloud, and consequently need no wings for flying. They swim in the air of heaven as fish swim in water. Seen from the earth, they look like slow lightning flashes. The most amazing thing about them is their song. Their voice sounds like the golden note of a large bell, and when they speak softly, the bell seems to be ringing in the distance. Anyone who has heard this sound will remember it as long as he lives and tell his grandchildren about it. But the luck dragon Atreyu saw could hardly have been in a mood for singing. His long, graceful body, with its pearly pink and white scales, hung tangled and twisted in the great spider web. His bristling fangs, his thick, luxuriant mane, and the fringes on his tail and limbs were all caught in the sticky ropes. He could hardly move. The eyeballs in his lion-like head glistened ruby red. The splendid beast bled from many wounds, for there was something else, something very big, that descended like a dark cloud on the dragon's white body. It rose and fell, all the while changing its shape. Sometimes it resembled a gigantic long-legged spider with many fiery eyes and a fat body encased in shaggy black hair. Then it became a great hand with long claws that tried to crush the luck dragon, and in the next moment it changed to a giant scorpion, piercing its unfortunate victim with its venomous sting. The battle between the two giants was fearsome. The luck dragon was still defending himself, spewing blue fire that singed the cloud monster's bristles. Smoke came whirling through the crevices in the rock, so foul-smelling that Atreyu could hardly breathe. Once the luck dragon managed to bite off one of the monster's long legs, but instead of falling into the chasm, the severed leg hovered for a time in midair, then returned to its old place in the black cloud body, and several times the dragon seemed to seize one of the monster's limbs between its teeth, but bit into the void. Only then did Atreyu notice that the monster was not a single, solid body, but was made up of innumerable small, steel-blue insects which buzzed like angry hornets. It was their compact swarm that kept taking different shapes. This was Ygrimmel, and now Atreyu knew why she was called the Many. He sprang from his hiding place, reached for the gem, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stop! In the name of the childlike empress, stop!" But the hissing and roaring of the combatants drowned out his voice. He himself could barely hear it. Without stopping to think, he set foot on the sticky ropes of the web, which swayed beneath him as he ran. He lost his balance, fell, clung by his hands to keep from falling into the dark chasm, pulled himself up again, caught himself in the ropes, fought free, and hurried on. At last, Ygrimmel sensed that something was coming toward her. With the speed of lightning, she turned about, confronting Atreyu with an enormous steel-blue face. Her single eye had a vertical pupil, which stared at Atreyu with inconceivable malignancy. A cry of fear escaped Bastian. A cry of terror passed through the ravine and echoed from side to side. Ygrimmel turned her eye to left and right to see if someone else had arrived, for that sound could not have been made by the boy who stood there as though paralyzed with horror. Could she have heard my cry? Bastian wondered in alarm. But that's not possible. And then Atreyu heard Ygrimmel's voice. It was very high and slightly hoarse, not at all the right kind of voice for that enormous face. Her lips did not move as she spoke. It was the buzzing of a great swarm of hornets that shaped itself into words. A 2 legs, Atreyu heard. Years upon years of hunger, and now 2 tasty morsels at once. A lucky day for Igramol. Atreyu needed all his strength to keep his composure. He held the gem up to the monster's one eye and asked, "Do you know this emblem?" "Come closer, 2 legs," buzzed the many voices. "Igramol doesn't see well." Atreyu took 1 step closer to the face. The mouth opened, showing innumerable glittering feelers, hooks, and claws in place of a tongue. Still closer, the swarm buzzed. He took 1 more step, which brought him near enough to distinguish the innumerable steel-blue insects which whirled around in seeming confusion. Yet the face as a whole remained motionless. "I am Atreyu," he said. "I have come on a mission from the childlike empress." "Most inopportune," said the angry buzzing after a time. "What do you want of Igramol? As you can see, she is very busy." "I want this luck dragon," said Atreyu. "Let me have him." "What do you want him for, Atreyu 2 legs?" "I lost my horse in the swamps of sadness. I must go to the southern oracle, because only Uyulala can tell me who can give the childlike empress a new name. If she doesn't get one, she will die, and all Fantastica with her. You too, Igramol." "Ah," the face drawled. "Is that the reason for all the places where there is nothing?" "Yes," said Atreyu. "So you too know of them. But the Southern Oracle is too long a journey for a lifetime. That's why I'm asking you for this luck dragon. If he carries me through the air, I may get there before it's too late." Out of the whirling swarm that made up the face came a sound suggesting the giggling of many voices. "You're all wrong, Atreyu 2 legs. We know nothing of the Southern Oracle and nothing of Uyulala, but we do know that this dragon cannot carry you. And even if he were in the best of health, the trip would take so long that the childlike empress would die of her illness in the meantime. You must measure your quest, Atreyu, in terms not of your own life, but of hers." The gaze of the eye with the vertical pupil was almost unbearable. "That's true," he said in a small voice. "Besides," the motionless face went on, "the luck dragon has Igramol's poison in his body. He has less than an hour to live." "Then there's no hope," Atreyu murmured. "Not for him, not for me, and not for you either, Igramol." "Oh well," the voice buzzed. "Igramol would at least have had 1 good meal. But who says it's Igramol's last meal? She knows a way of getting you to the Southern Oracle in a twinkling. But the question is, will you like it? What is that way?" "That is Igramol's secret. The creatures of darkness have their secrets too, Atreyu 2 legs. Igramol has never revealed hers, and you two must swear you'll never tell a soul. For it would be greatly to Igramol's disadvantage if it were known, yes, greatly to her disadvantage." "I swear. Speak." The great steel blue face leaned forward just a little and buzzed, almost inaudibly. "You must let Igramol bite you." Atreyu shrank back in horror. "Igramol's poison," the voice went on, "kills within an hour. But to one who has it inside him, it gives the power to wish himself in any part of Fantastica he chooses. Imagine if that were known. All Igramol's victims would escape her." "An hour?" cried Atreyu. "What can I do in an hour?" "Well," buzzed the swarm, "at least it's more than all the hours remaining to you here." Atreyu struggled with himself. Will you set the luck dragon free if I ask it in the name of the childlike empress? He finally asked. No, said the face. You have no right to ask that of Agrimul, even if you are wearing Aran, the gem. The childlike empress takes us all as we are. That's why Agrimul respects her emblem. Atreyu was still standing with bowed head. Igramul had spoken the truth. He couldn't save the white luck dragon. His own wishes didn't count. He looked up and said, Do what you suggested. Instantly, the steel blue cloud descended on him and enveloped him on all sides. He felt a numbing pain in the left shoulder. His last thought was, To the Southern Oracle. Then the world went black before his eyes. When the wolf reached the spot a short time later, he saw the giant spiderweb, but there was no one in sight. There, the trail he had been following broke off, and try as he might, he could not find it again. Bastian stopped reading. He felt miserable, as though he himself had Igramul's poison inside him. Thank God I'm not in Fantastica, he muttered. Luckily, such monsters don't exist in reality. Anyway, it's only a story. But was it only a story? How did it happen that Igramul, and probably Atreyu as well, had heard Bastian's cry of terror? Little by little, this book was beginning to give him a spooky feeling. Chapter 5. Ever so slowly, Atreyu awoke to the world. He saw that he was still in the mountains, and for a terrible moment, he suspected that Igramul had deceived him. But these, he soon realized, were entirely different mountains. They seemed to consist of great rust-red blocks of stone, piled in such a way as to form strange towers and pyramids. In between these structures, the ground was covered with bushes and shrubbery. The air was blazing hot. The country was bathed in glaring sunlight. Shading his eyes with his hand, Atreyu looked around him and discovered, about a mile away, an irregularly shaped arch, perhaps 100 feet high. It too appeared to consist of piled stone blocks. Could that be the entrance to the Southern Oracle? As far as he could see, there was nothing behind the arch, only an endless empty plain. No building, no temple, no grove, nothing suggesting an oracle. Suddenly, while he was wondering what to do, he heard a deep, bronze-like voice. Atreyu! And then again, Atreyu! Turning around, he saw the white luck dragon emerging from one of the rust-red towers. Blood was pouring from his wounds, and he was so weak he could barely drag himself along. Here I am, Atreyu, he said, merrily winking one of his ruby-red eyes. And you needn't be so surprised. I was pretty well paralyzed when I was caught in that spider web, but I heard everything Igramul said to you, so I thought to myself, she has bitten me too, after all, so why shouldn't I take advantage of the secret as well? That's how I got away from her. Atreyu was overjoyed. I hated leaving you to Igramul, said, but what could I do? Nothing, said the luck dragon. You've saved my life all the same, even if I had something to do with it. And again he winked, this time with the other eye. Saved your life, Atreyu repeated, for an hour. That's all we have left. I can feel Igramul's poison burning my heart away. Every poison has its antidote, said the white dragon. Everything will turn out all right. You'll see. I can't imagine how, said Atreyu. Neither can I, said the luck dragon. But that's the wonderful part of it. From now on, you'll succeed in everything you attempt, because I'm a luck dragon. Even when I was caught in the web, I didn't give up hope. And as you see, I was right. Atreyu smiled. Tell me, why did you wish yourself here and not in some other place where you might have been cured? My life belongs to you, said the dragon, if you'll accept it. I thought you'd need a mount for this great quest of yours, and you'll soon see that crawling around the country on 2 legs, or even galloping on a good horse, can't hold a candle to whizzing through the air on the back of a luck dragon. Are we partners? We're partners, said Atreyu. By the way, said the dragon, my name is Falkor. Glad to meet you, said Atreyu, but while we're talking, what little time we have left is seeping away. I've got to do something. But what? Have luck, said Falkor. What else? But Atreyu heard no more. He had fallen down and lay motionless in the soft folds of the dragon's body. Igrammel's poison was taking effect. When Atreyu, no one knows how much later, opened his eyes again, he saw nothing but a very strange face bent over him. It was the wrinkliest, shriveledest face he had ever seen, and only about the size of a fist. It was as brown as a baked apple, and the eyes in it glittered like stars. The head was covered with a bonnet made of withered leaves. Atreyu felt a little drinking cup held to his lips. Nice medicine, good medicine, mumbled the wrinkled little lips in the shriveled face. Just drink, child, do you good. Atreyu sipped. It tasted strange, kind of sweet and sour. Atreyu found it painful to speak. What about the white dragon? He asked. Doing fine, the voice whispered. Don't worry, my boy. You'll get well. You'll both get well. The worst is over. Just drink. Drink. Atreyu took another swallow and again sleep overcame him, but this time it was the deep, refreshing sleep of recovery. The clock in the belfry struck 2. Bastian couldn't hold it in any longer. He simply had to go. He had felt the need for quite some time, but he hadn't been able to stop reading. Besides, he had been afraid to go downstairs. He told himself that there was nothing to worry about, that the building was deserted, that no one would see him, but still he was afraid, as if the school were a person watching him. But in the end there was no help for it. He just had to go. He set the open book down on the mat, went to the door, and listened with pounding heart. Nothing. He slid the bolt and slowly turned the big key in the lock. When he pressed the handle, the door opened, creaking loudly. He padded out in his stocking feet, leaving the door behind him open to avoid unnecessary noise. He crept down the stairs to the 2nd floor. The students' toilet was at the other end of the long corridor, with the spinach-green classroom doors. Racing against time, Bastian ran as fast as he could, and just made it. As he sat there, he wondered why heroes in stories like the one he was reading never had to worry about such problems. Once, when he was much younger, he had asked his religion teacher if Jesus Christ had had to go like an ordinary person. After all, he had taken food and drink like everyone else. The class had howled with laughter, and the teacher, instead of an answer, had given him several demerits for insolence. He hadn't meant to be insolent. Probably, Bastian now said to himself, these things are just too unimportant to be mentioned in stories. Yet for him, they could be of the most pressing and embarrassing importance. He was finished. He pulled the chain and was about to leave when he heard steps in the corridor outside. One classroom door after another was opened and closed, and the steps came closer and closer. Bastian's heart pounded in his throat. Where could he hide? He stood glued to the spot as though paralyzed. The washroom door opened, luckily in such a way as to shield Bastian. The janitor came in. One by one, he looked into the stalls. When he came to the one where the water was still running and the chain swaying a little, he hesitated for a moment and mumbled something to himself. But when the water stopped running, he shrugged his shoulders and went out. His steps died away on the stairs. Bastian hadn't dared breathe the whole time, and now he gasped for air. He noticed that his knees were trembling. As fast as possible, he padded down the corridor with the spinach green doors, up the stairs, and back into the attic. Only when the door was locked and bolted behind him did he relax. With a deep sigh, he settled back on his pile of mats, wrapped himself in his army blankets, and reached for the book. When Atreyu awoke for the second time, he felt perfectly rested and well. He sat up. It was night. The moon was shining bright, and Atreyu saw he was in the same place where he and the white dragon had collapsed. Falkor was still lying there. His breathing came deep and easy, and he seemed to be fast asleep. His wounds had been dressed. Atreyu noticed that his own shoulder had been dressed in the same way, not with cloth, but with herbs and plant fibers. Only a few steps away there was a small cave, from which issued a faint beam of light. Taking care not to move his left arm, Atreyu stood up cautiously and approached the cave. Bending down, for the entrance was very low, he saw a room that looked like an alchemist's workshop in miniature. At the back, an open fire was crackling merrily. Crucibles, retorts, and strangely shaped flasks were scattered all about. Bundles of dried plants were piled on shelves. The little table in the middle of the room and the other furniture seemed to be made of root wood, crudely nailed together. Atreyu heard a cough, and then he saw a little man sitting in an armchair by the fire. The little man's hat had been carved from a root and looked like an inverted pipe bowl. The face was as brown and shriveled as the face Atreyu had seen, leaning over him when he first woke up. But this one was wearing big eyeglasses, and the features seemed sharper and more anxious. The little man was reading a big book that was lying in his lap. Then a second little figure, which Atreyu recognized as the one that had bent over him, came waddling out of another room. Now Atreyu saw that this little person was a woman. Apart from her bonnet of leaves, she, like the man in the armchair, was wearing a kind of monk's robe, which also seemed to be made of withered leaves. Humming merrily, she rubbed her hands and busied herself with a kettle that was hanging over the fire. Neither of the little people would have reached up to Atreyu's knee. Obviously, they belonged to the widely ramified family of the gnomes, though to a rather obscure branch. "Woman," said the little man testily, "get out of my light. You are interfering with my research." "You and your research," said the woman. "Who cares about that? The important thing is my health elixir. Those two outside are in urgent need of it." "Those two," said the man irritably, "will be far more in need of my help and advice." "Maybe so," said the little woman, "but not until they are well. Move over, old man." Grumbling, the little man moved his chair a short distance from the fire. Atreyu cleared his throat to call attention to his presence. The two gnomes looked around. "He's already well," said the little man. "Now it's my turn." "Certainly not," the little woman hissed. "He'll be well when I say so. It'll be your turn when I say it's your turn. She turned to Atreyu. We would invite you in, but it's not quite big enough, is it? Just a moment. We shall come out to you. Taking a small mortar, she ground something or other into a powder, which she tossed in the kettle. Then she washed her hands, dried them on her robe, and said to the little man, "Stay here until I call you Engiwook. Understand?" "Yes, Urgel, I understand," the little man grumbled. "I understand only too well." The female gnome came out of the cave and looked up at Atreyu from under knitted brows. "Well, well, we seem to be getting better, don't we?" Atreyu nodded. The gnome climbed up on a rocky ledge, level with Atreyu's face, and sat down. "No pain?" she asked. "None worth mentioning," Atreyu answered. "Nonsense," the old woman snapped. "Does it hurt or doesn't it?" "It still hurts," said Atreyu, "but it doesn't matter. Not to you, perhaps, but it does to me. Since when does the patient tell the doctor what matters? What do you know about it? If it's to get well, it has to hurt. If it stopped hurting, your arm would be dead." "I'm sorry," said Atreyu, who felt like a scolded child. "I only wanted to say, that is, I wanted to thank you." "What for?" said Urgel impatiently. "I'm a healer after all. I've only done my professional duty. Besides, Engiwook, that's my old man, saw the glory hanging on your neck. So what would you expect?" "What about Falkor?" Atreyu asked. "How's he getting along?" "Falkor? Who's that?" "The white luck dragon." "Oh, I don't know yet. Took a little more punishment than you. But then he's bigger and stronger, so he ought to make it. Why not? Needs a little more rest. Where did you ever pick up that poison? And where have you come from all of a sudden? And where are you going? And who are you in the first place?" Engiwook was standing in the mouth of the cave. He listened as Atreyu answered Urgel's questions. When Urgel opened her mouth to speak again, he shouted, "Hold your tongue, woman. Now it's my turn." Removing his pipe bowl hat, he scratched his bald head and said, "Don't let her tone bother you, Atreyu. Old Urgel is a little crude, but she means no harm. My name is Engiwook. We are the well-known gnomics. Ever hear of us?" "No," Atreyu confessed. Engiwook seemed rather offended. "Oh, well," he said. "Apparently you don't move in scientific circles, or someone would undoubtedly have told you that you couldn't find a better advisor than yours truly if you're looking for Uyulala in the Southern Oracle. You've come to the right address, my boy." "Don't give yourself airs," Urgel broke in. Then she climbed down from her ledge and, grumbling to herself, vanished into the cave. Engiwook ignored her comment. "I can explain everything," he went on. "I've studied the question all my life, inside and out. I set up my observatory just for that. I'm in the last stage of a great scientific work on the Oracle. The riddle of Uyulala, solved by Professor Engiwook. That's the title. Sounds all right, doesn't it? To be published in the very near future. Unfortunately, a few details are still lacking. You can help me, my boy." "An observatory?" asked Atreyu, who had never heard the word. Engiwook nodded and, beaming with pride, motioned Atreyu to follow him. A narrow path twined its way upward between great stone blocks. In some places where the grade was especially steep, tiny steps had been cut out of the stone. Of course, they were much too small for Atreyu's feet, and he simply stepped over them. Even so, he had a hard time keeping up with the gnome. "Bright moonlight tonight," said Engiwook. you'll see them all right." "See who?" Atreyu asked. "Uyulala?" Engiwook only frowned and shook his head. At last they came to the top of the hill. The ground was flat, but on one side there was a natural stone parapet. In the middle of this wall there was a hole, obviously the work of Nomian hands, and behind the hole, on a stand made of rootwood, stood a small telescope. Engiwook looked through the telescope and made a slight adjustment by turning some screws. Then he nodded with satisfaction and invited Atreyu to look. To put himself on a level with it, Atreyu had to lie down on the ground and prop himself on his elbows. The telescope was aimed at the great stone arch, or more specifically, at the lower part of the left pillar, and beside this pillar, as Atreyu now saw, an enormous sphinx was sitting motionless in the moonlight. The forepaws, on which she was propped, were those of a lion. The hindquarters were those of a bull. On her back, she bore the wings of an eagle, and her face was that of a human woman, in form at any rate, for the expression was far from human. I was hard to tell whether this face was smiling or whether it expressed deep grief or utter indifference. After looking at it for some time, Atreyu seemed to see abysmal wickedness and cruelty, but a moment later he had to correct his impression, for he found only unruffled calm. "Don't bother," he heard the gnome's deep voice in his ear. "You won't solve it. It's the same with everyone. I've observed it all my life, and I haven't found the answer. Now, for the other one." He turned one of the screws. The image passed the opening of the arch, through which one saw only the empty plain. Then the right-hand pillar came into Atreyu's view, and there, in the same posture, sat a second sphinx. The enormous body shimmered like liquid silver in the moonlight. She seemed to be staring fixedly at the first, just as the first was gazing fixedly at her. "Are they statues?" asked Atreyu, unable to avert his eyes. "Oh no," said Engiwook with a giggle. "They are real live sphinxes, very much alive. You've seen enough for now. Come, we'll go down. I'll explain everything." And he held his hand in front of the telescope, so that Atreyu could see no more. Neither spoke on the way back. Chapter 6. Falkor was still sound asleep when Engiwook brought Atreyu back to the gnome's cave. In the meantime, Urgel had moved the little table into the open and put on all sorts of sweets and fruit and herb jellies. There were also little drinking cups and a pitcher of fragrant herb tea. The table was lit by 2 tiny oil lamps. "Sit down," Urgel commanded. "Atreyu must eat and drink something to give him strength. Medicine alone is not enough." "Thank you," said Atreyu. "I'm feeling fine already." "No backtalk," Urgel snapped. "As long as you're here, you'll do as you're told. The poison in your body has been neutralized, so there's no reason to hurry, my boy. You've all the time you need. Just take it easy." "It's not on my account," said Atreyu, "but the childlike empress is dying. Even now, every hour may count." "Rubbish," the old woman grumbled. "Haste makes waste. Sit down, eat, drink." "Better give in," Engiwook whispered. "I know the woman from A to Z. When she wants something, she gets it. Besides, you and I have a lot to talk about." Atreyu squatted cross-legged at the tiny table and fell to. Every bite and every swallow made him feel as if warm, golden life were flowing into his veins. Only then did he notice how weak he had been. Bastian's mouth watered. It seemed to him that he could smell the aroma of the gnome's meal. He sniffed the air, but of course it was only imagination. His stomach growled audibly. In the end, he couldn't stand it any longer. He took his apple and the rest of his sandwich out of his satchel and ate them both. After that, though far from full, he felt a little better. Then he realized that this was his last meal. The word last terrified him. He tried not to think of it. "Where do you get all these good things?" Atreyu asked Urgal. "Ah, Sonny," she said. "It takes lots of running around to find the right plants. But this knuckle-headed Engiwook of mine, insists on living here because of his all-important studies. Where the food is to come from is the least of his worries." "Woman," said Engiwook with dignity, "how would you know what's important and what isn't? Be off with you now, and let us talk." Mumbling and grumbling, Urgal withdrew into the little cave, and a moment later, Atreyu heard a great clatter of pots and pans. "Don't mind her," said Engiwook under his breath. "She's a good old soul. She just needs something to grumble about now and then. Listen to me, Atreyu. I'm going to let you in on a few things you need to know about the Southern Oracle. It's not easy to get to Uyulala. In fact, it's rather difficult, but I don't want to give you a scientific lecture. Maybe it will be better if you ask questions. I tend to lose myself in details. Just fire away." "All right," said Atreyu. "Who or what is Uyulala?" Engiwook gave him an angry look. "Botheration," he spluttered. "You're so blunt, so direct, just like my old woman. Couldn't you start with something else?" Atreyu thought a while. Then he asked, "That big stone gate with the sphinxes, is that the entrance?" "That's better," said Engiwook. "Now we'll get somewhere. Yes, that gate is the entrance, but then come 2 more gates, and Uyulala's home is behind the 3rd, if one can speak of her having a home." "Have you yourself ever been with her?" "Don't be absurd," replied Engiwook, again somewhat nettled. "I am a scientist. I have collected and collated the statements of all the individuals who have been there, the ones who have come back, that is. Very important work. I can't afford to take personal risks. It could interfere with my work." "I see," said Atreyu. "Now what about these 3 gates?" Engiwook stood up, folded his hands behind his back, and paced. "The first," he lectured, "is known as the Great Riddle Gate. The second is the Magic Mirror Gate, and the 3rd is the No-Key Gate." "Strange," Atreyu broke in. "As far as I could see, there was nothing behind that stone gate but an empty plain. Where are the other gates?" "Be still," Engiwook scolded. "How can I make myself clear if you keep interrupting? It's very complicated. The 2nd gate isn't there until a person has gone through the 1st, and the 3rd isn't there until the person has the 2nd behind him, and Uyulala isn't there until he has passed through the 3rd. Simply not there. Do you understand?" Atreyu nodded, but preferred to say nothing for fear of irritating the gnome. "Through my telescope, you have seen the 1st, the Great Riddle Gate, and the 2 sphinxes. That gate is always open. Obviously, there's nothing to close. But even so, no one can get through." Here Engiwook raised a tiny forefinger, "unless the sphinxes close their eyes. And do you know why? The gaze of a sphinx is different from the gaze of any other creature. You and I and everyone else. Our eyes take something in. We see the world. A sphinx sees nothing. In a sense, she is blind. But her eyes send something out. And what do her eyes send out? All the riddles of the universe. That's why these sphinxes are always looking at each other, because only another sphinx can stand a sphinx's gaze. So try to imagine what happens to one who ventures into the area where those two gazes meet. He freezes to the spot, unable to move until he has solved all the riddles of the world. If you go there, you'll find the remains of those poor devils. But, said Atreyu, didn't you say that their eyes sometimes close? Don't they have to sleep now and then? Sleep? Engiwook was shaken with giggles. Goodness gracious, a sphinx sleep. I should say not. You really are an innocent. Still, there's some point to your question. All my research, in fact, hinges on that particular point. The sphinxes shut their eyes for some travelers and let them through. The question that no one has answered up until now is this: why one traveler and not another? Because you mustn't suppose they let wise, brave, or good people through and keep the stupid, cowardly, and wicked out. Not a bit of it. With my own eyes I've seen them admit stupid fools and treacherous knaves, while decent, sensible people have given up after being kept waiting for months. And it seems to make no difference whether a person has some serious reason for consulting the oracle, or whether he's just come for the fun of it. Haven't your investigations suggested some explanation? Atreyu asked. Angry flashes darted from Engiwook's eyes. Have you been listening, or haven't you? Didn't I just say that so far no one has answered that question? Of course, I've worked up a few theories over the years. At first I thought the Sphinx's judgment might be guided by certain physical characteristics, size, beauty, strength, and so on. But I soon had to drop that idea. Then I toyed with numerical patterns. The idea, for instance, that 3 out of 5 were regularly excluded, or that only prime-numbered candidates were admitted. That worked pretty well for the past, but for forecasting it was no use at all. Since then, I've come to the conclusion that the Sphinx's decision is based on pure chance, and that no principle whatever is involved. But my wife calls my conclusion scandalous, unfantastican, and absolutely unscientific. Are you starting your old nonsense again? Came Urgel's angry voice from the cave. Shame on you. Such skepticism only shows that the bit of brain you once had has dried up on you. Hear that? Said Engiwook with a sigh. And the worst of it is that she's right. What about the childlike Empress's amulet? Atreyu asked. Do you think they'll respect it? They too are natives of Fantastica, after all. Yes, I suppose they are, said Engiwook, shaking his apple-sized head. But to respect it, they'd have to see it, and they don't see anything, but their gaze would strike you, and I'm not so sure the Sphinxes would obey the childlike Empress. Maybe they are greater than she is. I don't know. Anyway, it's most worrisome. Then what do you advise? Atreyu asked. You will have to do what all the others have done. Wait and see what the Sphinxes decide, without hoping to know why. Atreyu nodded thoughtfully. Urgel came out of the cave. In one hand she held a bucket with some steaming liquid in it, and under her other arm she was carrying a bundle of dried plants. Muttering to herself, she went to the luck dragon, who was still lying motionless, fast asleep. She started climbing around on him and changing the dressings on his wounds. Her enormous patient heaved one contented sigh and stretched. Otherwise he seemed unaware of her ministrations. Couldn't you make yourself a little useful? She said to Engiwook as she was hurrying back to the kitchen. Instead of sitting around like this, talking rubbish? I am making myself extremely useful, her husband called after her. Possibly more useful than you, but that's more than a simple-minded woman like you will ever understand. Turning to Atreyu, he went on. She can only think of practical matters. She has no feeling for the great overarching ideas. The clock in the belfry struck 3. By now, Bastian's father must have noticed, if he was ever going to, that Bastian hadn't come home. Would he worry? Maybe he'd go looking for him. Maybe he had already notified the police. Maybe calls had gone out over the radio. Bastian felt a sick pain in the pit of his stomach. But if the police had been notified, where would they look for him? Could they possibly come to this attic? Had he locked the door when he came back from the toilet? He couldn't remember. He got up and checked. Yes, the door was locked and bolted. Outside, the November afternoon was drawing to a close. Ever so slowly, the light was failing. To steady his nerves, Bastian paced the floor for a while. Looking about him, he discovered quite a few things one wouldn't have expected to find in a school. For instance, a battered old Victrola with a big horn attached. God only knew when and by whom it had been brought here. In one corner, there were some paintings in ornate gilt frames. They were so faded that hardly anything could be made out. Only here and there, a pale, solemn-looking face that shimmered against a dark background. And then there was a rusty, 7-armed candelabrum, still holding the stumps of thick wax candles, bearded with drippings. Bastian gave a sudden start, for looking into a dark corner, he saw someone moving. But when he looked again, it dawned on him that he had only seen himself, reflected in a large mirror that had lost half its silvering. He went closer and looked at himself for a while. He was really nothing much to look at, with his pudgy build and his bow legs and pasty face. He shook his head and said aloud, "No." Then he went back to his mats. By then it was so dark. By then it was so dark that he had to hold the book up to his eyes. "Where were we?" Engiwook asked. "At the Great Riddle Gate," Atreyu reminded him. "Right. Now suppose you've managed to get through. Then, and only then, the second gate will be there for you. The magic mirror gate. As I've said, I myself have not been able to observe it. What I tell you has been gleaned from travelers' accounts. This second gate is both open and closed. Sounds crazy, doesn't it? It might be better to say, neither closed nor open, though that doesn't make it any less crazy. The point is that this gate seems to be a big mirror or something of the kind, though it's made neither of glass nor of metal. What it is made of, no one has ever been able to tell me. Anyway, when you stand before it, you see yourself, but not as you would in an ordinary mirror. You don't see your outward appearance. What you see is your real innermost nature. If you want to go through, you have to, in a manner of speaking, go into yourself." "Well," said Atreyu, "it seems to me that this magic mirror gate is easier to get through than the first." "Wrong!" cried Engiwook. Once again he began to trot back and forth in agitation. "Dead wrong, my friend. I have known travelers who considered themselves absolutely blameless to yelp with horror and run away at the sight of the monster grinning out of the mirror at them. We had to care for some of them for weeks before they were even able to start home." "We," growled Urgle, who was passing with another bucket. "I keep hearing we. When did you ever take care of anybody?" Engiwook waved her away. "Others," he went on lecturing, "appear to have seen something even more horrible, but had the courage to go through. What some saw was not so frightening, but it still cost every one of them an inner struggle. Nothing I can say would apply to all. It's a different experience each time. Good, said Atreyu. Then at least it's possible to go through this magic mirror gate. Oh yes, of course it's possible, or it wouldn't be a gate. Where's your logic, my boy? But it's also possible to go around it, said Atreyu. Or isn't it? Yes, indeed, said Engiwook. Of course it is, but if you do that, there's nothing more behind it. The third gate isn't there until you've gone through the second. How often do I have to tell you that? I understand, but what about this third gate? That's where things get really difficult, because you see, the no-key gate is closed, simply closed, and that's that. There's no handle and no doorknob and no keyhole, nothing. My theory is that this single, hermetically closed door is made of Fantastican selenium. You may know that there's no way of destroying, bending, or dissolving Fantastican selenium. It's absolutely indestructible. Then there's no way of getting through? Not so fast, not so fast, my boy. Certain individuals have got through and spoken with Uyulala, so the door can be opened. But how? Just listen. Fantastican selenium reacts to our will. It's our will that makes it unyielding. But if someone succeeds in forgetting all purpose, in wanting nothing at all, to him the gate will open of its own accord. Atreyu looked down and said in an undertone, If that's the case, how can I possibly get through? How can I manage not to want to get through? Engiwook sighed and nodded and sighed. Just what I've been saying. The no-key gate is the hardest. But if I succeed after all, Atreyu asked, will I then be in the Southern Oracle? Yes, said the gnome. But who or what is Uyulala? No idea, said the gnome, and his eyes sparkled with fury. None of those who have reached her has been willing to tell me. How can I be expected to complete my scientific work if everyone cloaks himself in mysterious silence? I could tear my hair out, if I had any left. If you reach her, Atreyu, will you tell me? Will you? One of these days, my thirst for knowledge will be the death of me, and no one is willing to help. I beg you. Promise, you'll tell me. Atreyu stood up and looked at the great riddle gate, which lay bathed in moonlight. I can't promise that, Engiwook, he said softly, though I'd be glad to show my gratitude. But if no one has told you who or what Uyulala is, there must be a reason. And before I know what that reason is, I can't decide whether someone who hasn't seen her with his own eyes has a right to know. In that case, get away from me, screamed the gnome, his eyes literally spewing sparks. All I get is ingratitude. All my life I wear myself out trying to reveal a secret of universal interest, and no one helps me. I should never have bothered with you. With that, he ran into the little cave, and a door could be heard slamming within. Urgel passed Atreyu and said with a titter, The old fool means no harm, but he's always running into such disappointments with this ridiculous investigation of his. He wants to go down in history as the one who has solved the great riddle, the world-famous gnome Engiwook. You mustn't mind him. Of course not, said Atreyu. Just tell him I thank him with all my heart for what he has done for me, and I thank you too. If it's allowed, I will tell him the secret, if I come back. Then you're leaving us? Urgel asked. I have to, said Atreyu. There's no time to be lost. Now I shall go to the oracle. Farewell, and in the meantime, take good care of Falkor, the luck dragon. With that, he turned away and strode toward the great riddle gate. Urgel watched the erect figure with the blowing cloak vanish among the rocks and ran after him, crying, "Lots of luck, Atreyu." But she didn't know whether he had heard or not. As she waddled back to her little cave, she muttered to herself, "He'll need it all right. He'll need lots of luck." Atreyu was now within 50 feet of the great stone gate. It was much larger than he had judged from a distance. Behind it lay a deserted plain. There was nothing to stop the eye, and Atreyu's gaze seemed to plunge into an abyss of emptiness. In front of the gate, and between the two pillars, Atreyu saw only innumerable skulls and skeletons, all that was left of the varied species of Fantasticans who had tried to pass through the gate but had been frozen forever by the gaze of the sphinxes. But it wasn't these gruesome reminders that stopped Atreyu. What stopped him was the sight of the sphinxes. He had been through a good deal in the course of the great quest. He had seen beautiful things and horrible things, but up until now, he had not known that one and the same creature can be both, that beauty can be terrifying. The two monsters were bathed in moonlight, and as Atreyu approached them, they seemed to grow beyond measure. Their heads seemed to touch the moon, and their expression, as they looked at each other, seemed to change with every step he took. Currents of a terrible, unknown force flashed through the upraised bodies, and still more through the almost human faces. It was as though these beings did not merely exist, in the way marble, for instance, exists, but as if they were on the verge of vanishing, but would recreate themselves at the same time. For that very reason they seemed far more real than anything made of stone. Fear gripped Atreyu. Fear not so much of the danger that threatened him as of something above and beyond his own self. It hardly grazed his mind that if the Sphinx's gaze should strike him, he would freeze to the spot forever. No, what made his steps heavier and heavier, until he felt as though he were made of cold gray lead, was fear of the unfathomable, of something intolerably vast. Yet he went on. He stopped looking up. He kept his head bowed and walked very slowly, foot by foot, towards the stone gate. Heavier and heavier grew his burden of fear. He thought it would crush him, but still he went on. He didn't know whether the sphinxes had closed their eyes or not. Would he be admitted? Or would this be the end of his great quest? He had no time to lose in worrying. He just had to take his chances. At a certain point, he felt sure that he had not enough willpower left to carry him a single step forward. And just then, he heard the echo of his footfalls within the great, vaulted gate. Instantly, every last shred of fear fell from him, and he knew that whatever might happen, he would never again be afraid. Looking up, he saw that the great riddle gate lay behind him. The sphinxes had let him through. Up ahead, no more than 20 paces away, where previously there had been nothing but the great empty plain, he saw the magic mirror gate. This gate was large and round like a second moon, for the real moon was still shining high in the sky, and it glittered like polished silver. It was hard to imagine how anyone could pass through a metal surface, but Atreyu didn't hesitate for a moment. After what Engiwook had said, he expected a terrifying image of himself to come toward him out of the mirror. But now that he had left all fear behind him, he hardly gave the matter a thought. What he saw was something quite unexpected, which wasn't the least bit terrifying, but which baffled him completely. He saw a fat little boy with a pale face, a boy his own age, and this little boy was sitting on a pile of mats, reading a book. The little boy had large, sad-looking eyes, and he was wrapped in frayed gray blankets. Behind him, a few motionless animals could be distinguished in the half-light: an eagle, an owl, and a fox. And farther off there was something that looked like a white skeleton. He couldn't make out exactly what it was. Bastian gave a start when he realized what he had just read. Why, that was him. The description was right in every detail. The book trembled in his hands. This was going too far. How could there be something in a book that applied only to this particular moment, and only to him? It could only be a crazy accident, but a very remarkable accident. "Bastian," he said aloud, "you really are a screwball. Pull yourself together." He had meant to say this very sternly, but his voice quavered a little, for he was not quite sure that what had happened was an accident. Just imagine, he thought. What if they've really heard of me in Fantastica? Wouldn't that be wonderful? But he didn't dare say it aloud. A faint smile of astonishment played over Atreu's lips as he passed into the mirror image. He was rather surprised that he was succeeding so easily in something that others had found insuperably difficult. But on the way through, he felt a strange, prickly shudder. He had no suspicion of what had really happened to him. For when he emerged on the far side of the magic mirror gate, he had lost all memory of himself, of his past life, aims, and purposes. He had forgotten the great quest that had brought him there, and he didn't even know his own name. He was like a newborn child. Up ahead of him, only a few steps away, he saw the no-key gate, but he had forgotten its name, and forgotten that his purpose in passing through it was to reach the Southern Oracle. He had no idea why he was there, or what he was supposed to do. He felt light and cheerful, and he laughed for no reason, for the sheer pleasure of it. The gate he saw before him was as small and low as a common door, and stood all by itself, with no walls around it, on the empty plain, and this door was closed. Atreu looked at it for a while. It seemed to be made of some material with a coppery sheen. It was nice to look at, but Atreu soon lost interest. He went around the gate and examined it from behind, but the back looked no different than the front, and there was neither handle nor knob nor keyhole. Obviously, this door could not be opened, and anyway, why would anyone want to open it, since it led nowhere and was just standing there? For behind the gate there was only the wide, flat, empty plain. Atreu felt like leaving. He turned back, went around the magic mirror gate, and looked at it for some time without realizing what it was. He decided to go away. No, don't go away, said Bastian aloud. Turn around. You have to go through the no-key gate. But then turned back to the no-key gate. He wanted to look at its coppery sheen again. Once more, he stood in front of the gate, bending his head to the left, bending it to the right, enjoying himself. Tenderly he stroked the strange material. It felt warm and almost alive, and the door opened by a crack. Atreu stuck his head through, and then he saw something he hadn't seen on the other side when he had walked around the gate. He pulled his head back, looked past the gate, and saw only the empty plain. He looked again through the crack in the door and saw a long corridor formed by innumerable huge columns. And farther off, there were stairs and more pillars and terraces and more stairs and a whole forest of columns. But none of these columns supported a roof, for above them Atreyu could see the night sky. He passed through the gate and looked around him with wonderment. The door closed behind him. The clock in the belfry struck 4. Little by little, the murky light was failing. It was getting too dark to read by. Bastian put the book down. What was he to do now? There was bound to be electric light in this attic. He groped his way to the door and ran his hand along the wall, but couldn't find a switch. He looked on the opposite side, and again there was none. He took a box of matches from his trouser pocket. He always had matches on him, for he had a weakness for making little fires. But they were damp, and the first 3 wouldn't light. In the faint glow of the 4th, he tried to locate a light switch, but there wasn't any. The thought of having to spend the whole evening and night here in total darkness gave him the cold shivers. He was no baby, and at home or in any other familiar place, he had no fear of the dark. But this enormous attic with all these weird things in it was something else again. The match burned his fingers and he threw it away. For a while, he just stood there and listened. The rain had let up, and now he could barely hear the drumming on the big tin roof. Then he remembered the rusty, 7-armed candelabrum he had seen. He groped his way across the room, found the candelabrum, and dragged it to his pile of mats. He lit the wicks in the thick stubs, all 7, and a golden light spread. The flames crackled faintly and wavered now and then in the draught. With a sigh of relief, Bastian picked up the book. Chapter 7, Gladness buoyed Atreyu's heart as he strode into the forest of columns which cast black shadows in the bright moonlight. In the deep silence that surrounded him, he barely heard his own footfalls. He no longer knew who he was, or what his name was, how he had got there, or what he was looking for. He was full of wonder, but quite undismayed. The floor was made of mosaic tiles, showing strange ornamental designs or mysterious scenes and images. Atreyu passed over it, climbed broad steps, came to a vast terrace, descended another set of steps, and passed down a long avenue of stone columns. He examined them, one after another, and it gave him pleasure to see that each was decorated with different signs and symbols. Farther and farther he went from the no-key gate. At last, when he had gone, heaven knows how far, he heard a hovering sound in the distance and stopped to listen. The sound came closer. It was a singing voice, but it seemed very, very sad, almost like a sob at times. This lament passed over the columns like a breeze, then stopped in one place, rose and fell, came and went, and seemed to move in a wide circle around Atreyu. He stood still and waited. Little by little, the circle became smaller, and after a while he was able to understand the words the voice was singing. Oh, nothing can happen more than once, but all things must happen one day. Over hill and dale, over wood and stream, my dying voice will blow away. Atreyu turned in the direction of the voice, which darted fitfully among the columns, but he could see no one. Who are you? He cried. The voice came back to him like an echo. Who are you? Atreyu pondered. Who am I? He murmured. I don't know. I have a feeling that I once knew. But does it matter? The singing voice answered. If questions you would ask of me, you must speak in poetry, for rhymeless talk that strikes my ear. I cannot hear. Atreyu hadn't much practice in rhyming. This would be a difficult conversation, he thought, if the voice only understood poetry. He racked his brains for a while. Then he came out with, "I hope it isn't going too far, but could you tell me who you are?" This time the voice answered at once. "I hear you now. Your words are clear. I understand as well as hear." And then, coming from a different direction, it sang, "I thank you, friend, for your goodwill. I'm glad that you have come to me. I am Uyulala, the voice of silence, in the palace of deep mystery." Atreyu noticed that the voice rose and fell, but was never wholly silent. Even when it sang no words, or when he was speaking, a sound hovered in the air. For a time it seemed to stand still, then it moved slowly away from him. He ran after it and asked, "Oh, Uyulala, tell me where you're hid. I cannot see you, and so wish I did." Passing him by, the voice breathed into his ear, "Never has anyone seen me, never do I appear. You will never see me, and yet I am here." "Then you're invisible?" he asked. But when no answer came, he remembered that he had to speak in rhyme and asked, "Have you no body? Is that what you mean? Or is it only that you can't be seen?" He heard a soft, bell-like sound, which might have been a laugh or a sob, and the voice sang, "Yes and no, and neither one. I do not appear in the brightness of the sun as you appear, for my body is but sound that one can hear but never see, and this voice you're hearing now is all there is of me." In amazement, Atreyu followed the sound this way and that way, through the forest of columns. It took him some time to get a new question ready. "Do I understand you right? Your body is this melody, but what if you should cease to sing? Would you cease to be?" The answer came to him from very near. "Once my song is ended, what comes to others soon or late, when their bodies pass away, will also be my fate. My life will last the time of my song, but that will not be long." Now it seemed certain that the voice was sobbing, and Atreyu, who could not understand why, hastened to ask, "Why are you so sad? Why are you crying? You sound so young. Why speak of dying?" And the voice came back like an echo. "I am only a song of lament. The wind will blow me away. But tell me now why you were sent. What have you come to say?" The voice died away among the columns, and Atreyu turned in all directions, trying to pick it up again. For a little while he heard nothing. Then, starting in the distance, the voice came quickly closer. It sounded almost impatient. "Uyulala is answer. Answers on questions feed. So ask me what you've come to ask, for questions are her need." Atreyu cried out, "Then help me, Uyulala. Tell me why you sing a plaint, as if you soon must die." And the voice sang, "The childlike empress is sick, and with her Fantastica will die. The nothing will swallow this place. It will perish, and so will I. We shall vanish into the nowhere and never, as though we had never been. The empress needs a new name to make her well again." Atreyu pleaded, "Oh, tell me, Uyulala. Oh, tell me who can give the childlike empress the name, which alone will let her live." The voice replied, "Listen and listen well. To the truth I have to tell. Though your spirit may be blind to the sense of what I say, print my words upon your mind before you go away. Later you may dredge them up from the depths of memory, raise them to the light of day. exactly as they flow from me. Everything depends on whether you remember faithfully. For a time he heard only a plaintive sound without words. Then suddenly, the voice came from right next to him, as though someone were whispering into his ear. Who can give the childlike empress the new name that will make her well? Not you, not I, no elf, no djinn can save us from the evil spell. For we are figures in a book. We do what we were invented for, but we can fashion nothing new and cannot change from what we are. But there's a realm outside Fantastica. The outer world is its name. The people who live there are rich indeed, and not at all the same. Born of the word, the children of man, or humans as they're sometimes called, have had the gift of giving names. Ever since our worlds began, in every age, it's they who gave the childlike empress life, for wondrous new names have the power to save. But now for many and many a day, no human has visited Fantastica, for they no longer know the way. They have forgotten how real we are. They don't believe in us anymore. Oh, if only one child of man would come. Oh, then at last the thing would be done. If only one would hear our plea. For them it is near, but for us too far. Never can we go out to them, for theirs is the world of reality. But tell me, my hero, you so young, will you remember what I have sung? Oh, yes, cried Atreyu in his bewilderment. He was determined to imprint every word on his memory, though he had forgotten what for. He merely had a feeling that it was very, very important. But the sing-song voice and the effort of hearing and speaking in rhymes made him sleepy. He murmured, I will remember every word. But tell me, what shall I do with what I've heard? And the voice answered, that is for you alone to decide. I've told you what was in my heart. So this is when our ways divide, when you and I must part. Almost half asleep, Atreyu asked, but if you go away, where will you stay? Again he heard the sobbing in the voice, which receded more and more as it sang. The nothing has come near, the oracle is dying. No one again will hear Uyulala, laughing, sighing. You are the last to hear my voice among the columns, sounding far and near. Perhaps you will accomplish what no one else has done, but to succeed, young hero, remember what I have sung. And then, farther and farther in the distance, Atreyu heard the words, oh, nothing can happen more than once, but all things must happen one day. Over hill and dale, over wood and stream, my dying voice will blow away. That was the last Atreyu heard. He sat down, propped his back against a column, looked up at the night sky, and tried to understand what he had heard. Silence settled around him like a soft, warm cloak, and he fell asleep. When he awoke in the cold dawn, he was lying on his back, looking up at the sky. The last stars pallid. Uyulala's voice still sounded in his thoughts, and then suddenly he remembered everything that had gone before and the purpose of his great quest. At last, he knew what was to be done. Only a human, a child of man, someone from the world beyond the borders of Fantastica, could give the childlike empress a new name. He would just have to find a human and bring him to her. Briskly he sat up. Ah, thought Bastian, how gladly I would help her and Atreyu too. What a beautiful name I would think up. If I only knew how to reach Atreyu, I'd go this minute. Wouldn't he be amazed if I were suddenly standing before him? But it's impossible, or is it? And then he said under his breath, "If there's any way of my getting to you in Fantastica, tell me, Atreyu. I'll come without fail. You'll see." When Atreyu looked around, he saw that the forest of columns with its stairways and terraces had vanished. Whichever way he looked, there was only the empty plain that he had seen behind each of the 3 gates before going through. But now the gates were gone, all 3 of them. He stood up and again looked in all directions. It was then that he discovered, in the middle of the plain, a patch of nothing like those he had seen in Howling Forest. But this time it was much nearer. He turned around and ran the other way as fast as he could. He had been running for some time when he saw, far in the distance, a rise in the ground, and thought it might be the stony, rust-red mountains where the great Riddle Gate was. He started toward it, but he had a long way to go before he was close enough to make out any details. Then he began to have doubts. The landscape looked about right, but there was no gate to be seen, and the stones were not red, but dull gray. Then, when he had gone much farther, he saw 2 great stone pillars with a space between them. The lower part of a gate, he thought, but there was no arch above it. What had happened? Hours later, he reached the spot and discovered the answer. The great stone arch had collapsed, and the sphinxes were gone. Atreyu threaded his way through the ruins, then climbed to the top of a stone pyramid and looked out, trying to locate the place where he had left the gnomics and the luck dragon. Or had they fled from the nothing in the meantime? At last he saw a tiny flag moving this way and that behind the balustrade of Engiwuk's observatory. Atreyu waved both arms, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted, "Ho, are you still there?" The sound of his voice had hardly died away when a pearly white luck dragon rose from the hollow where the gnomes had their cave and flew through the air with lazy, sinuous movements. He must have been feeling playful, for now and then he turned over on his back and looped the loop so fast that he looked like a burst of white flame, and then he landed not far from the pyramid where Atreyu was standing. When he propped himself on his 4 paws, he was so high above Atreyu that to bring his head close to him, he had to bend his long, supple neck sharply downward. Rolling his ruby-red eyeballs for joy, stretching his tongue far out of his wide-open gullet, he boomed in his bronze bell voice, "Atreyu, my friend and master, so you've finally come back. I'm so glad. We had almost given up hope. The gnomes, that is, not I." "I'm glad too," said Atreyu, "but what has happened in this one night?" "One night?" cried Falkor. "Do you think it's been only one night? You're in for a surprise. Climb on. I'll carry you." Atreyu swung himself up on the enormous animal's back. It was his first time aboard a luck dragon, and though he had ridden wild horses and was anything but timid, this first short ride through the air took his breath away. He clung fast to Falkor's flowing mane, and Falkor called back with a resounding laugh, "You'll just have to get used to it." "At least," Atreyu called back, gasping for air, "you seem to be well again." "Pretty near," said the dragon. "Not quite." Then they landed outside the gnome's cave, and there in the entrance were Engiwuk and Urgel waiting for them. Engiwuk's tongue went right to work. "What have you seen and done? Tell us all about it. Those gates, for instance. Do they bear out my theories? And who or what is Uyulala?" But Urgel cut him off. "That'll do. Let the boy eat and drink. What do you think I've cooked and baked for?" Plenty of time later for your idle curiosity. Atreyu climbed down off the dragon's back and exchanged greetings with the gnomes. Again, the little table was set with all sorts of delicacies and a steaming pot of herb tea. The clock in the belfry struck 5. Bastian thought sadly of the 2 chocolate nut bars that he kept in his bedside table at home in case he should be hungry at night. If he had suspected that he would never go back there, he could have brought them along as an iron ration. But it was too late to think of that now. Falkor stretched out in the little gully in such a way that his huge head was near Atreyu, and he could hear everything. "Just imagine," he said. "My friend and master thinks he was gone for only 1 night. "Was it longer?" Atreyu asked. 7 days and 7 nights, said Falkor. "Look, my wounds are almost healed." Then for the first time, Atreyu noticed that his own wound too was healed. The herb dressing had fallen off. He was amazed. "How can it be? I passed through 3 magic gates. I talked with Uyulala. Then I fell asleep. But I can't possibly have slept that long." "Space and time," said Engiwook, "must be different in there. Anyway, no one had ever stayed in the Oracle as long as you. What happened? Are you finally going to speak?" "First," said Atreyu, "I'd like to know what has happened here." "You can see for yourself," said Engiwook. "The colors are all fading. Everything is getting more and more unreal. The great riddle gate isn't there anymore. It looks as if the nothing were taking over." "What about the sphinxes? Where have they gone? Did they fly away? Did you see them go?" "We saw nothing," Engiwook lamented. "We hoped you could tell us something. Suddenly the stone gate was in ruins, but none of us saw or heard a thing. I even went over and examined the wreckage. And do you know what I found? The fragments are as old as the hills and overgrown with gray moss, as if they had been lying there for hundreds of years, as if the great riddle gate had never existed." "It was there, though," said Atreyu under his breath, "because I went through it. And then I went through the magic mirror gate and the no-key gate. And then Atreyu reported everything that had happened to him. Now he remembered every last detail." As Atreyu told them his story, Engiwook, who at first had impatiently demanded further information, became more and more subdued, and when Atreyu repeated almost word for word what Uyulala had told him, the gnome said nothing at all. His shriveled little face had taken on a look of deepest gloom. "Well," said Atreyu in conclusion, "now you know the secret. Uyulala is just a voice. She can only be heard. She is where she sings." For a time Engiwook was silent. When he spoke, his voice was husky. "You mean she was?" "Yes," said Atreyu. "She herself said no one else would ever hear her speak. I was the last." 2 little tears flowed down Engiwook's wrinkled cheeks. "All for nothing," he croaked. "My whole life work, all my research, my year-long observations. At last, someone brings me the last stone for my scientific edifice. Finally, I'm in a position to complete my work, to write the last chapter, and it's absolutely futile and superfluous. It's no longer of the slightest interest to anyone because the object under investigation has ceased to exist. There go my hopes, all shattered." He seemed to break into a fit of coughing, but actually he was shaken with sobs. Moved to sympathy, Urgel stroked his bald little head and mumbled, "Poor old Engiwook, Poor old Engiwook. Don't let it get you down. You'll find something else to occupy you. Woman! Engiwook fumed at her. What you see before you is not a poor old Engiwook, but a tragic figure. Once again he ran into the cave, and again a door was heard slamming within. Urgle shook her head and sighed. He means no harm, she muttered. He's a good old sort. If only he weren't plumb crazy. When they had finished eating, Urgle stood up and said, I've got to pack now. We can't take much with us, but we will need a few things. I'd better hurry. You're going away? Atreyu asked. Urgle nodded. We have no choice, she said sadly. Where the nothing takes hold, nothing grows. And now, my poor old man has no reason to stay. We'll just have to see how we make out. We'll find a place somewhere. But what about you? What are your plans? I have to do as Uyulala told me, said Atreyu. Try and find a human and take him to the childlike empress to give her a new name. Where will you look for this human? Urgle asked. I don't know, said Atreyu. Somewhere beyond the borders of Fantastica. We'll get there, came Falcor's bell-like voice. I'll carry you. You'll see, we'll be lucky. In that case, Urgle grunted, you'd better get started. Maybe we could give you a lift, Atreyu suggested, for part of the way. That's all I need, said Urgle. You won't catch me gallivanting around in the air. A self-respecting gnome keeps his feet on the ground. Besides, you mustn't let us delay you. You have more important things to do, for us all. But I want to show my gratitude, said Atreyu. The best way of doing that is to get started and stop frittering the time away with useless jibber-jabber. She's got something there, said Falcor. Let's go, Atreyu. Atreyu swung himself up on the luck dragon's back. One last time he turned back and shouted, Goodbye. But Urgle was already inside the cave, packing. When some hours later she and Engiwook stepped out into the open, each was carrying an overloaded back basket, and again they were busily quarreling. Off they waddled on their tiny crooked legs, and never once looked back. Later on, Engiwook became very famous. In fact, he became the most famous gnome in the world, but not because of his scientific investigations. That, however, is another story and shall be told another time. At the moment when the two gnomes were starting out, Atreyu was far away, whizzing through the skies of Fantastica on the back of Falcor, the white luck dragon. Involuntarily, Bastian looked up at the skylight, trying to imagine how it would be if Falcor came cutting through the darkening sky like a dancing white flame, if he and Atreyu were coming to get him. Oh my, he sighed. Wouldn't that be something? He could help them, and they could help him. He would be saved, and so would Fantastica. Chapter 8. High in the air rode Atreyu, his red cloak flowing behind him. His blue-black hair fluttered in the wind. With steady, wave-like movements, Falcor, the white luck dragon, glided through the mists and tatters of clouds, up and down and up and down and up and down. How long had they been flying? For days and nights and more days, Atreyu had lost track. The dragon had the gift of flying in his sleep. Farther and farther they flew. Sometimes Atreyu dozed off, clinging fast to the dragon's white mane. But it was only a light, restless sleep, and more his waking became a dream, all hazy and blurred. Shadowy mountains passed below him, lands and seas, islands and rivers. Atreyu had lost interest in them and gave up trying to hurry Falkor as he had done on first leaving the Southern Oracle. For then he had been impatient, thinking it a simple matter for one with a dragon to ride to reach the border of Fantastica and cross it to the outer world. He hadn't known how very large Fantastica was. Now he had to fight the leaden weariness that was trying to overpower him. His eyes, once as keen as a young eagle's, had lost their distant vision. From time to time he would pull himself upright and try to look around, but then he would sink back and stare straight ahead at the dragon's long, supple body with its pearly pink and white scales. Falkor was tired too. His strength, which had seemed inexhaustible, was running out. More than once in the course of their long flight, they had seen below them spots which the nothing had invaded, and which gave them the feeling that they were going blind. Seen from that height, many of these spots seemed relatively small, but others were as big as whole countries. Fear gripped the luck dragon and his rider, and at first they changed direction to avoid looking at the horror. But, strange as it may seem, horror loses its power to frighten when repeated too often. And since the patches of nothing became more and more frequent, the travelers were gradually getting used to them. They had been flying in silence for quite some time, when suddenly Falkor's bronze bell tone rang out. "Atreyu, my little master, are you asleep?" "No," said Atreyu, though actually he had been caught up in a terrifying dream. "What is it, Falkor?" "I've been wondering if it wouldn't be wiser to turn back." "Turn back? Where to?" "To the ivory tower, to the childlike empress." "You want us to go to her empty-handed?" "I wouldn't call it that, Atreyu. What was your mission?" "To discover the cause of her illness and find out what would cure it." "But," said Falkor, "nothing was said about your bringing her the cure." "What do you mean?" "Maybe it's a mistake, trying to cross the border of Fantastica in search of a human." "I don't see what you're driving at, Falkor. Explain yourself." "The childlike empress is deathly sick," said the dragon, "because she needs a new name. Morla the Aged One told you that. But only a human, only a child of man from the outer world can give her this name. Uyalala told you that. So you've actually completed your mission. It seems to me you should let the childlike empress know it as soon as possible." "But it won't do her a bit of good," Atreyu protested, "unless I bring her the human who can save her." "Don't be so sure," said Falkor. "She has much greater power than you or I. Maybe she would have no difficulty in bringing a human to Fantastica. Maybe she has ways that are unknown to you and me and everyone else in Fantastica. But to do so, she needs to know what you have found out. If that's the way it is, there's no point in our trying to find a human on our own. She might even die while we're looking. But maybe if we turn back in time, we can save her." Atreyu made no answer. The dragon could be right, he reflected, but then he could be wrong. If he went back now with his message, the childlike empress might very well say, "What good does that do me? And now it's too late to send you out again." He didn't know what to do, and he was tired, much too tired to decide anything. "You know, Falkor," he said, hardly above a whisper, "you may be right, or you may be wrong. Let's fly on a little further. Then if we haven't come to a border, we'll turn back." "What do you mean by a little further?" the dragon asked. "A few hours," Atreyu murmured. "Oh well, just 1 hour." "All right," said Falkor. "Just 1 hour." But that 1 hour was 1 hour too many. They hadn't noticed that the sky in the north was black with clouds. In the west, the sky was aflame, and ugly-looking clouds hung down over the horizon like seaweed. In the east, a storm was rising, like a blanket of gray lead, and all around it there were tatters of cloud that looked like blue ink blots. And from the south came a sulphur-yellow mist streaked with lightning. "We seem to be getting into bad weather," said Falkor. Atreyu looked in all directions. "Yes," he said, "it looks bad, but what can we do but fly on?" "It would be more sensible," said Falkor, "to look for shelter. If this is what I think, it's no joke." "What do you think?" Atreyu asked. "I think it's the 4 wind giants starting one of their battles. They're almost always fighting to see which is the strongest and should rule over the others. To them, it's a sort of game, because they have nothing to fear, but God help anyone who gets caught in their little tiffs." "Can't you fly higher?" Atreyu asked. "Beyond their reach, you mean? No, I can't fly that high, and as far as I can see, there's nothing but water below us, some enormous ocean. I don't see any place to hide in." "Then," said Atreyu, "we'll just have to wait till they get here. Anyway, there's something I want to ask them." "What?" cried the dragon, so terrified that he jumped, in a manner of speaking, sky high. "If they are the 4 wind giants," Atreyu explained, "they must know all 4 corners of Fantastica. If anyone can tell us where the borders are, it's them." "Good Lord," cried the dragon. "You think you can just stop and chat with wind giants?" "What are their names?" Atreyu asked. "The one from the north," said Falkor, "is called Lir, the one from the east is Baureo, the one from the south is Shirik, and the one from the west is Maestril. But tell me, Atreyu, what are you? Are you a little boy or a bar of iron? How come you're not afraid?" "When I passed through the Sphinx's gate," Atreyu replied, "I lost all my fear, and besides, I'm wearing the emblem of the childlike Empress. Everyone in Fantastica respects it. Why shouldn't the wind giants?" "Oh, they will," cried Falkor. "They will, but they're stupid, and nothing can make them stop fighting one another. You'll see." Meanwhile, the storm clouds from all 4 directions had converged. It seemed to Atreyu that he was at the center of a huge funnel, which was revolving faster and faster, mixing the sulphur yellow, the leaden gray, the blood red, and the deep black all together. He and his white dragon were spun about in a circle like a matchstick in a great whirlpool. And then he saw the wind giants. Actually, all he saw was faces, because their limbs kept changing in every possible way, from long to short, from clear-cut to misty, and they were so knotted together in a monstrous free-for-all that it was impossible to make out their real shapes, or even how many of them there were. The faces, too, were constantly changing. Now they were round and puffed, now stretched from top to bottom, or from side to side. But at all times they could be told apart. They opened their mouths and bellowed and roared and howled and laughed at one another. They didn't even seem to notice the dragon and his rider, who were gnats in comparison to the wind giants. Atreyu raised himself as high as he could. With his right hand, he reached for the golden amulet on his chest and shouted at the top of his lungs, "In the name of the childlike Empress, be still and listen." And the unbelievable happened. As though suddenly stricken dumb, they fell silent. Their mouths closed, and 8 gigantic goggle eyes were directed at Orin. The tempest stopped, and the air was deathly still. "Answer me," cried Atreyu. "Where are the borders of Fantastica? Do you know, Lear?" "Not in the north," said the black cloud face. "And you, Boreo?" "Not in the east," said the leaden grey cloud face. "You tell me, Shirek." "There is no border in the south," said the sulphur-yellow cloud face. "Maestril, do you know?" "No border in the west," said the fiery red cloud face. And then they all spoke as with one mouth. "Who are you, who bear the emblem of the childlike empress, and don't know that Fantastica has no borders?" Atreyu made no reply. He was stunned. It had never occurred to him that Fantastica might have no borders whatsoever. Then his whole quest had been for nothing. He hardly noticed it when the wind giants resumed their war game. He had given up caring what would happen to him. He clung fast to the dragon's mane when they were hurled upward by a whirlwind. The lightning played around them. They were spun in a circle and almost drowned in a downpour of rain. They were sucked into a fiery wind that nearly burned them up. But a moment later, a hailstorm, consisting not of stones but of icicles as long as spears, flung them downward. So it went, up and down and up, this way and that. The wind giants were fighting for power. A gust of wind turned Falkor over on his back. "Hold tight," he shouted. But it was too late. Atreyu had lost his hold and fell. He fell and fell, and then he lost consciousness. When he came to, Atreyu was lying on white sand. He heard the sound of waves, and when he looked around, he saw that he had been washed up on a beach. It was a gray, foggy day, but there was no wind. The sea was calm, and there was no sign that the wind giants had been fighting a battle only a short time before. The beach was flat, and there were no hills or rocks in sight, only a few gnarled and crooked trees, which, seen through the mist, looked like great clawed hands. Atreyu sat up, seeing his red buffalo hair cloak a few steps away. He crawled over to it and threw it over his shoulders. To his surprise, it was almost dry, so he must have been lying there for quite a while. How had he got there? Why hadn't he drowned? Dimly he remembered arms that had carried him, and strange singing voices. "Poor child, beautiful child. Hold him, don't let him go under." Perhaps it had only been the sound of the waves. Or could it have been sea nymphs and water sprites? Probably they had seen the glory, and that was why they had saved him. Involuntarily, he reached for the amulet. It was gone. There was no chain around his neck. He had lost the gem. "Falkor," he shouted, as loud as he could. He jumped up and ran back and forth, shouting in all directions. "Falkor, Falkor, where are you?" No answer came, only the slow, steady sound of the waves breaking against the beach. Heaven only knew where the wind giants had driven the white dragon. Maybe Falkor was looking for his little master in an entirely different place, miles and miles away. Maybe he wasn't even alive. No longer was Atreyu a dragon rider, and no longer was he the childlike empress's messenger. He was only a little boy, and all alone. The clock in the belfry struck 6. By then it was dark outside. The rain had stopped. Not a sound to be heard. Bastian stared into the candle flames. Then he gave a start. The floor had creaked. He thought he heard someone breathing. He held his breath and listened. Except for the small circle of light shed by the candles, it was dark in the big attic. Didn't he hear soft steps on the stairs? Hadn't the handle of the attic door moved ever so slowly? Again, the floor creaked. What if there were ghosts in this attic? Nonsense, said Bastian none too loudly. There's no such thing. Everyone knows that. Then why were there so many stories about them? Maybe all the people who say ghosts don't exist are just afraid to admit that they do. Atreyu wrapped himself up tight in his red cloak, for he was cold, and started inland. The country, as far as he could see through the fog, was flat and monotonous. The only change he noticed as he strode along was the appearance among the stunted trees of bushes, which looked as if they were made of rusty sheet metal and were almost as hard. You could easily hurt yourself brushing against them if you weren't careful. About an hour later, Atreyu came to a road paved with bumpy, irregularly shaped stones. Thinking it was bound to lead somewhere, he decided to follow it, but preferred to walk on the soft ground beside the bumpy paving stones. The road kept twisting and turning, though it was hard to see why, for there was no sign of any hill, pond, or stream. In that part of the country, everything seemed to be crooked. Atreyu hadn't been skirting the road for very long when he heard a strange thumping sound. It was far away, but coming closer. It sounded like the muffled beat of a big drum. In between beats, he heard a tinkling of bells and a shrill piping that could have been made by fifes. He hid behind a bush by the side of the road and waited to see what would happen. Slowly, the strange music came closer, and then the first shapes emerged from the fog. They seemed to be dancing, but it was a dance without charm or gaiety. The dancers jumped grotesquely, rolled on the ground, crawled on all fours, leapt into the air, and carried on like crazy people. But all Atreyu could hear was the slow, muffled drum beats, the shrill fifes, and a whimpering and panting from many throats. More and more figures appeared. The procession seemed endless. Atreyu looked at the dancers' faces. They were ashen gray and bathed in sweat, and the eyes had a wild, feverish glow. Some of the dancers lashed themselves with whips. They're mad, Atreyu thought, and a cold shiver ran down his spine. The procession consisted mostly of night hobs, kobolds, and ghosts. There were vampires as well, and quite a few witches, old ones with great humps and beards, but also young ones who looked beautiful and wicked. If he had had Oren, he would have approached them and asked what was going on. As it was, he preferred to stay in his hiding place until the mad procession had passed, and the last straggler vanished, hopping and limping in the fog. Only then did he venture out on the road and look after the ghostly procession. Should he follow them? He couldn't make up his mind. By that time, to tell the truth, he didn't know if there was anything that he should or should not do. For the first time, he was fully aware of how much he needed the childlike Empress's amulet, and how helpless he was without it. And not only, or even mainly, because of the protection it had given him. It was thanks to his own strength, after all, that he had stood up to all the hardships and terrors, and the loneliness of his quest. But as long as he had carried the emblem, he had never been at a loss for what to do. Like a mysterious compass, it had guided his thoughts in the right direction. And now, that was changed. Now, he had no secret power to lead him. He had no idea what to do, but he couldn't bear to stand there as though paralyzed. So he made himself follow the muffled drumming, which could still be heard in the distance. While making his way through the fog, always careful to keep a suitable distance between himself and the last stragglers, he tried to put his thoughts in order. Why, oh why hadn't he listened when Falkor advised him to fly straight to the childlike empress? He would have brought her Uyulala's message and returned the gem. Without Orin and without Falkor, he would never be able to reach her. She would wait for him till her last moment, hoping he would come, trusting him to save her and Fantastica, but in vain. That in itself was bad enough, but still worse was what he had learned from the wind giants, that Fantastica had no borders. If there was no way of leaving Fantastica, then it would be impossible to call in a human form across the border. Because Fantastica was endless, its end was inevitable. But while he was stumbling over the bumpy paving stones in the fog, Uyulala's gentle voice resounded in his memory, and a spark of hope was kindled in his heart. Lots of humans had come to Fantastica in the past and given the childlike empress glorious new names. That's what she had sung. So there was a way from the one world to the other. For them it is near, but for us too far. Never can we go out to them. Yes, those were Uyulala's words. Humans, the children of man, had forgotten the way, but mightn't just one of them, a single one, remember? His own hopeless situation mattered little to Atreyu. What mattered was that a human should hear Fantastica's cry of distress and come to the rescue, as had happened many times before. Perhaps one had already started out and was on his way. Yes, yes, Bastian shouted. Then, terrified of his own voice, he added more softly, I'd go and help you if I knew how. I don't know the way, Atreyu. I honestly don't. The muffled drum beats and the shrill piping had stopped. Without noticing it, Atreyu had come so close to the procession that he almost ran into the last stragglers. Since he was barefoot, his steps were soundless. But that wasn't why those creatures took no notice of him. He could have been stomping with hobnailed boots and shouting at the top of his lungs without attracting their attention. By that time, the procession had broken up, and the spooks were scattered over a large muddy field interspersed with gray grass. Some swayed from side to side, others stood or sat motionless, but in all their eyes there was a feverish glow, and they were all looking in the same direction. Then Atreyu saw what they were staring at in fascinated horror. On the far side of the field lay the nothing. It was the self-same nothing that he had seen from the bark troll's treetop, or on the plain where the magic gates of the South Oracle had stood, or looking down from Falkor's back. But until then, he had always seen it from a distance. This time, it was close by. It cut across the entire landscape and was coming slowly but irresistibly closer. Atreyu saw that the spooks in the field ahead of him were twitching and quivering. Their limbs were convulsed, and their mouths were wide open, as though they had wanted to scream or laugh, though not a sound came out of them. And then all at once, like leaves driven by a gust of wind, they rushed toward the nothing. They leapt, they rolled, they flung themselves into it. The last of the ghostly crowd had just vanished when Atreyu felt to his horror that his own body was beginning to take short, convulsive steps in the direction of the nothing. He felt drawn to it by an unreasoning desire and braced his will against it. He commanded himself to stand still. Slowly, very slowly, he managed to turn around and step by step, as though bucking a powerful current, to struggle forward. The force of attraction weakened, and he ran with all his might over the bumpy paving stones. He slipped, fell, picked himself up and ran on. He had no time to wonder where this foggy road would lead him. He followed the senseless twists and turns of the road until high pitch-black ramparts appeared in the fog ahead of him. Behind them, several crooked towers jutted into the gray sky. The heavy wooden wings of the town gate were rotting away and hung loose on rusty hinges. Atreyu went in. It was growing colder and colder in the attic. Bastian's teeth were chattering. What if he should get sick? What would become of him then? He might come down with pneumonia like Willie, a boy in his class. Then he would die all alone in this attic. There'd be no one to help him. He'd have been very glad just then to have his father come and save him. But go home? No, he couldn't. He'd rather die. He took the rest of the army blankets and wrapped them around him. After a while, he felt warmer. Chapter 9. In the endless sky, somewhere above the roaring waves, Falkor's voice rang out like a great bronze bell. Atreyu! Where are you, Atreyu? The wind giants had long finished their war game and had stormed apart. They would meet again in this or some other place to continue their battle as they had done since time immemorial. They had already forgotten the white dragon and his little rider, for they remembered nothing and knew nothing except their own enormous power. When Atreyu fell, Falkor tried to reach him and catch him, but a sudden whirlwind had driven the dragon upward and far away. When he returned, the wind giants were raging over another part of the sea. Falkor tried desperately to find the place where Atreyu had fallen, but even a white luck dragon can't possibly find anything as tiny as a little boy in the seething foam of an angry ocean. But Falkor wouldn't give up. He flew high into the air to get a better view. Then he skimmed the waves or flew in larger and larger circles, all the while calling Atreyu by name. Being a luck dragon, he never doubted for a moment that everything would come out all right in the end, and his mighty voice resounded amid the roaring of the waves. Atreyu, Atreyu, where are you? Atreyu wandered through the deathly stillness of a deserted city. The place seemed to be under a curse, a city of haunted castles and houses, inhabited only by ghosts. Like everything else in this country, the streets were crooked. Enormous spider webs were suspended over them, and a foul smell rose from the cellars and well shafts. At first, Atreyu darted from wall to wall for fear that someone would see him, but after a while he didn't even bother to hide. The streets and squares were deserted, and nothing stirred in the houses. He went into some of them, but found only overturned furniture, tattered curtains, broken china and glassware, signs of devastation, but no inhabitants. On one table, there was still a half-eaten meal, dishes with black soup in them, and some sticky chunks of something that may have been bread. He ate some of both. The taste was disgusting, but he was very hungry. It struck him as almost fitting that he should end up in this town, just the place, he thought, for someone who had given up hope. Bastian was weak with hunger. For some strange reason his thoughts turned to Anna's apple strudel, the best apple strudel in the whole world. Anna came 3 times a week. She would do a bit of typing for Bastian's father and put the house in order. And usually she would cook or bake something. She was a strapping, bouncy woman with an unrestrained, cheery laugh. Bastian's father was polite to her, but seemed hardly aware of her presence. She was seldom able to bring a smile to his worried face, but when she was there, the place was a little more cheerful. Though unmarried, Anna had a little daughter. Her name was Krista. She was 3 years younger than Bastian, and she had beautiful blonde hair. At first, Anna had brought Krista with her almost every time. Krista was very shy. Bastian spent hours telling her his stories, and she would sit there still as a mouse, watching him wide-eyed. She looked up to Bastian, and he was very fond of her. But a year ago, Anna had sent her daughter to a boarding school in the country. Since then, she and Bastian had seldom seen each other. Bastian had been rather cross with Anna. She had tried to explain why it was better for Krista, but he wasn't convinced. Even so, he could never resist her apple strudel. He wondered, in his distress, how long a person could go without eating. 3 days? 2? Maybe you'd get hallucinations after 24 hours. On his fingers, Bastian counted the hours he had been there. At least 10, maybe more, if only he had saved his sandwich, or at least his apple. In the flickering candlelight, the glass eyes of the fox, the owl, and the huge eagle looked almost alive. Their moving shadows loomed large on the attic wall. Atreyu went out into the street again and wandered aimlessly about. He passed through neighborhoods where all the houses were small and so low that he could reach up to the eaves, and others lined with mansions many stories high, the fronts of which were adorned with statues. But all these statues were of skeletons or demons, which grimaced down at the forlorn wanderer. Then suddenly he stopped, stock still. From not far away he heard a raucous wailing that sounded so plaintive, so hopeless that it cut him to the heart. All the despair, all the desolation of the creatures of darkness was in that lament, which echoed back from the walls of distant buildings, until in the end it sounded like the howling of a scattered wolf pack. Atreyu followed the sound, which gradually grew weaker and ended in a hoarse sob. He had to search for some time. He passed a gateway, entered a narrow, lightless court, passed through an arch, and finally came to a damp, grimy backyard. And there, chained, lay a gigantic, half-starved werewolf. Each rib stood out separately under its mangy fur. The vertebrae looked like the teeth of a saw, and its tongue dangled from its half-open mouth. Slowly, Atreyu approached him. When the werewolf noticed him, it raised its great head with a jerk. A greenish light flared up in its eyes. For a time the two looked at each other without a word, without a sound. Finally the wolf let out a soft, dangerous-sounding growl. "Go away. Let me die in peace." Atreyu didn't stir. Just as softly he answered, "I heard your call. That's why I came." The werewolf's head sank back. "I didn't call anyone," he growled. "I was singing my own dirge." "Who are you?" Atreyu asked, taking a step closer. "I am Gmork, the werewolf. Why are you lying here chained? They forgot me when they went away." "Who are they?" "The ones who chained me. Where did they go?" Gmork made no answer. He watched Atreyu from under half-closed lids. After a long silence, he said, "You don't belong here, little stranger. Neither in this city nor in this country. What have you come here for?" Atreyu bowed his head. "I don't know how I got here. What is the name of this city?" "It is the capital of the most famous country in all Fantastica," said Gmork. "More stories are told about this country and this city than about any other. Surely you've heard of Spook City and the land of ghosts?" Atreyu nodded slowly. Gmork hadn't taken his eyes off the boy. He was amazed that this green-skinned boy should look at him so quietly out of his black eyes and show no sign of fear. "And who are you?" he asked. Atreyu thought a while before answering. "I'm nobody." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean that I once had a name. It can't be named anymore. That makes me nobody." The werewolf bared his hideous fangs for a moment in what was no doubt intended as a smile. He was familiar with mental anguish of every kind and sensed a certain kinship in the boy. "If that's the case," he said, "then nobody has heard me, and nobody has come to me, and nobody is speaking to me in my last hour." Atreyu nodded again. Then he asked, "Can nobody free you from your chain?" The greenish light in the werewolf's eyes flickered. He began to growl and to lick his chops. "You'd really do that?" he blurted out. "You'd really set a hungry werewolf free? Do you know what that means? Nobody would be safe from me." "I know," said Atreyu, "but I'm nobody. Why should I be afraid of you?" He wanted to approach Gmork, but again the wolf uttered his deep, terrifying growl. The boy shrank back. "Don't you want me to set you free?" he asked. All at once the werewolf seemed very tired. "You can't do that, but if you come within my reach, I'll have to tear you to pieces, my boy. That would delay my end a little, an hour or two, so keep away from me and let me die in peace." Atreyu thought it over. "Maybe," he said finally, "maybe I can find you something to eat. I'll look around." Slowly, Gmork opened his eyes. The greenish fire had gone out of them. "Go to hell, you little fool. Do you want to keep me alive until the nothing gets here?" "I thought," Atreyu stammered, "that maybe if I brought you food and you were full, I could get close enough to take off your chain." Gmork gnashed his teeth. "Do you think I wouldn't have bitten through it myself if this were an ordinary chain?" As though to prove his point, he clamped his jaws on the chain. The chain jangled as he tugged and pulled at it. After a while, he let it go. "It's a magic chain. Only the person who put it on can take it off. But she will never come back." "Who is that?" Gmork whimpered like a whipped dog. It was some time before he was calm enough to answer. It was Gaia, the Dark Princess. "Where has she gone?" "She has leapt into the nothing, like everyone else around here." Atreyu remembered the mad dancers he had seen outside the city in the foggy countryside. "Why didn't they run away?" he murmured. "Because they had given up hope. That makes you beings weak. The nothing pulls at you, and none of you has the strength to resist it for long." Gmork gave a deep, malignant laugh. "What about yourself?" Atreyu asked. "You speak as if you weren't one of us." Gmork watched him out of the corner of his eye. "I am not one of you." "Then where are you from? Don't you know what a werewolf is?" Atreyu shook his head. "You know only Fantastica," said Gmork. "There are other worlds, the world of humans, for instance. But there are creatures who have no world of their own, but are able to go in and out of many worlds. I am one of those. In the human world, I appear in human form, but I'm not human. And in Fantastica, I take on a Fantastican form, but I'm not one of you." Atreyu sat down on the ground and gazed at the dying werewolf out of great dark eyes. "You've been in the world of humans?" I've often gone back and forth between their world and yours." "Gmork," Atreyu stammered, and he couldn't keep his lips from trembling. "Can you tell me the way to the world of humans?" A green spark shone in Gmork's eyes. He seemed to be laughing deep inside. "For you and your kind, it's easy to get there. There's only one hitch. You can never come back. You'll have to stay forever. Do you want to?" "What must I do?" Atreyu asked. His mind was made up. "What everyone else around here has done before you. You must leap into the nothing. But there's no hurry, because you'll do it sooner or later in any case, when the last parts of Fantastica go." Atreyu stood up. Gmork saw that the boy was trembling all over. Not knowing why, he spoke reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt." "I'm not afraid," said Atreyu, "but I never expected to get my hope back in a place like this. And thanks to you." Gmork's eyes glowed like two thin green moons. "You have nothing to hope for, Sonny, whatever your plans may be. When you turn up in the world of humans, you won't be what you are here. That's the secret that no one in Fantastica can know." Atreyu stood there with his arms dangling. "What will I be? Tell me the secret." For a long time, Gmork neither spoke nor moved. Atreyu was beginning to fear that the answer would never come, but at length the werewolf breathed heavily and spoke. "What do you think I am, Sonny? Your friend? Take care. I'm only passing the time with you. At the moment, you can't even leave here. I hold you fast with your hope. But as I speak, the nothing is creeping in from all sides and closing around Spook City. Soon there will be no way out. Then you will be lost. If you stay and listen, your decision is already made. But you can still escape, if you choose." The cruel line around Gmork's mouth deepened. Atreyu hesitated for just a moment. Then he whispered, "Tell me the secret. What will I be in the world of humans?" Again, Gmork sank into a long silence. His breath came in convulsive gasps. Then suddenly he raised himself on his forepaws. Atreyu had to look up at him, and then for the first time he saw how big and terrifying the werewolf was. When Gmork spoke, his voice was like the jangling of chains. "Have you seen the nothing, Sonny?" "Yes, many times." "What does it look like?" "As if one were blind." "That's right. And when you get to the human world, the nothing will cling to you. You'll be like a contagious disease that makes humans blind, so they can no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. Do you know what you and your kind are called there?" "No," Atreyu whispered. "Lies," Gmork barked. Atreyu shook his head. All the blood had gone out of his lips. "How can that be?" Gmork was enjoying Atreyu's consternation. This little talk was cheering him up. After a while, he went on. "You ask me what you will be there, but what are you here? What are you creatures of Fantastica? Dreams, poetic inventions, characters in a never-ending story. Do you think you're real? Well, yes, here in your world you are. But when you've been through the nothing, you won't be real anymore. You'll be unrecognizable, and you will be in another world. In that world, you Fantasticans won't be anything like yourselves. You will bring delusion and madness into the human world. Tell me, Sonny, what do you suppose will become of all the Spook City folk who have jumped into the nothing?" "I don't know," Atreyu stammered. "They will become delusions in the minds of human beings, fears where there is nothing to fear, desires for vain, hurtful things, despairing thoughts where there is no reason to despair. All of us? Asked Atreyu in horror. No, said Gmork. There are many kinds of delusion. According to what you are here, ugly or beautiful, stupid or clever, you will become ugly or beautiful, stupid or clever lies. What about me? Atreyu asked. What will I be? Gmork grinned. I won't tell you that. You'll see. Or rather, you won't see, because you won't be yourself anymore. Atreyu stared at the werewolf with wide-open eyes. Gmork went on. That's why humans hate Fantastica and everything that comes from here. They want to destroy it, and they don't realize that by trying to destroy it, they multiply the lies that keep fluting the human world. For these lies are nothing other than creatures of Fantastica who have ceased to be themselves and survive only as living corpses, poisoning the souls of men with their fetid smell. But humans don't know it. Isn't that a good joke? And there's no one left in the human world, Atreyu asked in a whisper, who doesn't hate and fear us. I know of none, said Gmork, and it's not surprising, because you yourselves, once you're there, can't help working to make humans believe that Fantastica doesn't exist. Doesn't exist? The bewildered Atreyu repeated. That's right, Sonny, said Gmork. In fact, that's the heart of the matter. Don't you see? If humans believe Fantastica doesn't exist, they won't get the idea of visiting your country, and as long as they don't know you creatures of Fantastica as you really are, the manipulators do what they like with them. What can they do? Whatever they please. When it comes to controlling human beings, there is no better instrument than lies. Because you see, humans live by beliefs, and beliefs can be manipulated. The power to manipulate beliefs is the only thing that counts. That's why I sided with the powerful and served them, because I wanted to share their power. I want no part in it, Atreyu cried out. Take it easy, you little fool, the werewolf growled. When your turn comes to jump into the nothing, you too will be a nameless servant of power, with no will of your own. Who knows what use they will make of you? Maybe you'll help them persuade people to buy things they don't need, or hate things they know nothing about, or hold beliefs that make them easy to handle, or doubt the truths that might save them. Yes, you little Fantastican, big things will be done in the human world with your help. Wars started, empires founded. For a time, Gmork peered at the boy out of half-closed eyes. Then he added, the human world is full of weak-minded people who think they're as clever as can be and are convinced that it's terribly important to persuade even the children that Fantastica doesn't exist. Maybe they will be able to make good use of you. Atreyu stood there with bowed head. Now he knew why humans had stopped coming to Fantastica, and why none would come to give the childlike empress new names. The more of Fantastica that was destroyed, the more lies flooded the human world, and the more unlikely it became that a child of man should come to Fantastica. It was a vicious circle from which there was no escape. Now Atreyu knew it. And so did someone else, Bastian Balthazar Bux. He now realized that not only was Fantastica sick, but the human world as well. The two were connected. He had always felt this, though he could not have explained why it was so. He had never been willing to believe that life had to be as gray and dull as people claimed. He heard them saying, life is like that, but he couldn't agree. He never stopped believing in mysteries and miracles. And now he knew that someone would have to go to Fantastica to make both worlds well again. If no human knew the way, it was precisely because of the lies and delusions that came into the world, because Fantastica was being destroyed. It was these lies and delusions that made people blind. With horror and shame, Bastian thought of his own lies. He didn't count the stories he made up. That was something entirely different. But now and then, he had told deliberate lies, sometimes out of fear, sometimes as a way of getting something he wanted, sometimes just to puff himself up. What inhabitants of Fantastica might he have maimed and destroyed with his lies? One thing was plain. He, too, had contributed to the sad state of Fantastica, and he was determined to do something to make it well again. He owed it to Atreyu, who was prepared to make any sacrifice to bring Bastian to Fantastica. He had to find the way. The clock in the belfry struck 8. The werewolf had been watching Atreyu closely. "Now, you know how you can get to the human world," he said. "Do you still want to go, Sonny?" Atreyu shook his head. "I don't want to turn into a lie," he said. "You'll do that, whether you like it or not," said Gmork almost cheerfully. "But what about you? Why are you here?" "I had a mission," Gmork said reluctantly. "You too?" Atreyu looked at the werewolf with interest, almost with sympathy. "Were you successful?" "No. If I had been, I wouldn't be lying here chained. Everything went pretty well until I came to this city. The Dark Princess, who ruled here, received me with every honor. She invited me to her palace, fed me royally, and did everything to make me think she was on my side. And naturally, the inhabitants of this land of ghosts rather appealed to me. They made me feel at home, so to speak. The Dark Princess was very beautiful in her way, to my taste at least. She stroked me and ran her fingers through my coat. No one had ever caressed me like that. In short, I lost my head and let my tongue get out of hand. She pretended to admire me. I lapped it up, and in the end, I told her about my mission. She must have cast a spell on me, because I am ordinarily a light sleeper. When I woke up, I had this chain on me, and the Dark Princess was standing there. "Gmork," she said, "you forgot that I too am one of the creatures of Fantastica, and that to fight against Fantastica is to fight against me. That makes you my enemy, and I've outsmarted you. This chain can never be undone by anyone but me. But I am going into the nothing with all my men servants and maid servants, and I shall never come back." Then she turned on her heel and left me. But all the spooks didn't follow her example. It was only when the nothing came closer that more and more of them were unable to resist its attraction. If I'm not mistaken, the last of them have just gone. Yes, Sonny, I fell into a trap. I listened too long to that woman. But you have fallen into the same trap. You've listened too long to me. For in these moments, the nothing has closed around the city like a ring. You're caught, and there's no escape. "Then we'll die together," said Atreyu. "So we will," said Gmork, "but in very different ways, you little fool. For I shall die before the nothing gets here, but you will be swallowed up by it. There's a big difference, because I die first. My story is at an end, but yours will go on forever, in the form of a lie." "Why are you so wicked?" Atreyu asked. "Because you creatures had a world," Gmork replied darkly, "and I didn't." "What was your mission?" Up until then, Gmork had been sitting up. Now he slumped to the ground. He was plainly at the end of his strength, and he spoke in raucous gasps. Those whom I serve decided that Fantastica must be destroyed, but then they saw that their plan was endangered. They had learned that the childlike empress had sent out a messenger, a great hero, and it looked as if he might succeed in bringing a human to Fantastica. They wanted to have him killed before it was too late. That was why they sent me, because I had been in Fantastica and knew my way around. I picked up his trail right away. I tracked him day and night, gradually coming closer, through the land of the Sassafranians, the jungle temple of Muamath, Howling Forest, the swamps of Sadness, the Dead Mountains. But then, in the deep chasm by Igrimal's net, I lost the track. He seemed to have dissolved into thin air. I went on searching. He had to be somewhere. But I never found his trail again, and this is where I ended up. I've failed. But so has he, for Fantastica is going under. I forgot to tell you, his name was Atreyu. Gmork raised his head. The boy had taken a step back. I am Atreyu, he said. A tremor ran through the werewolf's shrunken body. It came again and grew stronger and stronger. Then from his throat came a panting cough. It grew louder and more rasping. It swelled to a roar that echoed back from the city's walls. The werewolf was laughing. It was the most horrible sound Atreyu had ever heard. Never again was he to hear anything like it. And then suddenly it stopped. Gmork was dead. For a long time Atreyu stood motionless. At length he approached the dead werewolf. He himself didn't know why. Bent over the head and touched the shaggy black fur. And in that moment, quicker than thought, Gmork's teeth snapped on Atreyu's leg. Even in death, the evil in him had lost none of its power. Desperately, Atreyu tried to break open the jaws. In vain. The gigantic teeth, as though held in place by steel clamps, dug into his flesh. Atreyu sank to the grimy pavement beside the werewolf's corpse, and step by step, soundless and irresistible, the nothing advanced from all sides, through the high black wall surrounding the city. Chapter 10. Just as Atreyu passed through the somber gateway of Spook City and started on the exploration that was to end so dismally in a squalid backyard, Falkor, the luck dragon, was making an astonishing discovery. While searching tirelessly for his little friend and master, he had flown high into the clouds. On every side lay the sea, which was gradually growing calmer after the great storm that had churned it from top to bottom. Suddenly, far in the distance, Falkor caught sight of something that puzzled and intrigued him. It was as though a beam of golden light were going on and off, at regular intervals. And that beam of light seemed to point directly at him, Falkor. He flew toward it as fast as he could, and when he was directly over it, he saw that the light signal came from deep down in the water, perhaps from the bottom of the sea. Luck dragons, as we know, are creatures of air and fire. Not only is the liquid element alien to them, it is also their enemy. Water can extinguish them like a flame, or it can asphyxiate them, for they never stop breathing in air through their thousands of pearly scales. They feed on air and heat and require no other nourishment, but without air and heat, they can only live a short time. Falkor didn't know what to do. He didn't even know what the strange blinking under the sea was, or whether it had anything to do with Atreyu. But he didn't hesitate for long. He flew high into the sky, turned around, and head down, pressing his legs close to his body, which he held stiff and straight as a telegraph pole. He plummeted The water spouted like a fountain as he hit the sea at top speed. The shock was so great that he almost lost consciousness, but he forced himself to open his ruby-red eyes. By then, the blinking beam was close, only a few body lengths ahead of him. Air bubbles were forming around his body, as in a saucepan full of water just before it boils. He felt that he was cooling and weakening. With his last strength, he dived still deeper, and then the source of light was within reach. It was Auren, the gem. Luckily, the chain of the amulet had got caught on a coral branch growing out of the wall of an undersea chasm. Otherwise, the gem would have fallen into the bottomless depths. Falkor seized it and put the chain around his neck for fear of losing it, for he felt that he was about to faint. When he came to, he didn't know where he was, for to his amazement, he was flying through the air, and when he looked down, there was the sea again. He was flying in a very definite direction, and very fast, faster than would have seemed possible in his weakened condition. He tried to slow down, but soon found that his body would not obey him. An outside will, far stronger than his own, had taken possession of his body and was guiding it. That will came from Auren, the amulet suspended from a chain around his neck. The day was drawing to a close when at last Falkor sighted a beach in the distance. He couldn't see much of the country beyond. It seemed to be hidden by fog. But when he came closer, he saw that most of the land had been swallowed up by the nothing, which hurt his eyes and gave him the feeling of being blind. At that point, Falkor would probably have turned back if he had been able to do as he wanted. But the mysterious power of the gem forced him to fly straight ahead. And soon he knew why. For in the midst of the endless nothing, he discovered a small island that was still holding out. An island covered with high gabled houses and crooked towers. Falkor had a strong suspicion whom he would find there, and from then on, it was not only the powerful will of the amulet that spurred him on, but his own as well. It was almost dark in the somber backyard, where Atreyu lay beside the dead werewolf. The luck dragon was barely able to distinguish the boy's light-colored body from the monster's black coat, and the darker it grew, the more they looked like one body. Atreyu had long given up trying to break loose from the steel vice of the werewolf's jaws. Dazed with fear and weakness, he was back in the grass ocean. Before him stood the purple buffalo he had not killed. He called to the other children, his companions of the hunt, who by then had no doubt become real hunters. But no one answered. Only the giant buffalo stood there motionless, looking at him. Atreyu called Artax, his horse, but he didn't come, and his cheery neigh was nowhere to be heard. He called the childlike empress, but in vain. He wouldn't be able to tell her anything. He hadn't become a hunter, and he was no longer a messenger. He was nobody. Atreyu had given up. But then he felt something else. The nothing. It must be very near, he thought. Again, he felt its terrible force of attraction. It made him dizzy. He sat up and, groaning, tugged at his leg, but the fangs held fast, and in that he was lucky. For if Gimork's jaws had not held him, Falkor would have come too late. As it was, Atreyu suddenly heard the luck dragon's bronze voice in the sky above him. Atreyu, are you there, Atreyu? Falkor, Atreyu shouted, and then he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Falkor, Falkor, I'm here. Help me, I'm here. And then he saw Falkor's white body darting like a living streak of lightning through the square of darkening sky, far away at first, then closer. Atreyu kept shouting, and Falkor answered in his bell-like voice, Then, at last, the dragon in the sky caught sight of the boy down below, no bigger than a bright speck in a dark hole. Falkor prepared for a landing, but the backyard was small, there was hardly any light left, and the dragon brushed against one of the high-gabled houses. The roof collapsed with a roar. Falkor felt an agonizing pain. The sharp edge of the roof had cut deep into his body. This wasn't one of his usual graceful landings. He came tumbling down on the grimy, wet pavement next to Atreyu and the dead Gmork. He shook himself, sneezed like a dog coming out of the water, and said, "At last, so this is where you are. Oh well, I seem to have got here on time." Atreyu said nothing. He threw his arms around Falkor's neck and buried his face in the dragon's silvery white mane. "Come," said Falkor. "Climb on my back. We have no time to lose." Atreyu only shook his head, and then Falkor saw that Atreyu's leg was imprisoned in the werewolf's jaws. "Don't worry," he said, rolling his ruby-red eyeballs. "We'll fix that in a jiffy." He set to with both paws, trying to pry Gmork's teeth apart. They didn't budge by a hairbreadth. Falkor heaved and panted. It was no use. Most likely he would never have set his young friend free if luck hadn't come to his help. But luck dragons, as we know, are lucky, and so are those they are fond of. When Falkor stopped to rest, he bent over Gmork's head to get a better look at it in the dark, and it so happened that the childlike Empress's amulet, which was hanging from the chain on the dragon's neck, touched the werewolf's forehead. Instantly the jaws opened, releasing Atreyu's leg. "Hey," cried Falkor, "what do you think of that?" There was no answer from Atreyu. "What's wrong?" cried Falkor. "Atreyu, where are you?" He groped in the darkness for his friend, but Atreyu wasn't there. And while the dragon was trying to pierce the darkness with his glowing red eyes, he himself felt the pull that had snatched Atreyu away from him. The nothing was coming too close for comfort, but Orin protected the luck dragon from the pull. Atreyu was free from the werewolf's jaws, but not from the pull of the nothing. He tried to fight it, to kick, to push, but his limbs no longer obeyed him. A few feet more, and he would have been lost forever. In that moment, quick as lightning, Falkor grabbed him by his long blue-black hair and carried him up into the night-black sky. The clock in the belfry struck 9. Neither Atreyu nor Falkor could say later how long they had flown through the impenetrable darkness. Had it been only one night? Perhaps time had stopped for them, and they were hovering motionless in the limitless blackness. It was the longest night Atreyu had ever known, and the same was true for Falkor, who was much older. But even the longest and darkest of nights passes sooner or later, and when the pale dawn came, they glimpsed the ivory tower on the horizon. Here it seems necessary to pause for a moment and explain a special feature of Fantastican geography. Continents and oceans, mountains and watercourses have no fixed locations as in the real world. Thus, it would be quite impossible to draw a map of Fantastica. In Fantastica, you can never be sure in advance what will be next to what. Even the directions, north, south, east, and west, change from one part of the country to another. And the same goes for summer and winter, day and night. You can step out of a blazing hot desert straight into snowfields. In Fantastica, there are no measurable distances, so that near and far don't at all mean what they do in the real world. They vary with the traveler's wishes and state of mind. Since Fantastica has no boundaries, its center can be anywhere, or to put it another way, it is equally near to, or far from, anywhere. It all depends on who is trying to reach the center. And the innermost center of Fantastica is the ivory tower. To his surprise, Atreyu found himself sitting on the luck dragon's back. He couldn't remember how he had got there. All he remembered was that Falkor had pulled him up by the hair. Feeling cold, he gathered in his cloak, which was fluttering behind him, and then he saw that it was grey. It had lost its color, and so had his skin and hair, and Falkor, as Atreyu discovered in the rising light, was no better off. The dragon looked unreal, more like a swath of grey mist than anything else. They had both come too close to the nothing. "Atreyu, my little master," the dragon said softly, "does your wound hurt very badly?" About his own wound he said nothing. "No," said Atreyu, "I don't feel anything anymore." "Have you a fever?" "No, Falkor, I don't think so. Why do you ask?" "I can feel you trembling," said the dragon. "What in the world can make Atreyu tremble now?" After a short silence, Atreyu said, "We'll be there soon. And then I'll have to tell the childlike empress that nothing can save her. That's harder than anything else I've had to do." "Yes," said Falkor even more softly. "That's true." They flew in silence, drawing steadily nearer to the ivory tower. After a while, the dragon spoke again. "Have you seen her, Atreyu?" "Who?" "The childlike empress, or rather, the golden-eyed commander of wishes, because that's how you must address her when you come into her presence." "No, I've never seen her." "I have. That was long ago. Your great-grandfather must have been a little boy at the time, and I was a young cloud snapper with a head full of foolishness. One night I saw the moon, shining so big and round, and I tried to grab it out of the sky. When I finally gave up, I dropped with exhaustion and landed near the ivory tower. That night, the magnolia pavilion had opened its petals wide, and the childlike empress was sitting right in the middle of it. She cast a glance at me, just one short glance, but I hardly know how to put it. That glance made a new dragon of me. What does she look like? Like a little girl, but she's much older than the oldest inhabitants of Fantastica. Or rather, she's ageless." "Yes," said Atreyu, "but now she's deathly sick. How can I tell her that there's no hope?" "Don't try to mislead her. She can't be fooled. Tell her the truth." "But suppose it kills her?" "I don't think it will work out that way," said Falkor. "You wouldn't," said Atreyu, "because you're a luck dragon." For a long while nothing was said. When at last they spoke together for the third time, it was Atreyu who broke the silence. "Falkor," he said, "I'd like to ask you one more thing." "Fire away." "Who is she?" "What do you mean?" "Orin has power over all the inhabitants of Fantastica, the creatures of both light and darkness. It also has power over you and me, and yet the childlike empress never exerts power. It's as if she weren't there, and yet she is in everything. Is she like us?" "No," said Falkor. "She's not like us. She's not a creature of Fantastica. We all exist because she exists, but she's of a different kind." "Then is she—" Atreyu hesitated. "Is she human?" "No," said Falkor. "She's not human." "Well then," and Atreyu repeated his question, "who is she?" After a long silence, Falkor answered, "No one in Fantastica knows. No one can know. That's the deepest secret of our world. I once heard a wise man say that if anyone were to know the whole answer, he would cease to exist. I don't know what he meant. That's all I can tell you." "And now," said Atreyu, "she'll die and we'll die with her, and we'll never know her secret." This time Falkor made no answer, but a smile played around the corners of his leonine mouth, as though to say, "Nothing of the kind will happen." After that, they spoke no more. A little later, they flew over the outer edge of the labyrinth, the maze of flower beds, hedges, and winding paths that surrounded the ivory tower on all sides. To their horror, they saw that there too the nothing had been at work. True, it had touched only small spots in the labyrinth, but those spots were all about. The once bright-colored flower beds and shrubbery in between were now gray and withered. The branches of once graceful little trees were gnarled and bare. The green had gone out of the meadows, and a faint smell of rot and mold rose up to the newcomers. The only colors left were those of swollen giant mushrooms and of garish, poisonous-looking blooms that suggested nothing so much as the figments of a maddened brain. Enfeebled and trembling, the innermost heart of Fantastica was still resisting the inexorable encroachment of the nothing. But the ivory tower at the center still shimmered pure, immaculately white. Ordinarily, flying messengers landed on one of the lower terraces, but Falkor reasoned that since neither he nor Atreyu had the strength to climb the long, spiraling street leading to the top of the tower, and since time was of the essence, the regulations and rules of etiquette could reasonably be ignored. He therefore decided on an emergency landing, swooping down over the ivory buttresses, bridges, and balustrades. He located, just in time, the uppermost end of the spiraling high street, which lay just outside the palace grounds. Plummeting to the roadway, he went into a skid, made several complete turns, and finally came to a stop, tail first. Atreyu, who had been clinging with both arms to Falkor's neck, sat up and looked around. He had expected some sort of reception, or at least a detachment of palace guards to challenge them, but far and wide there was no one to be seen. All the life seemed to have gone out of the gleaming white buildings round about. "They've all fled," he thought. "They've left the childlike empress alone, or she's already—" "Atreyu," Falkor whispered, "you must give the gem back to her." Falkor removed the golden chain from his neck. It fell to the ground. Atreyu jumped down off Falkor's back and fell. He had forgotten his wound. He reached for the glory and put the chain around his neck. Then, leaning on the dragon, he rose painfully to his feet. "Falkor," he said, "where must I go?" But the luck dragon made no answer. He lay as though dead. The street ended in front of an enormous, intricately carved gate, which led through a high white wall. The gate was open. Atreyu hobbled through it and came to a broad, gleaming white stairway that seemed to end in the sky. He began to climb. Now and then he stopped to rest. Drops of his blood left a trail behind him. At length, the stairway ended. Ahead of him lay a long gallery. He staggered ahead, clinging to the balustrade for support. Next, he came to a courtyard that seemed to be full of waterfalls and fountains, but by then he couldn't be sure of what he was seeing. He struggled forward, as in a dream. He came to a second, smaller gate. Then there was a long, narrow stairway, which took him to a garden where everything, trees, flowers, and animals, was carved from ivory. Crawling on all fours, he crossed several arched bridges without railings, which led to a third gate, the smallest of all. He dragged himself through it on his belly, and slowly raising his eyes, saw a dome-shaped hall of gleaming white ivory, and on top of it, the Magnolia Pavilion. There was no path or stairway leading up to it. Atreyu buried his head in his hands. No one who reaches or has reached that pavilion can say how he got there. The last stretch of the way must come to him as a gift. Suddenly Atreyu was in the doorway. He went in and found himself face to face with the golden-eyed commander of wishes. She was sitting, propped on many cushions, on a soft, round couch at the center of the great round blossom. She was looking straight at him. She seemed infinitely frail and delicate. Atreyu could see how ill she was by the pallor of her face, which seemed almost transparent. Her almond-shaped eyes, the color of dark gold, were serene and untroubled. She smiled. Her small, slight body was wrapped in an ample silken gown, which gleamed so white that the magnolia petals seemed dark beside it. She looked like an indescribably beautiful little girl of no more than 10, but her long, smoothly combed hair, which hung down over her shoulders, was as white as snow. Bastian gave a start. Something incredible had happened. Thus far, he had been able to visualize every incident of the never-ending story. Some of them, it couldn't be denied, were very strange, but they could somehow be explained. He had formed a clear picture of Atreyu riding on the luck dragon, of the labyrinth and the ivory tower. These pictures, however, existed only in his imagination. But when he came to the Magnolia Pavilion, he saw the face of the childlike empress, if only for a fraction of a second, for the space of a lightning flash, and not only in his thoughts, but with his eyes. It wasn't his imagination, of that Bastian was sure. He had even seen details that were not mentioned in the description, such as her eyebrows, 2 fine lines that might have been drawn with India ink, arching over her golden eyes, or her strangely elongated earlobes, or the way her head tilted on her slender neck. Bastian knew that he had never in all his life seen anything so beautiful as this face, and in that same moment he knew her name, Moonchild. Yes, beyond a doubt, that was her name. And Moonchild had looked at him, Bastian Balthazar Bux. She had looked at him with an expression that he could not interpret. Had she too been taken by surprise? Had there been a plea in that look, or longing, or what could it be? He tried to remember Moonchild's eyes, but was no longer able to. He was sure of only one thing, that her glance had passed through his eyes and down into his heart. He could still feel the burning trail it had left behind. That glance, he felt, was embedded in his heart, and there it glittered like a mysterious jewel. And in a strange and wonderful way, it hurt. Even if Bastian had wanted to, he couldn't have defended himself against this thing that had happened to him. However, he didn't want to. Oh no, not for anything in the world would he have parted with that jewel. All he wanted was to go on reading, to see Moonchild again, to be with her. It never occurred to him that he was getting into the most unusual and perhaps the most dangerous of adventures. But even if he had known this, he wouldn't have dreamed of shutting the book. With a trembling forefinger, he found his place and went on reading. The clock in the belfry struck 10. Chapter 11. Knitting his brow, powerless to utter a single word, Atreyu stood gazing at the childlike empress. He had no idea how to begin or what to do. He had often tried to imagine this moment. He had prepared words and phrases, but they had all gone out of his head. At length, she smiled at him. Her voice, when she spoke, was as soft as the voice of a bird, singing in its sleep. "You have returned from the great quest, Atreyu." Atreyu hung his head. "Yes," he managed to say. After a short silence, she went on. "Your lovely cloak has turned grey. Your hair is grey and your skin is like stone. But all that will be as it was, or better. You'll see." Atreyu felt as if a band had tightened around his throat. All he could do was nod his head. Then he heard the sweet, soft voice saying, "You have carried out your mission." Were these words meant as a question? Atreyu didn't know. He didn't dare look up to read the answer in her face. Slowly, he reached for the golden amulet and removed the chain from his neck. Without raising his eyes, he held it out to the childlike empress. He tried to kneel as messengers did in the stories and songs he had heard at home, but his wounded leg refused to do his bidding. He fell at the childlike empress's feet, and there he lay with his face to the floor. She bent forward, picked up Orin, and let the chain glide through her fingers. "You have done well," she said, "and I am pleased with you." "No!" cried Atreyu almost savagely. "It was all in vain. There's no hope." A long silence followed. Atreyu buried his face in the crook of his elbow, and his whole body trembled. How would she react? With a cry of despair, a moan, words of bitter reproach, or even anger? Atreyu couldn't have said what he expected. Certainly not what he heard. Laughter. A soft, contented laugh. Atreyu's thoughts were in a whirl. For a moment he thought she had gone mad. But that was not the laughter of madness. Then he heard her say, "But you've brought him with you." Atreyu looked up. "Who?" "Our Savior." He looked into her eyes and found only serenity. She smiled again. "Golden-eyed commander of wishes," he stammered, now for the first time, using the official words of address that Falkor had recommended. No, really, I don't understand." "I can see that by the look on your face," she said. "But whether you understand or not, you've done it. And that's what counts, isn't it?" Atreyu said nothing. He couldn't even think of a question to ask. He stood there, open-mouthed, staring at the childlike empress. "I saw him," she went on, "and he saw me." "When?" Atreyu asked. "Just as you came in. You brought him with you." Involuntarily, Atreyu looked around. "Then where is he?" "I don't see anyone but you and me." "Oh, the world is full of things you don't see. You can believe me. He isn't in our world yet, but our worlds have come close enough together for us to see each other." For a twinkling, the thin wall between us became transparent. "He will be with us soon, and then he will call me by the new name that he alone can give me. Then I shall be well, and so will Fantastica." As the childlike empress was speaking, Atreyu raised himself with difficulty. He looked up to her as she lay on her bed of cushions. His voice was husky when he asked, "Then you've known my message all along? What Morla, the aged one, told me in the swamps of sadness, what the mysterious voice of Uyulala in the southern oracle revealed to me, you knew it all?" "Yes," she said. "I knew it before I sent you on the great quest." Atreyu gulped. "Why?" he finally managed to ask. "Why did you send me then? What did you expect me to do?" Exactly what you did, she replied. What I did, Atreyu repeated slowly. His forehead clouded over. In that case, he said angrily, it was all unnecessary. There was no need of sending me on the great quest. I've heard that your decisions are often mysterious. That may be. But after all I've been through, I hate to think that you were just having a joke at my expense. The childlike Empress's eyes grew grave. I was not having a joke at your expense, Atreyu, she said. I am well aware of what I owe you. All your sufferings were necessary. I sent you on the great quest, not for the sake of the message you would bring me, but because that was the only way of calling our Savior. He took part in everything you did, and he has come all that long way with you. You heard his cry of fear when you were talking with Igramil beside the deep chasm, and you saw him when you stood facing the magic mirror gate. You entered into his image and took it with you, and he followed you because he saw himself through your eyes. And now, too, he can hear every word we are saying. He knows we are talking about him. He knows we have set our hope in him and are expecting him. Perhaps he even understands that all the hardship you, Atreyu, took upon yourself was for his sake, and that all Fantastica is calling him. Little by little, the darkness cleared from Atreyu's face. After a while, he asked, How can you know all that? The cry by the deep chasm and the image in the magic mirror. Did you arrange it all in advance? The childlike Empress picked up Orin and said, while putting the chain around her neck, Didn't you wear the gem the whole time? Didn't you know that through it I was always with you? Not always, said Atreyu. I lost it. Yes. Then you were really alone. Tell me what happened to you then. Atreyu told her the story. Now I know why you turned gray, said the childlike Empress. You were too close to the nothing. Gmork, the werewolf, told me, said Atreyu, that when a Fantastican is swallowed up by the nothing, he becomes a lie. Is that true? Yes, it is true, said the childlike Empress, and her golden eyes darkened. All lies were once creatures of Fantastica. They are made of the same stuff, but they have lost their true nature and become unrecognizable. But as you might expect from a half-and-half creature like Gmork, he told you only half the truth. There are two ways of crossing the dividing line between Fantastica and the human world, a right one and a wrong one. When Fantasticans are cruelly dragged across it, that's the wrong way. When humans, children of man, come to our world of their own free will, that's the right way. Every human who has been here has learned something that could be learned only here, and returned to his own world a changed person. Because he had seen you creatures in your true form, he was able to see his own world and his fellow humans with new eyes. Where he had seen only dull, everyday reality, he now discovered wonders and mysteries. That is why humans were glad to come to Fantastica, and the more these visits enriched our world, the fewer lies there were in theirs, the better it became. Just as our two worlds can injure each other, they can also make each other whole again. For a time, both were silent. Then she went on, Humans are our hope. One of them must come and give me a new name. And he will come. Atreyu made no answer. Do you understand now, Atreyu, she asked, why I had to ask so much of you? Only a long story full of adventures, marvels, and dangers could bring our Savior to me, and that was your story. Atreyu sat deep in thought. At length he nodded. Yes, golden-eyed commander of wishes, now I understand. I thank you for choosing me. Forgive my anger. You had no way of knowing these things, she answered, and that too was necessary. Again, Atreyu nodded. After a short silence, he said, "But I'm very tired." "You have done enough, Atreyu. Would you like to rest?" "Not yet. First, I would like to see the happy outcome of my story. If, as you say, I've carried out my mission, why isn't the Savior here yet? What's he waiting for?" "Yes," said the childlike Empress softly. "What is he waiting for?" Bastian felt his hands growing moist with excitement. "I can't do it," he said. "I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. Maybe the name I've thought of isn't the right one." "May I ask you another question?" said Atreyu. "Of course," she answered with a smile. "Why do you need a new name to get well?" "Only the right name gives beings and things their reality," she said. "A wrong name makes everything unreal. That's what lies do. Maybe the Savior doesn't yet know the right name to give you." "Oh, yes, he does," she assured him. Again they sat silent. "I know it all right," said Bastian. "I knew it the moment I laid eyes on her, but I don't know what I have to do." Atreyu looked up. Maybe he wants to come and just doesn't know how to go about it. "All he has to do," said the childlike Empress, "is to call me by my new name, which he alone knows, nothing more." Bastian's heart pounded. Should he try? What if he didn't succeed? What if he was wrong? What if they weren't talking about him but about some entirely different Savior? How could he be sure they really meant him? "Could it be," said Atreyu after a while, "that he doesn't know it's him and not somebody else we're talking about?" "No," said the childlike Empress. "Not after all the signs he has had. He can't be that stupid." "I'll give it a try," said Bastian. But he couldn't get a word out of his mouth. What if it actually worked? Then he would somehow be transported to Fantastica. But how? Maybe he would have to go through some sort of change. And what would that be like? Would it hurt? Would he lose consciousness? And did he really want to go to Fantastica? He wanted to go to Atreyu and the childlike Empress, but he wasn't at all keen on all those monsters the place was swarming with. "Maybe he hasn't got the courage," Atreyu suggested. "Courage?" said the childlike Empress. "Does it take courage to say my name?" "Then," said Atreyu, "I can think of only one thing that may be holding him back." "And what would that be?" After some hesitation, Atreyu blurted out, "He just doesn't want to come here. He just doesn't care about you or Fantastica. We don't mean a thing to him." The childlike Empress stared wide-eyed at Atreyu. "No, no!" Bastian cried out. "You mustn't think that. It's not that at all. Oh, please, please don't think that. Can you hear me? It's not like that, Atreyu." "He promised me he would come," said the childlike Empress. "I saw it in his eyes." "Yes, that's true. And I will come soon. I just need time to think. It's not so simple." Atreyu hung his head, and the two of them waited a long while in silence. But the Savior did not appear, and there wasn't the slightest sign to suggest that he was trying to attract their attention. Bastian was thinking of how it would be if he suddenly stood before them in all his fatness, with his bowlegs and his pasty face. He could literally see the disappointment in the childlike Empress's face when she said to him, "What brings you here?" And Atreyu might even laugh. The thought brought a blush to Bastian's cheeks. Obviously they were expecting a prince, or at any rate some sort of hero. He just couldn't appear before them. It was out of the question. He would do anything for them. Anything but that. When at last the childlike Empress looked up, the expression of her face had changed. Atreyu was almost frightened at its grandeur and severity. He knew where he had once seen that expression, in the Sphinxes. "There is one more thing I can do," she said, "but I don't like it, and I wish he wouldn't make me." "What is that?" Atreyu asked in a whisper. "Whether he knows it or not, he is already part of the Neverending Story. He can no longer back out of it. He made me a promise, and he has to keep it. But by myself, I can't make him." "Who in all Fantastica," Atreyu asked, "can do what you cannot?" "Only one person," she replied. "If he wants to. The old man of Wandering Mountain." Atreyu looked at the childlike Empress in amazement. "The old man of Wandering Mountain?" he repeated, stressing every word. "You mean he exists? Did you doubt it? The old folk in our tent camps tell the children about him when they're naughty. They say he writes everything down in a book, whatever you do or fail to do, and there it stays in the form of a beautiful or an ugly story. When I was little, I believed it. But then I decided it was only an old wives' tale to frighten children." "You never can tell about old wives' tales," she said with a smile. "Then you know him?" Atreyu asked. "You've seen him?" She shook her head. "If I find him," she said, "it will be our first meeting." "Our old folk also say," Atreyu went on, "that you never can know where the old man's mountain will be at any particular time. They say that when he appears, it's always unexpectedly, now here, now there, and that you can only run across him by accident, or because the meeting was fated." "That's true," said the childlike Empress. "You can't look for the old man of Wandering Mountain. You can only find him." "Does that go for you too?" "Yes," she said, "for me too." "But what if you don't find him?" "If he exists, I'll find him," she said with a mysterious smile. Her answer puzzled Atreyu. Hesitantly, he asked, Is he like you?" "He is like me," she replied, "because he is my opposite in every way." Atreyu saw that with such questions, he would get nothing out of her. And another thought weighed on him. "You are deathly sick, golden-eyed commander of wishes," he said, almost sternly. "You won't go far by yourself. All your servants and courtiers seem to have abandoned you. Falkor and I would be glad to take you wherever you wish, but, frankly, I don't know if Falkor has the strength. And my foot, well, you've seen that it won't carry me." "Thank you, Atreyu," she said. "Thank you for your brave and loyal offer, but I'm not planning to take you with me. To find the old man of Wandering Mountain, one must be alone, and even now Falkor is not where you left him. He has been moved to a place where his wounds will be healed and his strength renewed, and you too, Atreyu, will soon be in that same place." Her fingers played with Orin. "What place is that?" "There's no need for you to know that now. You will be moved in your sleep, and one day you will know where you were." "But how can I sleep?" cried Atreyu, so shaken that he lost his sense of tact. "How can I sleep when I know you may die any minute?" The childlike empress laughed softly. I'm not quite as forsaken as you think. I've already told you that there are some things you can't hope to understand. I have my 7 powers, which belong to me as your memory or courage or thoughts belong to you. They cannot be seen or heard, and yet they are with me at this moment. I shall leave 3 of them with you and Falkor to look after you, and I shall take the other 4 with me as my escort. You needn't worry, Atreyu. You can sleep easy. At these words, all the accumulated weariness of the great quest descended on Atreyu like a dark veil. Yet it was not the leaden weariness of exhaustion, but a gentle longing for sleep. He still had many questions to ask the golden-eyed commander of wishes, but he felt that her last words had vanquished all his wishes but one, the wish for sleep. His eyes closed, and still in a sitting position, he glided into the darkness. The clock in the steeple struck 11. As though far in the distance, Atreyu heard the childlike empress give an order in a soft voice. Then he felt powerful arms lifting him gently and carrying him away. For a long time, all was dark and warm around him. Much later, he half awoke when a soothing liquid touched his parched lips and ran down his throat. He had a vague impression that he was in a great cave with walls of gold. He saw the white luck dragon lying beside him, and then he saw, or thought he saw, a gushing fountain in the middle of the cave, encircled by 2 snakes, a light one and a dark one, which were biting each other's tail. But then an invisible hand brushed over his eyes. The feel of it was infinitely soothing, and again he fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. At that moment, the childlike empress left the ivory tower. She lay bedded on soft silken cushions in a glass litter, which seemed to be moving under its own power, but was actually being carried by 4 of the empress's invisible servants. They crossed the labyrinth garden, or rather, what was left of it, making frequent detours, since many of the paths ended in the nothing. When at length they left the labyrinth, the invisible carriers stopped. They seemed to be waiting for a command. The childlike empress sat up on her cushions and cast a glance back at the ivory tower. Then, sinking back, she said, "Keep going, just keep going, no matter where." Blown by the wind, her snow-white hair trailed behind the glass litter like a flag. Chapter 12. Long thundering avalanches descended from the heights. Snowstorms raged between towering ice-coated summits, dipped into hollows and ravines, and swept howling onward over the great white expanse of the glaciers. Such weather was not at all unusual for this part of the country, for the Mountain of Destiny, that was, its name, was the highest in all Fantastica, and its peaks literally jutted into the heights of heaven. Not even the most intrepid mountain climbers ventured into these fields of everlasting ice. It had been so very, very long since anyone had succeeded in climbing this mountain that the feat had been forgotten. For one of Fantastica's many strange laws decreed that no one could climb the Mountain of Destiny until the last successful climber had been utterly forgotten. Thus, anyone who managed to climb it would always be the first. No living creature could survive in that icy waste, except for a handful of gigantic ice clumps, who could barely be called living creatures, for they moved so slowly that they needed years for a single step and whole centuries for a short walk, which meant, of course, that they could only associate with their own kind and knew nothing at all about the rest of Fantastica. They thought of themselves as the only living creatures in the universe. Consequently, they were puzzled to the point of consternation when they saw a tiny speck twining its way upward over perilous crags and razor-sharp ridges, then vanishing into deep chasms and crevasses, only to reappear higher up. That speck was the childlike Empress's glass litter, still carried by 4 of her invisible powers. It was barely visible, for the glass it was made of looked very much like ice, and the childlike Empress's white gown and white hair could hardly be distinguished from the snow round about. She had traveled many days and nights. The 4 powers had carried her through blinding rain and scorching sun, through darkness and moonlight, onward and onward, just as she had ordered, no matter where. She was prepared for a long journey and all manner of hardship, since she knew that the old man of Wandering Mountain could be everywhere or nowhere. Still, the 4 invisible powers were not guided entirely by chance in their choice of an itinerary. As often as not, the nothing, which had already swallowed up whole regions, left only a single path open. Sometimes the possibilities narrowed down to a bridge, a tunnel, or a gateway, and sometimes they were forced to carry the litter with the deathly ill Empress over the waves of the sea. These carriers saw no difference between liquid and solid. Tireless and persevering, they had finally reached the frozen heights of the Mountain of Destiny, and they would go on climbing until the childlike Empress gave them another order. But she lay still on her cushions. Her eyes were closed, and she said nothing. The last words she had spoken were the "no matter where" she had said on leaving the ivory tower. The litter was moving through a deep ravine, so narrow that there was barely room for it to pass. The snow was several feet deep, but the invisible carriers did not sink in or even leave footprints. It was very dark at the bottom of this ravine, which admitted only a narrow strip of daylight. The path was on a steady incline, and the higher the litter climbed, the nearer the daylight seemed. And then, suddenly, the walls leveled off, opening up a view of a vast white expanse. This was the summit, for the Mountain of Destiny culminated not, like most other mountains, in a single peak, but in this high plateau, which was as large as a whole country. But then, surprisingly enough, a smaller, odd-looking mountain arose in the midst of the plateau. It was rather tall and narrow, something like the ivory tower, but glittering blue. It consisted of innumerable, strangely shaped stone teeth, which jutted into the sky like great inverted icicles, and about halfway up the mountain, 3 such teeth supported an egg the size of a house. Behind the egg, large blue columns resembling the pipes of an enormous organ rose in a semicircle. The great egg had a circular opening, which might have been a door or a window, and in that opening a face appeared. The face was looking straight at the litter. The childlike Empress opened her eyes. "Stop," she said softly. The invisible powers stopped. The childlike Empress sat up. "It's the old man of Wandering Mountain," she said. "I must go the last stretch of the way alone. Whatever may happen, wait here for me." The face in the circular opening vanished. The childlike Empress stepped out of the litter and started across the great snowfield. It was hard going, for she was barefooted, and there was an icy crust on the snow. At every step she broke through, and the ice cut her tender feet. The wind tugged at her white hair and her gown. At last she came to the blue mountain and stood facing the smooth stone teeth. The dark circular opening disgorged a long ladder, much longer than there could possibly have been room for in the egg. It soon extended to the foot of the blue mountain, and when the childlike Empress took hold of it, she saw that it consisted of letters, which which were fastened together. Each rung of the ladder was a line. The childlike empress started climbing, and as she climbed from rung to rung, she read the words, turn back and go away, for come what will and come what may, never in any time or place must you and I meet face to face. To you alone, O childlike one, the way is barred. To you alone, turn back, for never shall beginning seek the end of all. The consequence of your intrusion can only be extreme confusion. She stopped to rest and looked up. She still had a long way to go. So far she hadn't even gone halfway. Old man of wandering mountain, she said aloud, if you don't want us to meet, you needn't have written me this ladder. It's your disinvitation that brings me. And she went on climbing. What you achieve and what you are is recorded by me, the chronicler. Letters unchangeable and dead freeze what the living did and said. Therefore, by coming here to me, you invite catastrophe. Thus is the end of what you once began. You will never be old, and I, old man, was never young. What you awaken, I lay to rest. Be not mistaken. It is forbidden that life should see itself in dead eternity. Again, she had to stop to catch her breath. By then, the childlike empress was high up, and the ladder was swaying like a branch in the snowstorm. Clinging to the icy letters that formed the rungs of the ladder, she climbed the rest of the way. But if you still refuse to heed the warning of the ladder's screed, if you are still prepared to do what in time and space is forbidden you, I won't attempt to hold you back. Then welcome to the old man's shack. When the childlike empress had those last rungs behind her, she sighed and looked down. Her wide white gown was in tatters, for it had caught on every bend and crossbar of the message ladder. Oh well, she had known all along that letters were hostile to her. She felt the same way about them. From the ladder she stepped through the circular opening in the egg. Instantly it closed behind her, and she stood motionless in the darkness, waiting to see what would happen next. Nothing at all happened for quite some time. At length she said softly, "Here I am." Her voice echoed as in a large empty room, or was it another, much deeper voice that had answered her in the same words? Little by little, she made out a faint reddish glow in the darkness. It came from an open book, which hovered in midair at the center of the egg-shaped room. It was tilted in such a way that she could see the binding, which was of copper-colored silk, and on the binding, as on the gem, which the childlike empress wore around her neck, she saw an oval formed by two snakes biting each other's tail. Inside this oval was printed the title, The Neverending Story. Bastian's thoughts were in a whirl. This was the very same book that he was reading. He looked again. Yes, no doubt about it. It was the book he had in his hand. How could this book exist inside itself? The childlike empress had come closer. On the other side of the hovering book, she now saw a man's face. It was bathed in a bluish light. The light came from the print of the book, which was bluish-green. The man's face was as deeply furrowed as if it had been carved in the bark of an ancient tree. His beard was long and white, and his eyes were so deep in their sockets that she could not see them. He was wearing a dark monk's robe with a hood, and in his hand he was holding a stylus, with which he was writing in the book. He did not look up. The childlike empress stood watching him in silence. He was not really writing. His stylus glided slowly over the empty page, and the letters and words appeared as though of their own accord. The childlike empress read what was being written, and it was exactly what was happening at that same moment. The childlike empress read what was being written. "You write down everything that happens," she said. "Everything that I write down happens," was the answer, spoken in the deep, dark voice that had come to her like an echo of her own voice. Strange to say, the old man of Wandering Mountain had not opened his mouth. He had written her words and his, and she had heard them as though merely remembering that he had just spoken. "Are you and I and all Fantastica?" she asked. "Are we all recorded in this book?" He wrote, and at the same time she heard his answer. "No, you've got it wrong. This book is all Fantastica, and you and I." "But where is this book?" And he wrote the answer, "In the book." "Then it's all a reflection of a reflection?" she asked. He wrote, and she heard him say, "What does one see in a mirror reflected in a mirror? Do you know that, golden-eyed commander of wishes?" The childlike empress said nothing for a while, and the old man wrote that she said nothing. Then she said softly, "I need your help." "I knew it," he said, and wrote. "Yes," she said. "I supposed you would. You are Fantastica's memory. You know everything that has happened up to this moment. But couldn't you leaf ahead in your book and see what's going to happen?" "Empty pages," was the answer. "I can only look back at what has happened. I was able to read it while I was writing it, and I know it because I have read it, and I wrote it because it happened. The Neverending Story writes itself by my hand." "Then you don't know why I've come to you?" "No." And as he was writing, she heard the dark voice, "And I wish you hadn't. By my hand everything becomes fixed and final. You too, golden-eyed commander of wishes. This egg is your grave and your coffin. You have entered into the memory of Fantastica. How do you expect to leave here?" "Every egg," she said, "is the beginning of new life." "True," the old man wrote and said, "but only if its shell bursts open." "You can open it," cried the childlike empress. "You let me in." "Your power let you in, but now that you're here, your power is gone. We are shut up here for all time. Truly, you shouldn't have come. This is the end of the never-ending story." The childlike empress smiled. She didn't seem troubled in the least. "You and I," she said, "can't prolong it, but there is someone who can." "Only a human," wrote the old man, "can make a fresh start." "Yes," she replied, "a human." Slowly, the old man of Wandering Mountain raised his eyes and saw the childlike empress for the first time. His gaze seemed to come from the darkest distance, from the end of the universe. She stood up to it, answered it with her golden eyes. A silent, immobile battle was fought between them. At length, the old man bent over his book and wrote, "For you too there is a borderline. Respect it." "I will," she said, "but the one of whom I speak, the one for whom I am waiting, crossed it long ago. He is reading this book while you are writing it. He hears every word we are saying. He is with us." "That is true," she heard the old man's voice as he was writing. "He too is part and parcel of the never-ending story, for it is his own story." "Tell me the story," the childlike empress commanded. "You, who are the memory of Fantastica, tell me the story from the beginning, word for word, as you have written it." The old man's writing hand began to tremble. "If I do that, I shall have to write everything all over again, and what I write will happen again." "So be it," said the childlike empress. Bastian was beginning to feel uncomfortable. What was she going to do? It had something to do with him. But if even the old man of Wandering Mountain was trembling— The old man wrote and said, "If the never-ending story contains itself, then the world will end with this book." And the childlike empress answered, "But if the hero comes to us, new life can be born. Now the decision is up to him." "You are ruthless indeed," the old man said and wrote, "We shall enter the circle of eternal return, from which there is no escape." "Not for us," she replies, and her voice was no longer gentle, but as hard and clear as a diamond. "Nor for him, unless he saves us all." "Do you really want to entrust everything to a human?" "I do." But then she added more softly, "Or have you a better idea?" After a long silence, the old man's dark voice said, "No." He bent low over the book in which he was writing. His face was hidden by his hood. "Then do what I ask." Submitting to her will, the old man of Wandering Mountain began telling the never-ending story from the beginning. At that moment, the light cast by the pages of the book changed color. It became reddish like the letters that now formed under the old man's stylus. His monk's habit and the hood also took on the color of copper, and as he wrote, his deep, dark voice resounded. Bastian, too, heard it quite clearly, yet he did not understand the first words the old man said. They sounded like Scoob, Dlo, Rednerok, Darnok, Iraq. Strange, Bastian thought. Why is the old man suddenly talking a foreign language? Or was it some sort of magic spell? The old man's voice went on, and Bastian couldn't help listening. This inscription could be seen on the glass door of a small shop, but naturally this was only the way it looked if you were inside the dimly lit shop, looking out at the street through the plate glass door. Outside, it was a gray, cold, rainy November morning. The rain ran down the glass and over the ornate letters. Through the glass, there was nothing to be seen but the rain-splotched wall across the street. Bastian was rather disappointed. I don't know that story, he thought. That's not in the book I've been reading. Oh well, it only goes to show that I've been mistaken the whole time. I really thought the old man would start telling the never-ending story from the beginning. Suddenly the door was opened so violently that a little cluster of brass bells tinkled wildly, taking quite some time to calm down. The cause of this hubbub was a fat little boy of 10 or 12. His wet, dark brown hair hung down over his face. His coat was soaked and dripping, and he was carrying a school satchel slung over his shoulder. He was rather pale and out of breath, but despite the hurry he had been in a moment before, he was standing in the open doorway as though rooted to the spot. As Bastian read this and listened to the deep, dark voice of the old man of Wandering Mountain, a roaring started up in his ears, and he saw spots before his eyes. Why? This was all about him. And it was the never-ending story. He, Bastian, was a character in the book, which until now he had thought he was reading, and heaven only knew who else might be reading it at the exact same time, also supposing himself to be just a reader. And now Bastian was afraid. He felt unable to breathe, as though shut up in an invisible prison. He didn't want to read anymore. He wanted to stop. But the deep, dark voice of the old man of Wandering Mountain went on, and there was nothing Bastian could do about it. He held his hands over his ears, but it was no use, because the voice came from inside him. He tried desperately to tell himself, though he knew it wasn't true, that the resemblance to his own story was some crazy accident. But the deep, dark voice went on, and ever so clearly he heard it saying, "Where are your manners? If you had any, you'd have introduced yourself." "My name is Bastian," said the boy, "Bastian Balthazar Bux." In that moment, Bastian made a profound discovery. You wish for something, you've wanted it for years, and you're sure you want it, as long as you know you can't have it. But if all at once it looks as though your wish might come true, you suddenly find yourself wishing you had never wished for any such thing. That is exactly how it was with Bastian. Now that he was in danger of getting his wish, he would have liked best to run away. But since you can't run away unless you have some idea where you're at, Bastian did something perfectly absurd. He turned over on his back like a beetle and played dead. He made himself as small as possible and pretended he wasn't there. The old man of Wandering Mountain went on telling and writing the story of how Bastian had stolen the book, how he had fled to the schoolhouse attic and begun to read. And then Atreu's quest began all over again. He spoke with Morla, the aged one, and found Falkor in a grammel's net beside the deep chasm, and heard Bastian's cry of fear. Once again he was cured by old Urgel and lectured by Engiwook. He passed through the 3 magic gates, entered into Bastian's image, and spoke with Uyulala. And then came the Wind Giants and Spook City and Gimork, followed by Atreu's rescue and the flight to the Ivory Tower. And in between, everything that Bastian had done, how he had lit the candles, how he had seen the childlike Empress, and how she had waited for him in vain. Once again she started on her way to find the old man of Wandering Mountain. Once again she climbed the ladder of letters and entered the egg. Once again the conversation between her and the old man was related word for word. And once again the old man of Wandering Mountain began to write and tell the never-ending story. At that point, the story began all over again, unchanged and unchangeable, and ended once again with the meeting between the childlike Empress and the old man of Wandering Mountain, who began once again to write and tell the never-ending story. And so it would go on forever and ever, for any change in the sequence of events was unthinkable. Only he, Bastian, could do anything about it, and he would have to do something, or else he too would be included in the circle. It seemed to him that this story had been repeated 1,000 times, as though there were no before and after, and everything had happened at once. Now he realized why the old man's hand trembled. The circle of eternal return was an end without an end. Bastian was unaware of the tears that were running down his cheeks. Close to fainting, he suddenly cried out, "Moonchild, I'm coming." In that moment, several things happened at once. The shell of the great egg was dashed to pieces by some overwhelming power. A rumbling of thunder was heard, and then the storm wind came roaring from afar. It blew from the pages of the book that Bastian was holding on his knees, and the pages began to flutter wildly. Bastian felt the wind in his hair and face. He could scarcely breathe. The candle flames in the 7-armed candelabrum danced, wavered, and lay flat. Then another, still more violent wind blew into the book, and the candles went out. The clock in the belfry struck 12. Chapter 13. "Moonchild, I'm coming," Bastian repeated in the darkness. He felt something indescribably sweet and comforting flow into him from the name and fill his whole being. So he said it again and again. "Moonchild, Moonchild, I'm coming. Moonchild, here I am." But where was he? He couldn't see the slightest ray of light, but this was no longer the freezing darkness of the attic. This was a warm, velvety darkness in which he felt safe and happy. All fear and dread had left him, ceased to be anything more than a distant memory. He felt so light and gay that he even laughed softly. "Moonchild, where am I?" he asked. He no longer felt the weight of his body. He groped about and realized that he was hovering in midair. The mats were gone, and there was no ground under his feet. It was a wonderful feeling, a sense of release and boundless freedom that he had never known before. He was beyond the reach of all the things that had weighed him down and hemmed him in. Could he be hovering somewhere in the cosmos? But in the cosmos, there were stars, and here there was nothing of the kind. There was only this velvety darkness and a wonderful, happy feeling he hadn't known in all his life. Could it be that he was dead? "Moonchild, where are you?" And then he heard a delicate, bird-like voice that answered him, and that may have answered him several times without his hearing it. It seemed very near, and yet he could not have said from what direction it came. "Here I am, my Bastian." "Is it you, Moonchild?" She laughed in a strangely lilting way. "Who else would I be? Why, you've just given me my lovely name. Thank you for it. Welcome, my savior and my hero." "Where are we, Moonchild?" "I am with you and you are with me. Dream words." Yet Bastian knew for sure that he was awake and not dreaming. "Moonchild," he whispered, "is this the end?" "No," she replied. "It's the beginning." "Where is Fantastica, Moonchild? Where are all the others? Where are Atreyu and Falkor? And what about the old man of Wandering Mountain and his book? Don't they exist anymore?" "Fantastica will be born again from your wishes, my Bastian. Through me, they will become reality." "From my wishes?" Bastian repeated in amazement. He heard the sweet voice reply, "You know they call me the commander of wishes. What will you wish?" Bastian thought a moment. Then he inquired cautiously, "How many wishes have I got?" "As many as you want, the more the better, my Bastian. Fantastica will be all the more rich and varied." Bastian was overjoyed. But just because so infinitely many possibilities had suddenly been held out to him, he couldn't think of a single wish. "I can't think of anything," he said finally. For a time there was silence, and then he heard the bird-like voice. "That's bad." "Why?" "Because then there won't be any more Fantastica." Bastian made no answer. He felt confused. His sense of unlimited freedom was somewhat marred by the thought that everything depended on him. "Why is it so dark, Moonchild?" he asked. "The beginning is always dark, my Bastian." "I'd awfully like to see you again, Moonchild. The way you were when you looked at me, Again he heard the soft, lilting laugh. Why are you laughing? Because I'm happy. Happy? Why? You've just made your first wish. Will you make it come true? He held out his hand and felt she was putting something into it. Something very small, but strangely heavy. It was very cold and felt hard and dead. What is it, Moonchild? A grain of sand, she replied. All that's left of my boundless realm. I make you a present of it. Thank you, said Bastian, bewildered. What on earth could he do with such a gift? If at least it had been something living. As he was mulling it over, he felt something wriggling in his hand. He raised his hand to see what it was. Look, Moonchild, he whispered. It's glowing and glittering, and there, look, a little flame is coming out of it. No, it's not a grain of sand. It's a seed. It's a luminous seed, and it's starting to sprout. Well done, my Bastian, he heard her say. You see how easy it is for you. Barely perceptible at first, the glow of the speck in Bastian's palm grew quickly, making the two child faces, so very different from each other, gleam in the velvety darkness. Slowly, Bastian withdrew his hand, and the glittering speck hovered between them like a little star. The seed sprouted so quickly that one could see it grow. It put forth leaves and a stem and buds that burst into many-colored, phosphorescent flowers. Little fruits formed, ripened, and exploded like miniature rockets, spraying new seeds all around them. From the new seeds grew other plants, but these had different shapes. Some were like ferns or small palms, others like cacti, bulrushes, or gnarled trees. Each glowed a different color. Soon, the velvety darkness all around Bastian and Moonchild, over and under them and on every side, was filled with rapidly growing, luminous plants. A globe of radiant colors, a new, luminous world hovered in the nowhere and grew and grew. And in its innermost center, Bastian and Moonchild sat hand in hand, looking around them with eyes of wonder. Unceasingly, new shapes and colors appeared. Larger and larger blossoms opened, richer and richer clusters formed, and all this in total silence. Soon, some of the plants were as big as fruit trees. There were fans of long emerald green leaves, flowers resembling peacock tails, with rainbow-colored eyes, pagodas consisting of superimposed umbrellas of violet silk. Thick stems were interwoven like braids. Since they were transparent, they looked like pink glass lit up from within. Some of the blooms looked like clusters of blue and yellow Japanese lanterns. And little by little, as the luminous night growth grew denser, they intertwined to form a tissue of soft light. You must give all this a name, Moonchild whispered. Bastian nodded. Perilyn, the night forest, he said. He looked into the childlike Empress's eyes, and once again, as at their first exchange of glances, he sat spellbound, unable to take his eyes off her. The first time she had been deathly ill. Now she was much, much more beautiful. Her torn gown was whole again. The soft-colored light played over the pure whiteness of the silk and of her long hair. His wish had come true. Bastian's eyes swam. Moonchild, he stammered. Are you well again? She smiled. Can't you see that I am? I wish everything would stay like this forever, he said. The moment is forever, she replied. Bastian was silent. He didn't understand what she had said, but he was in no mood to puzzle it out. He wanted only to sit there looking at her. Little by little, the thicket of luminous plants had formed a thick hedge around them. As though imprisoned in a tent of magic carpets, Bastian paid no attention to what was happening outside. He didn't realize that Perilyn was growing and growing, that each and every plant was getting big or bigger. Seeds no bigger than sparks kept raining down and sprouted as they hit the ground. Bastian sat gazing at Moonchild. He had eyes for nothing else. He could not have said how much time had passed when Moonchild put her hand over his eyes. "Why did you keep me waiting so long?" he heard her ask. "Why did you make me go to the old man of Wandering Mountain? Why didn't you come when I called?" Bastian gulped. "It was because," he stammered, "I thought all sorts of reasons. Fear. Well, to tell you the truth, I was ashamed to let you see me." She withdrew her hand and looked at him in amazement. "Ashamed? Why?" Because, Bastian stammered, you must have expected somebody who was right for you." "What's wrong with you?" she asked. "Aren't you right for me?" Bastian felt that he was blushing. "I mean," he said, "somebody strong and brave and handsome, maybe a prince anyway, not someone like me." He couldn't see her, for he had lowered his eyes, but again he heard her soft, lilting laugh. "You see," he said, "now you're laughing at me." There was a long silence, and when Bastian finally brought himself to look up, he saw that she was bending very close to him. Her face was grave. "Let me show you something, my Bastian," she said. "Look into my eyes." Bastian obeyed, though his heart was pounding and he felt dizzy. In the golden mirror of her eyes, he saw, small at first as though far in the distance, a reflection which little by little grew larger and more distinct. It was a boy of about his own age, but this boy was slender and wonderfully handsome. His bearing was proud and erect, his face was noble, manly, and lean. He looked like a young prince from the Orient. His turban was of blue silk, and so was the silver-embroidered tunic, which reached down to his knees. His high boots, made of the softest red leather, were turned up at the toes, and he was wearing a silver glittering mantle, which hung down to the ground. But most beautiful of all were the boy's hands, which, though delicately shaped, gave an impression of unusual strength. Bastian gazed at the image with wonder and admiration. He couldn't get enough of it. He was just going to ask who this handsome young prince might be, when it came to him in a flash that this was his very own self, his reflection in Moonchild's golden eyes. In that moment he was transported, carried out of himself, and when he returned, he found he had become the handsome boy whose image he had seen. He looked down and saw exactly what he had seen in Moonchild's eyes. The soft red leather boots, the blue tunic embroidered with silver, the resplendent long mantle. He touched his turban and felt his face. His face was the same too. And then he turned toward Moonchild. She was gone. He was alone in the round room which the glowing thicket had formed. "Moonchild!" he shouted. "Moonchild!" There was no answer. Feeling utterly lost, he sat down. What was he to do now? Why had she left him alone? Where should he go? That is, if he was free to go anywhere, if he wasn't caught in a trap. While he was wondering why Moonchild should have vanished without a word of explanation, without so much as bidding him goodbye, His fingers started playing with a golden medallion that was hanging from his neck. He looked at it and let out a cry of surprise. It was Orin, the gem, the childlike Empress's amulet, which made its bearer her representative. Moonchild had given him power over every creature and thing in Fantastica, and as long as he wore that emblem, it would be as though she were with him. For a long while, Bastian looked at the two snakes, the one light, the other dark, which were biting each other's tail, and formed an oval. Then he turned the amulet over, and to his surprise found an inscription on the reverse side. It consisted of 4 words in strangely intricate letters: "Do what you wish." There had been no mention of such an inscription in the Neverending Story. Could it be that Atreyu hadn't noticed it? But that didn't matter now. What mattered was that the words gave him permission, ordered him, in fact, to do whatever he pleased. Bastian approached the wall of luminous plants to see if he could slip through somewhere. To his delight, he found that the wall could easily be thrust aside like a curtain. Out he stepped. In the meantime, the night plants had kept on growing, gently but irresistibly, and Perilyn had become a forest such as no human eye had ever beheld. The great trunks were now as high and thick as church towers, and still growing. In places, these shimmering, milky white pillars were so close together that it was impossible to pass between them, and seeds were still falling like a shower of sparks. On his way through the luminous forest, Bastian tried hard not to step on the glittering seeds that lay on the ground, but this soon proved impossible. There simply wasn't a foot's breadth of ground from which nothing was sprouting. So he stopped worrying and went wherever the giant trees left a path open for him. Bastian was delighted at being handsome. It didn't bother him that there was no one to admire him. On the contrary, he was glad to have the pleasure all to himself. He didn't care a fig for being admired by the lugs who had always made fun of him. If he thought of them at all, it was almost with pity. In this forest, where there were no seasons and no alternation of day and night, the feeling of time was entirely different from anything Bastian had ever known. He had no idea how long he had been on his way, but little by little his pleasure in being handsome underwent a change. He began to take it for granted. Not that he was any less happy about it, but now he had the feeling that he had never been any different. For this, there was a reason which Bastian was not to discover until much later. The beauty that had been bestowed on him made him forget, little by little, that he had ever been fat and bow-legged. Even if he had known what was happening, he would hardly have regretted the loss of this particular memory. As it happened, he didn't even realize that he had forgotten anything, and when the memory had vanished completely, it seemed to him that he had always been as handsome as he was now. At that point, a new wish cropped up. Just being handsome wasn't as wonderful as he had thought. He also wanted to be strong, stronger than anybody, the strongest in the world. While going deeper and deeper into the night forest, he began to feel hungry. He picked off a few of the strangely shaped luminous fruits and nibbled gingerly to see if they were edible. Edible was no word for it. Some were tart, some sweet, some slightly bitter, but all were delicious. He ate as he walked, and felt a miraculous strength flowing into his limbs. In the meantime, the glowing underbrush around him had become so dense that it cut off his view on all sides. To make matters worse, lianas and aerial roots were becoming inextricably tangled with the thicket below. Slashing with the side of his hand as if it had been a machete, Bastian opened up a passage, and the breach closed directly behind him, as if it had never been. On he went, but the wall of giant tree trunks blocked his path. Bastian grabbed hold of 2 great tree trunks and bent them apart. When he had passed through, the wall closed soundlessly behind him. Bastian shouted for joy. He was the lord of the jungle. For a while he amused himself, opening paths for himself, like an elephant that has heard the great call. His strength did not abate. He had no need to stop for breath. He felt no stitch in his side, and his heart didn't thump or race. But after a while, he wearied of his new sport. The next thing he wanted was to look down on his domain from above, to see how big it was. He spat on his hands, took hold of a liana, and pulled himself up hand over hand, without using his legs, as he had seen acrobats do in the circus. For a moment, a vision, a pale memory of the past, came to him of himself in gym class, dangling like a sack of flour from the bottommost end of the rope, while the rest of the class cackled with glee. He couldn't help smiling. How they would gape if they saw him now. They'd be proud to know him, but he wouldn't even look at them. Without stopping, once he finally reached the branch from which the liana was hanging, climbed up and straddled it. The branch gave off a red glow. He stood up and, balancing himself like a tightrope walker, made his way to the trunk. Here again, a dense tangle of creepers barred his way, but he had no difficulty in opening up a passage through it. At that height, the trunk was still so thick that 5 men clasping hands could not have encircled it. Another, somewhat higher branch, jutting from the trunk in a different direction, was beyond his reach, so he leapt through the air, caught hold of an aerial root, swung himself into place, made another perilous leap, and grabbed the higher branch. From there he was able to pull himself up to a still higher one. By then, he was high above the ground, at least 300 feet, but the glowing branches and foliage still obstructed his view. Not until he had climbed to twice that height were there occasional spaces through which he could look around. But then the going became difficult, because there were fewer and fewer branches. And at last, when he had almost reached the top, he had to stop, for there was nothing to hold on to but the smooth, bare trunk, which was still as thick as a telegraph pole. Bastian looked up and saw that the trunk or stalk ended some 50 feet higher up, in an enormous glowing dark red blossom. He didn't see how he could ever reach it, but he had to keep going, for he couldn't very well stay where he was. He threw his arms around the trunk and climbed the last 50 feet like an acrobat. The trunk swayed and bent like a blade of grass in the wind. At length, he was directly below the blossom, which was open at the top like a tulip. He managed to slip one hand between 2 of the petals and take hold. Then, pushing the petals wide apart, he pulled himself up. For a moment, he lay there, for by then he was somewhat out of breath. But then he stood up and looked over the edge of the great glowing blossom, as from the crow's nest of a ship. The tree he had climbed was one of the tallest in the whole jungle, and he was able to see far into the distance. Above him, he still saw the velvety darkness of a starless night sky, but below him, as far as he could see, the treetops of Parolin presented a play of color that took his breath away. For a long time, Bastian stood there, drinking in the sight. This was his domain. He had created it. He was the lord of Parolin, and once again he shouted for joy. Chapter 14. Never had Bastian slept so soundly as in that glowing red blossom, when at last last he opened his eyes, the sky overhead was still a velvety black. He stretched and was happy to feel miraculous strength in his limbs. Once again, there had been a change in him. His wish to be strong had come true. When he stood up and looked out over the edge of the great blossom, Parolin seemed to have stopped growing. The night forest looked pretty much the same as when he had last seen it. He didn't know that this too was connected with the fulfillment of his wish, and that his memory of his weakness and clumsiness had been blotted out at the same time. He was handsome and strong, but somehow that wasn't enough for him. He also felt the need to be tough and inured to hardship like Atreyu. But how was he to come by that quality in this luminous garden where all manner of fruit was to be had for the picking? The first pearly streaks of dawn appeared over the eastern horizon, and with the rising of the light, the phosphorescence of the night plants paled. "High time," said Bastian aloud. "I thought the day would never come." He sat down on the floor of the blossom and wondered what he should do. Climb down again and keep going. Of course, since he was Lord of Parolin, no one could stop him from wandering around in it for days, if not for months or years. This jungle was so enormous, he would never find his way out of it. But beautiful as he found the night plants, he didn't think this prospect would suit him in the long run. Exploring a desert, that would be something else again. The biggest desert in Fantastica. Yes, that would be something to be proud of. In that same moment, a violent tremor shook the giant tree. The trunk bent, and a crackling, groaning sound could be heard. Bastian had to hold tight to keep from rolling out of his blossom, the stem of which tilted more and more, until at last it lay flat. The sun, which had risen in the meantime, disclosed a vision of devastation. Hardly anything was left of all the enormous night plants. More quickly than they had sprung up, they crumbled under the glaring sunlight into dust and fine-colored sand. Gigantic tree trunks collapsed as sandcastles do when they dry out. Bastian's tree seemed to be the last still standing. But when he tried to steady himself by grasping at the petals of his flower, they crumbled in his hands and blew away like a cloud of dust. Now that there was nothing to obstruct the view, he saw how terrifyingly high up he was. He knew he would have to climb down as fast as possible, for the tree was likely to collapse at any moment. Cautiously, he climbed out of the blossom and straddled the stem, which was now bent like a fishing pole. No sooner had he left the blossom than it broke off behind him and crumbled into dust in falling. Ever so gingerly, Bastian proceeded downward. Many a man would have panicked on seeing the ground so very far below, but Bastian was free from dizziness, and his nerves were steel. Knowing that any abrupt movement might reduce the whole tree to dust, he crept along the bough and finally reached the place where the trunk became vertical. Hugging it, he let himself slide inch by inch. Several times, great clouds of colored dust fell on him from above. There were no branches left, and what towering stumps remained crumbled when Bastian tried to use them for support. As he continued downward, the trunk became too big for him to hold, and he was still far above the ground. He stopped to think, how was he ever going to get down? But then another tremor passed through the giant stump and relieved him of the need for further thought. What was left of the tree disintegrated and settled into a great mound of sand. Bastian rolled down the side of it in a wild whirl, turning a number of somersaults on the way, and finally came to rest at the bottom. He came close to being buried under an avalanche of colored dust, but he fought his way clear, spat the sand out of his mouth, and shook it out of his ears and clothes. Wherever he looked, the sand was moving in slow streams and eddies. It collected into hills and dunes of every shape and size, each with a color of its own. Light blue sand gathered to form a light blue hill, and the same with green and violet, and so on. Parallin, the night forest, was gone, and a desert was taking its place. And what a desert! Bastian had climbed a dune of purplish red sand, and all around him he saw nothing but hill after hill of every imaginable color. Each hill revealed a shade or tint that recurred in no other. The nearest was cobalt blue, another was saffron yellow, then came crimson red, then indigo, apple green, sky blue, orange, peach, mauve, turquoise blue, lilac, moss green, ruby red, burnt umber, Indian yellow, vermilion, lapis lazuli, and so on from horizon to horizon, and between the hills, separating color from color, flowed streams of gold and silver sand. "This," said Bastian aloud, "is Goab, the desert of colors." The sun rose higher and higher, and the heat became murderous. The air over the colored sand dunes shimmered, and Bastian realized that he was in a tight spot. He could not stay in this desert, that was certain. If he didn't get out of it soon, he would die of hunger and thirst. He took hold of the childlike empress's emblem in the hope that it would guide him, and then staunchly he started on his way. He climbed dune after dune. Hour after hour he plodded on, never seeing anything but hill after hill. Only the colors kept changing. His fabulous strength was no longer of any use to him, for desert distances cannot be vanquished with strength. The air was a searing blast from hell. His tongue clung to the roof of his mouth, and his face streamed with sweat. The sun was a whirl of fire in the middle of the sky. It had been in the same place for a long time, and didn't seem to move. That day in the desert was as long as the night in Parallin. Bastian's eyes burned, and his tongue felt like a piece of leather. But he didn't give up. His body had dried out, and the blood in his veins was so thick it could hardly flow. But on he went, slowly, with even steps, neither hurrying nor stopping to rest, as if he had had years of experience at crossing deserts on foot. He ignored the torments of thirst. His will had become as hard as steel. Neither fatigue nor hardship could bend it. He recalled how easily he had been discouraged in the past. He had begun all sorts of projects and given up at the first sign of difficulty. He had always been afraid of not getting enough to eat, or of falling ill, or having to endure pain. All that was far behind him. No one before him had dared to cross Goab, the desert of colors, on foot, nor would anyone undertake to do so in the future, and most likely, no one would ever hear of his exploit. This last thought saddened Bastian. Goab seemed to be so inconceivably large, he felt sure he would never come to the end of it. Despite his phenomenal endurance, he was bound to perish sooner or later. That didn't frighten him. He would die with calm dignity like the hunters in Atreu's country. But since no one ever ventured into this desert, the news of his death would never be divulged, either in Fantastica or at home. He would simply be reported missing, and no one would ever know he had been in Fantastica or in the desert of Goab. All Fantastica, he said to himself, was contained in the book that the old man of Wandering Mountain had written. This book was the Neverending Story, which he himself had read in the attic. Maybe his present adventures and sufferings were in the book even now, and maybe someone else would read the book someday. Maybe someone was reading it at that very moment. In that case, it must be possible to give that someone a sign. The sand hill where Bastian was standing just then was ultramarine blue, and separated from it by a narrow cleft, there was a fiery red dune. Bastian crossed over to it, gathered up sand in both hands, and carried it to the blue hill. Then he strewed a long line of red sand on the hillside. He went back, brought more red sand, and repeated the operation. Soon, he had fashioned 3 enormous red letters against the blue ground. BBB. He viewed his work with satisfaction. No reader of the Neverending Story could fail to see his message. So whatever happened to him now, someone would know where he had been. He sat down to rest on the red hilltop. The 3 letters glittered bright in the desert sun. Another piece of his memory of the old Bastian had been wiped out. He forgot that he had once been a namby-pamby, something of a crybaby in fact, and he was ever so proud of his toughness. But already a new wish was taking form. "It's true that I fear nothing," he said aloud, "but what I still lack is true courage. Being able to endure hardships is a great thing, but courage and daring are something else again. I wish I could run into a real adventure, something calling for great courage. How grand it would be to meet some dangerous creature, maybe not as hideous as Igramol, but much more dangerous. A beautiful, but very, very dangerous creature. The most dangerous creature in all Fantastica. I'd step right up to it, and..." Bastian said no more, for in that same moment he heard a roaring and rumbling so deep that the ground trembled beneath his feet. Bastian turned around. Far in the distance he saw something that looked like a ball of fire. Moving with incredible speed, it described a wide arc around the spot where Bastian was sitting, then came straight toward him. In the shimmering desert air, which made the outline of things waver like flames, the creature looked like a dancing fire demon. Bastian was stricken with terror. Before he knew it, he had run down into the cleft between the red dune and the blue dune. But no sooner had he got there than he felt ashamed and overcame his fear. He took hold of Oren and felt all the courage he had wished for streaming into his heart. Then again he heard the deep roar that made the ground tremble, but this time it was near him. He looked up. A huge lion was standing on the fiery red dune. The sun was directly behind him and made his great mane look like a wreath of fire. This lion was not a tawny color like other lions, but as fiery red as the dune on which he was standing. The beast did not seem to have noticed the boy, so much smaller than himself, who was standing in the cleft between the 2 dunes, but seemed to be looking at the red letters on the opposite hill. The great rumbling voice said, "Who did this?" "I did," said Bastian. "What is it?" "It's my initials," said Bastian. "My name is Bastian Balthazar Bux." Then for the first time the lion turned toward Bastian, who for a moment expected to be burned to a crisp by the flames that seemed to surround the lion. But his fear soon passed, and he returned the lion's gaze. "I," said the huge beast, "am Grograman, lord of the desert of colors. I am also known as the many-colored death." Bastian felt the deadly power that flowed from the lion's eyes, but he did not avert his own. When they had measured their strength for some time, the lion looked down. With slow, majestic movements, he descended from the dune. When he stepped onto the ultramarine sand, he too changed color. His coat and mane became blue. For a moment the huge beast stood facing Bastian, who had to look up at him as a mouse might look up at a cat. Then and suddenly Grogramin lay down and touched his head to the ground. "Master," he said, "I am your servant. I await your commands." "I'd like to get out of this desert," said Bastian. "Can you manage that?" Grogramin shook his mane. "No, master, that I cannot do." "Why not?" "Because I carry the desert with me." Not knowing what to make of this, Bastian asked, "Isn't there somebody who can get me out of here?" "How could that be, master?" said Grogramin. "Where I am, no other living creature can exist. My presence alone would suffice to reduce everybody, even the most powerful of creatures, into ashes for thousands of miles around. That's why I'm called the Many-Colored Death and Lord of the Desert of Colors." "That's not so," said Bastian. "Everybody doesn't get burned up in your desert. Look at me." "Because you are bearing the gem, master. Orin protects you, even from me, the deadliest creature in Fantastica." "You mean that if I didn't have the gem, I'd be reduced to ashes?" "That's how it is, master. That's what would happen, though personally I'd regret it, because you're the first and only being who has ever spoken to me." Bastian touched the amulet. "Thank you, Moonchild," he said under his breath. Grogramin stood up to his full height and looked down at Bastian. "I believe, master, that we have things to discuss. Perhaps I can acquaint you with certain secrets, and perhaps you can clear up the riddle of my existence for me." Bastian nodded. "But first," he said, "could you possibly get me something to drink? I'm very thirsty." "Your servant hears and obeys," said Grogramin. "Will you deign to sit on my back? I shall carry you to my palace, where you will find everything you need." Bastian climbed up on the lion's back and clutched the flaming mane in both hands. Grogramin looked back at his passenger. "Hold on tight, master. I'm a swift runner. And one more thing. As long as you are in my domain, and especially when you are with me, promise me that you will never, for any reason, lay down the amulet that protects you." "I promise," said Bastian. The lion started off, at first at a slow, dignified gait, then faster and faster. To Bastian's amazement, the lion's coat and mane changed color with every new sandhill, but soon Grogramin was making great leaps from hilltop to hilltop, and his coat changed color faster and faster. Bastian's eyes swam, and he saw all the colors at once, as in a rainbow. The hot wind whistled around Bastian's ears and tugged at his mantle, which fluttered behind him. He felt the movements of the lion's muscles, and breathed the wild, heady smell of the shaggy mane. The triumphant shout that escaped him resembled the cry of a bird of prey, and Grogramin answered with a roar that made the desert tremble. For the moment, these two different creatures were one. Bastian's heart and mind were in the clouds. He didn't come to himself until he heard Grogramin saying, "We have arrived, master. Will you deign to alight?" Bastian jumped down from the lion's back and landed on the sandy ground. Before him he saw a cleft mountain of black rock. Or was it a ruined building? He didn't know, for the stones which made up the doorframes, walls, columns, and terraces of the building, as well as those that were lying about half buried in colored sand, were deeply creviced and smooth, as though the sandstorms of time had smoothed away all sharp edges and roughness. "This, master, is my palace and my tomb," Bastian heard the lion's voice saying. "You are Grogramin's first and only guest. Enter and make yourself at home." The sun hung low over the horizon, a great pale yellow disk, shorn of its searing heat. Apparently the ride had taken much longer than it had seemed to Bastian. The truncated columns or spurs of rock, whichever they might be, cast long shadows. It would soon be night. As Bastian followed the lion through a dark doorway leading into the palace, he had the impression that Grogrumman's steps sounded tired and heavy. After passing a dark corridor and up and down a number of stairways, they came at last to a large double door, which seemed to be made of black rock. As Grogrumman approached, it opened of its own accord, and when they had both gone through, it closed behind them. Now they were in a large hall, or rather a cave, lit by hundreds of lamps whose flames resembled the play of colors on Grogrumman's coat. The floor was of colored tiles. At the center was a circular platform surrounded by steps, and on the platform lay an enormous black rock. Grogrumman seemed spent as he turned to Bastian. "My time is close at hand, master," he said, hardly above a whisper. "There won't be time for our talk, but don't worry and wait for the day. What has always happened will happen once again, and perhaps you will be able to tell me why." Then he pointed his head in the direction of a little gate at the other end of the cave. "Go in there, master. You will find everything in readiness. That room has been waiting for you since the beginning of time." Bastian went to the gate, but before opening it, he glanced back. Grogrumman had sat down on the black rock. He was as black as the stone. In a faint, far-off voice, he said, "Quite possibly, master. You will hear sounds that will frighten you. Don't be afraid. As long as you carry the emblem, nothing can happen to you." Bastian nodded and passed through the gate. The room he entered was magnificent. The floor was laid with soft, richly colored carpets. The graceful columns supporting the vaulted ceiling were covered with gold mosaic, which fragmented the vari-colored light of the lamps. In one corner, Bastian saw a broad divan covered with soft rugs and cushions of all kinds, surmounted by a canopy of azure blue silk. In the opposite corner, the stone floor had been hollowed to form a pool, filled with golden liquid. On a low table stood bowls and dishes of food, a carafe full of some ruby-red drink, and a golden cup. Bastian squatted down at the table and fell to. The drink had a tart, wild taste, and was wonderfully thirst-quenching. The dishes were unknown to Bastian. Some looked like cakes or nuts, others like squash or melons, but the taste was entirely different. Sharp and spicy, everything was delicious, and Bastian ate his fill. Then he took his clothes off, but not the amulet, and stepped into the pool. For a while he splashed about, washed himself, dived under, and came up puffing like a walrus. Then he discovered some strange-looking bottles at the edge of the pool. Thinking they must be bath oils, he poured a little of each into the water. Green, red, and yellow flames darted hissing over the surface, and a little smoke went up. It smelled of resin and bitter herbs, and then the flames died. After a while, Bastian got out of the water, dried himself with the soft towels that lay ready, and put his clothes on. Suddenly he noticed that the lamps were not burning as brightly as before, and then he heard a sound that sent the cold shivers down his spine, a cracking and grinding, as though a rock were bursting under the pressure of expanding ice. Bastian's heart pounded. He remembered that Grogrumman had told him not to be afraid. The sound softened to a moan and soon stopped. It was not repeated, but the stillness was almost more terrible. Determined to find out what had happened, Bastian opened the door of the bedchamber. At first, he saw no change in the great hall, except that the lamplight now seemed somber and was pulsating like a faltering heartbeat. The lion was still sitting in the same attitude on the black rock. He seemed to be looking at Bastian. "Grogrumman," Bastian cried. "What's going on? What was that sound? Was it you?" The lion made no answer and didn't move, but when Bastian approached him, the lion followed him with his eyes. Hesitantly, Bastian stretched out his hand to stroke the lion's mane, but the moment he touched it, he recoiled in horror. It was hard and ice-cold like the black rock, and Grogrumman's face and paws felt the same way. Bastian didn't know what to do. He saw that the black stone doors were slowly opening. He left the hall, but it wasn't until he had passed through the long dark corridor and was on his way up the stairs that he started wondering what he would do when he was outside. In this desert, there couldn't be anyone capable of saving Grogrumman. But it wasn't a desert anymore. Whichever way Bastian looked, he saw glittering dots. Millions of tiny plants were sprouting from the grains of sand, which had become seeds again. Peril in the night forest was growing once more. Bastian sensed that Grogrumman's rigidity was somehow connected with this transformation. He went back to the cave. The light in the lamps was barely flickering. He went over to the lion, threw his arms around the huge neck, and pressed his face to the beast's face. The lion's eyes were black and as dead as the rock. Grogrumman had turned to stone. The lights flared for an instant and went out, leaving the cave in total darkness. Bastian wept bitterly. The stone lion was wet with his tears. In the end, the boy curled up between the great paws and fell asleep. And that's where we'll pause for now. I hope you've been enjoying this journey through the Neverending Story so far. If you'd like to continue, part 2 is available right now on the channel, so you can pick up exactly where we left off. Thank you for listening, and if you're already drifting off to sleep, I wish you the sweetest dreams. But if you're ready for more, I'll see you in part 2.